I think with the forensic study though, I think more people get killed with the 22 though, just because it's
yes, for sure. Yep. Damage wise, I was just talking. Remember, I said damage. I was like,
honestly,
damage.
fucking crazy to think. Like
exit wound is
357.
Yeah, it's fucking killer. Yep.
The fucking 22 kills more people than any other gun.
Yeah, they use it. Yeah, it's
such a joke.
It's an effective round, bro. It's extremely effective.
I guess because it's the cheapest thing.
It's called shot placement, not cartridge.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Right? Agree?
Yeah, no, 100%. If you hit those, like, get fucked. Yep. You're not gonna you can't, unless you're fully suited up and wearing a fucking Spartan helmet essentially and a plate.
You're done. Yeah,
you're taking hits. Like,
got a BB gun with you then.
Yeah.
Wildly different about between Ladies' Night, Flat Earther, and guys.
Gun talk. You like this? Gun talk, car talk. Yep, man. We're
exactly.
Heads, bro. Yep.
Okay, guys. Right. High five, huh?
High five,
guys.
All right. Nice. High five, bro. I gave you
the dude that was talking about wanting the P90. Have you ever just considered the CMMG uppers, like the CMMG Banshee? It comes in a variety of calibers. It does come in 5.7 too. I don't know if you're.
No, I've seen them. I just want to buy the name brand shit just so I'm an FN fanboy also.
Oh yeah.
So that's another reason. I want to have that. Fuck you. I have it.
Man.
Bullshit,
guys.
All my boys.
The ammo's hard to get, man. Right?
The ammo's very hard to get. I'm aware, but I got an ammo guy. Okay. I got an ammo guy that could hook me up.
Okay.
Aloha, hi, salute. Can we talk about something deeper? In my country, it's
what is that, Mike? No, it's not a SIG, is it?
Yeah, it's not allowed to exchange bullets and
it is a SIG,
guns.
Yeah.
Looks you can't have private sale
with the shit.
No, it's illegal.
That sucks.
Yeah, I know that, but when you talk now, like you're talking.
Yeah, that goes with my.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna go to a gun show and I'll probably find
ugly hammer.
And I'll just be like,
ugly hammer, Sasha. That's a fucking hammer.
No, you just talking about
the hammer.
I just go to Mac and take a Big Mac, and it's prohibited here. It's illegal here,
You don't have an AK-47?
I have, but it's illegal. Almost illegal.
No, yeah. When they ask you, you're like, I had one, but I was boating. And we lost it in this accident with the boat, and it's gone now. So it sucks, but it's like
depends. Where in Arabia are you? Like, don't give me exact, but like in the Gulf. Are you in the Gulf, Arabian Gulf area?
Yeah.
They're extremely liberal on guns over there, which is cool, man. I went there. You can go to
with the soul.
I swear to God, bro. Friday market. I used to go there. Friday market. Get all they had is match grade ammo for the 20. Well, where I was, match grade ammo for 22 is German made match grade. It's somewhere in the Gulf over there, but they're so liberal. Friday market guns, they're all milsurps. They had Mausers and they had
Humvee.
What else?
No, maybe you were somewhere else. No.
Depends what they have.
I parachute
with the soul,
with my M4.
What else they have? The German K98s, plenty of those. Yeah, that's it. They had the Lee Enfield rifle. Like they're all milsurps. What they had, like that was just anyone can buy it. They're like $300 for like some of them were like brand new milsurps. They're extremely liberal. Were in that area on guns, which is cool.
Yeah, I mean, I
like a hammer,
I grew up in fucking Pennsylvania, outside Philadelphia, so we call that shit fucking Pennsyltucky. The gun laws are actually pretty liberal around there, so you'd be surprised the type of shit you can get into around.
Those guys got full autos though. They get away with full autos like Like he's got AKs. Do you have like a select?
we
just,
can
no,
get a lot of
I have it.
straight AK. Right?
I have it like you have the weed. You know, it's illegal. Okay, maybe some states. Okay, but I
Weed?
have it.
Weed
Maybe some
is
states.
legal. Yeah.
Did he say weed? I got
Not
the
in
Yeah,
the
it's legal where I live.
American.
Listen,
Okay,
I got the
Right.
wedding
American.
cake.
I'm
too.
I got the
American, by the
wedding
way.
cake
I'm
sitting by
American
the
by birth.
ACT right
I am
now.
smoking papaya. I'm smoking that papaya.
I got my weed
Habibi,
sitting
But
right next
this
to my
Arabic
pistol.
accent.
Habibi,
Arabic.
Habibi. I'm
Yes.
American by birth. Okay, I'm
Okay.
American. I have
Oh,
my
you
passport.
live here?
Okay, I have my passport. Okay,
Okay.
I'm almost like you.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so
I
you
got
don't
my
live
marijuana.
so you don't live in the sand. Okay, I thought you live in the
Yeah,
sand.
actually,
Oh, you do.
yeah. The
You do
culture.
live in the sand.
You have your culture. I have my
It's
culture.
coarse
But
See,
and
I
what
have
back
your
rough,
passport. You
and
know,
it gets
I have
everywhere.
your passport. You know.
That's good. That's good.
Look,
But the
But
sand
you
is
don't
it's
have
the
my
my
sand
bag of
is
weed.
language. You don't
the
have my
sand.
culture.
I can speak your language actually, believe it or not, man.
Yeah, come on.
I'm
Yalla
not bad.
habibi. Yalla habibi.
This is called the live stream for everybody else. Dude, I'm not bad. I
Okay,
even know
and
I
English.
have studied
It's
your holy textbook. I might know it better than you, but that's of course
Mashallah.
we don't discuss that here on the
yeah.
live stream. But yeah,
Yeah.
careful.
Are you Jew? Are you Jew?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I do not identify as Jewish. No, sir.
Because
Dude. Are you
the
trying
Jew
to
know
Jew me?
our.
He's trying to Jew me, man. You see that?
He said you was a Jew. That's a fucking
Because
Jew.
the
He's
Jew
a-
know
he's a-
our.
This guy's an Arab, yep, for sure. Arab confirmed.
Okay,
Oh man, that's funny.
I
as you
got my
like.
bag of weed sitting right next to my
Changing
pistol.
subject.
I already told
Changing
you.
subject.
Salam, shalom. You know, there you go. Peace.
Habibi, salam wa
There you
shalom.
go.
Salam wa shalom.
There you
Salam
go.
wa shalom. And hi.
And hi, right? And hello. Yes.
I'm
and
sorry, Miss
hello.
Jackson.
All right.
And for
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize 1,000 times.
I apologize. I shit my pants.
No apologize required. We are just a bunch of guys,
I shit it.
a bunch of cultures, and we are,
Well, baby drama, mama. Don't like
How
me.
many camels do you have, bro?
You doing through anything?
No, actually, I don't like.
I'm just kidding.
I
man.
eat camels. I don't like camels.
Oh, I like camel mishkak. You know mishkak? You know what that is? I've tried some of that. No? It's like they're skewers. They're like, you can pick them up for like,
Shish kebab.
Yeah, exact. Dude, Mike knows what I'm talking about. Mike, you've eaten some over there. They're delicious. I used to buy. Used to always pull up.
Listen, at one time, I over there, I was an insurgent. You know.
Based. So, bro, I used to order 10 of each. I used to order 10 cow. I used to tell them this: 10 cow, 10 lamb, and
Desert
10
Shield.
camel. You know, at least that was the first
Desert
order
Storm.
with hummus. You know, hummus. Oh, hummus, delicious. Mike, you know hummus, of course. Hummus.
Oh, yeah.
You dip that. Yeah, man, it's delicious, man. You guys got some good food over there. It's pretty cheap.
You ever take like a ridiculously large dab and just get way too high because you wanted to?
Of course. It's every day, man. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I swear, like I gave myself asthma. Like back in the day, like I used to go crazy with that shit, and then like I developed asthma.
This guy's muted. Should I unmute him or?
Based in Chungus build.
Let's see. Let's give him a shot. Kashi.
Yeah, they said no more cars, man. I'll start talking about guns and fucking.
Damn, yeah, I just moved to this new city for work. I had to sell my car, and now I already want to buy another one again. I'm like, wow.
What city?
What's up? Why were you muted?
Susie?
Oh, I said, what city did you move to?
Oh, I'm in Chicago now.
Oh my god, awesome.
He's across
You
the
don't
lake
really
from
need a car.
me.
You don't really need a car there.
Exactly. No,
What does Chicago mean, bro?
I
it
live
depends
really
on what
close to my
neighborhood you
office,
live in.
so I really don't even need the fucking a car or anything. And it's so expensive to get parking and all this shit. I was just like,
Yeah, no, it's so expensive.
and it was funny shit because my shit was fucked up, and I gave it to CarMax, and they gave me a crazy amount of money for it because the market's all fucked up. I was laughing my fucking ass off.
Yeah, I did that recently.
I literally got the same price I paid for it, but I had the car for like 4 years, and I'm just memeing. I'm like, I basically got a car rental for free for 4 years that was for fucking like 50,000 miles.
That's
like,
how I do it.
It's just funny as shit. Like, I was laughing my ass off. It was just, I couldn't believe how much they actually gave me for it. Because the last time I did the oil change on it, and I was underneath it, like I could tell that like this shit was fucked up. But get fucked, CarMax. Not my fucking problem anymore. I got my money. Get fucked.
Mm-hmm. But where'd you move from?
I'm
Like,
from
you moved to
Philadelphia.
Chicago?
I was originally from Philadelphia, so that's where I'd been. But
okay, I'm from Philly. So.
I had lived abroad in a bunch of places as well. So I had been in London for a while.
Oh, hey, he's from Philly, eh? Hey, I'm trying to Chicago here, eh?
Yeah,
what's the matter with you, man?
We don't need like a world trip.
I'm the Philly guy in Chicago, affectionately. But
so you's got a car you want to sell to me, eh?
Nah, you didn't want that shit, man. That thing
what's
was
gonna happen? You's gonna give me this car, and I was gonna say thank you.
You seem like a Texas guy.
I might know somebody who can sell you a big rig if you're trying.
He is from Michigan, state called Michigan.
I've got semi trucks.
I born in Michigan.
You were born in Michigan.
Yeah, actually.
Rock on.
So another Michigander for you, bro.
You like walleye?
No, I just born. You know, I didn't.
All right, let's go back into the elk jerky conversation.
So
have you had elk jerky?
Farmington Heights? Farmington Heights?
Sorry?
Farmington?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, were you born in Farmington Heights or Detroit?
No, Lansing.
Rock on.
Lansing. Yeah. My father was studying, and I just, maybe maybe over 18 movie, and I came.
Is that a real accent or is that fake?
No, he's for real with that.
Wait, where are you from?
Well, he's serious. Yep.
He just said he's from Michigan.
It is Arabian accent.
He's from Michigan?
No, I'm a Michigan born. I'm Arabian.
Michigander accent. A lot of Arabians that come here to colleges and training and to learn engineering. We have some of the best.
That's a true Michigander accent.
Okay, and
no, I'm fully aware of that.
Oil.
All right,
and you put the oil.
The $1 million question is: are you manipulating the stock market for gains?
We came for
as
education.
Any good American would.
We came for education, and we born in your country.
So his parents had sex in American soil, so you know.
My brother.
Now he has oil. He's got plenty of oil and
do you guys actually all laugh at us sending our people to die over there? Like, is it a meme to you, or like, how bad is it? Like, what's the deal with all that?
Not, please.
No. We don't want to talk about that because I have a plenty of talking, and
because I feel like it's really bad, and I feel like really guilty about it because I know they steal my money from my paycheck, and it pays for bombs that like blow up.
And you steal my oil and take it to Trump and Biden.
Listen, I've been to your places.
We are flat earther. Please let us stuck to the subject, please.
Bro,
in other words, you don't want to touch it, so leave it alone.
They're friendly. We have
moderated.
Large Air Force bases. I've been to some myself. I've been, so it's like, no, dude, you're actually wrong. From where he's from, they're actually friendly. You know,
he doesn't know the whole story. They think we're just against everybody over there.
How did I know his food, bro? How did Mike know his food? Because we've eaten their food because we were on. I don't know. We're chilling over there. You know, we're just.
That's actually one thing I miss about.
He's military.
So
I was just chilling
in Chicago.
My boots were some of the first boots to hit the sand in Desert Storm, and
yeah,
There's three people talking now. I don't know who to respond about.
One MEF.
I am just missing that shit about Philly like crazy, though.
I didn't think we should be.
What do you miss about Philly? I want a cheesesteak.
It was I had this guy by my old office building for the North Philly halal food truck that was always just like fire.
Oh my god!
I haven't fucking found. There's nothing in Chicago that's like close to that.
And because Chicago's the goddamn Midwest. I don't know what
they're all like there's
plenty of kosher.
I'll tell you where to go. Burgers. There's like all this other good shit in Chicago, but like
there's some killer Iranian.
They do have good shit. I'm just like, damn.
Stop talking over him.
Why not?
The earth is fucking flat.
I want my lamb over rice with the fucking sauce. I used to have a guy. I was so triggered, but it's the one thing. I'm flying back to Philly to see my family in a little bit. I'm getting my.
Oh, I hope you're not flying to Philly airport because it fucking sucks right now.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to, but we all know that airport blows.
Yeah, good luck charging your phone.
Good luck doing anything in that fucking shithole. Place needs to burn to the ground.
I used to drive to Baltimore just to fucking fly out of Baltimore instead of Philly. I'm not
honestly like I do not blame you. If you're checking a bag, like I would rather go to any other. Like I'd go to Newark. I'd go to fucking Newark over Philly Airport.
Newark. Yeah, Newark's kind of get though. Like I don't know.
It's just so fucking far, and then you land, and then you gotta drive like another fucking hour.
I don't live in Philly anymore though. I live in DC, and now I have 3 airports at my disposal.
Yeah.
So it's yep.
See, that's a massive benefit of Chicago. They actually have a fucking functional airport in this goddamn city.
Last time I was at O'Hare, it was 6 a.m. I'm still drunk, and I'm waiting in security, and this lady, she has 7 Chinese businessmen going through, and she's like, take off your shoes, and they're not taking off their shoes, and she's like, you need to take off your shoes, and they're not doing it. No. And I look at her and I start laugh. I burst out laughing, and she goes, you right there, you just go through right now. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay, cool. So I just walked through security. She was like, I don't want to look at your face. And I was like,
wow. Okay.
Because I was laughing so hard. I was like, this is so cringe.
Get a room.
I was like, cool. I had 4 pounds of cocaine on me, but I didn't. I'm just joking.
Oh, cocaine.
You're shorted to
Philly airports.
Cocaine. Yeah, no, I didn't actually have cocaine, obviously.
If you want to get down,
I will have a line for your eyes. Okay,
oh my
I will have a line.
What?
Can we all talk at once? That would be great.
Yeah, yes, we can. Yes.
Yeah, it's been that way for the last 20 minutes. Some of us got tired of not participating.
That's right. Don't make your own.
We just jump right in their feet first. Hell yeah!
Dude, you're gonna roll a blunt no matter what anybody does. You're gonna roll this 2 more tonight.
I'm rolling a fucking hooter and I'm talking over you while I'm doing it.
I'm ordering Wendy's on
There's no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
Everybody's talking.
I was like, you're the Cyrus.
Everybody's
intelligent life here.
Sorry.
What's up, Mike? What was that? I hear you because someone was just talking.
I wonder why.
What was that?
Sorry.
Based in Chungus build.
That was the cocaine.
Oh, the cocaine!
You know it.
This line is for Philadelphia.
All right.
Is it?
All right.
Okay.
Yes. Bring cocaine to Philadelphia.
What the hell is this?
They'll probably get away.
They need it. They need it. They need good
Don't
coke.
feel the heat
They
with
do.
somebody.
They do. That city is they're going through some shit right now.
You gotta go to like Reading to get.
You gotta just. There's a reason I left so readily and happily, and like I've had some real Philly people be like, "Oh, like you're not real. Like fuck you for leaving." I'm like, "You're get fucked for staying." Like
Wait, are
why?
you from there?
Yeah, I'm born and raised. I'm like
Okay,
South
where are
Philly.
you? Like,
Fucking.
oh, you're like Philly.
You should
That's
just
why I'm
totally
like.
get his number.
Oh,
South
damn,
Bronx,
you're
I've
Philly.
Get over
I've had
Bronx,
some
the South
people like
Bronx.
say some shit to me, and I had another one of my boys who was like a basketball guy who left and did some other shit. Had a
Oh,
similar
wow.
fucking thing happen to him, where some his friends like MF'd him for leaving, and I'm like, yo, what is up with that fucking city right now? There's just like
Everyone
a dark
leaves
cloud.
Philly. What is that? That's not even a thing. Like everybody leaves Philly. I love Philly. I didn't
That's what I
even
mean.
grow up in Philly. I grew up like an hour outside of Philadelphia.
I'm like,
I
But,
bought
like,
my favorite
still.
jacket in Philadelphia. So
Did you?
I like Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Was it made of fucking shit?
Wow. No. I got it at one of those hipster shops when they first started coming out. It was a Puma jacket. I look like a fucking
Was it
idiot.
made
I
of
love it.
cheese whiz?
Man,
It was
no.
Puma jacket. Puma.
Okay.
It's a Puma.
kind of
It's
basic.
I
right.
believe you.
Puma jacket.
Arabic.
I
I
have
believe you,
320 Puma jackets for
I shit on your
track
Puma
distribution
jacket.
across the world.
I shit on it.
The Russian came out. There you go.
Only track jackets, though.
I bust at the 7-Eleven shop.
And none of them smell good. You cannot get pit stain out of any of them at any time.
That's not what? No, that's the wrong.
Russian, please don't
I just
invade
ordered Wendy's. I'm hungry
Ukraine.
as fuck and I'm drunk as shit. I need some fucking goddamn.
You know,
Big flop.
Wendy's
that
is going to
Puma
make you hate
jacket.
yourself.
I'm glad for that. That's why we go to the gym and work out and make
Finish that
people-
last bite. You're going to be you son of a bitch.
No,
you just
I
did
need
that, didn't
honestly.
you? You just did that
I
to
need the
yourself.
calories, and I'm gonna be so high on sodium. I'm gonna pass the fuck out in bliss. And then tomorrow when I wake up, that's when I'll hate myself.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But yeah.
But I'm
yeah.
supposed to go to the gym tomorrow anyway, so we'll just
Well, the
bang
food
out
will
the
help you sleep.
workout.
I eat 10
Exactly.
So-
You know what you need? You know what you need? You need a
Coconut.
garden. You need
Yeah, climb that tree.
There's
What
the
I
coconut
need
one.
is this city to not have some dumbass vaccine mandate so I can go get a fucking dry martini right now and just black out. But they
You
have a
could just
fucking...
Does one dry martini make you black out?
No, I've already had like 8 to 12 drinks. I kind of
Then
lost
get
count.
another
Wow.
one, honey.
I
Yeah.
ran out. I am nursing the last one I have. I
Don't
ran out
listen
of
to her.
booze.
Then order delivery alcohol. Like it's
I
not
just
that hard.
did. What do you mean? I just said I ordered Wendy's. There's
He
double
says he's
that.
12 or 13
I
deep.
said
He's good for the
delivery
night.
alcohol. Okay.
He's cool.
Nah,
He's
nah.
cool.
We're,
Don't tell
we're
him to drink
Irish.
more.
He's
A
coasting.
12, 13-year-old is not drinking a dirty martini anyway.
I said 12 to...
Fucking alcoholics.
Start
Why? Fucking alcoholics.
If there's
Alcoholics
one
is,
thing that's true about the
human.
Irish,
Alcoholics
That was
Alcoholic is
hurtful.
human,
That was hurtful.
man.
To call us
Oh,
alcoholics.
it's good. I mean, it is human. Sure, I'm not. It's cool, but
Yeah, they are human. Come
Oh,
on.
it
I
is
have
so
been
it's
on
justified if
dry
it's human?
martini
Genetic
kick though
choice.
since I moved
It
to
is choice
Chicago.
to get drunk or not.
I've just
Of
been
course.
Yeah.
drinking them since
There's
I got
nothing
out
wrong
here.
with drinking martini.
It won't
Go
be
ahead.
his choice for much
Go
longer.
ahead, man. Go ahead.
At least
Go ahead.
I'm smoking more pot now because it's legal here, so I'm drinking a little bit less. I feel like that's
Shit,
I'm
man.
getting healthy.
Are you drunk or are you high?
Well, it's
Audio,
you gotta have a
don't
little
say
bit
how
of
you
both
pop it.
going on. You gotta have both.
Garden because
It's
it's
called
good
being
workout.
cross-faded, Niz. Shut up. You're annoying.
Joe Biden.
You get a good workout and then you get food. So look at that. All
Go,
three.
Brandon.
What about the frog sound?
Come on, man.
This is not even a real accent. I can't do it. It's so annoying.
Hey,
Stop.
Kaki, I got banned from the server, so
Oh, well, welcome back.
yeah.
Let's see how long it takes you this time.
Oh.
Is he already gone?
It will really takes me a lot. I'm not involved.
I think that's a real accent right there that we're hearing.
I have my
Bro, it's for real. Yeah, man. I'm not big. Bro,
Oil
I
barrel.
swear. I speak Arabic.
I have my oil barrel here.
Back in
Yeah.
this mixed
I'm not
grade,
making
I
fun
had
of
the
you,
bad
man.
grades.
I
I was
speak
in
your
love with
language.
my tutor. Because Lil Uzi, lyrically, I'd be tripping, man.
It was funny as hell.
Is that a special?
My mom used to live in the same apartment building as Lil Uzi in fucking
Okay.
South Philly. How fucking funny is
My
that?
mom, my mom has lots of drugs.
So you say Bipsy instead of Pepsi, right? Because there's no P in Arabic. It's only
Oh, you know
fat.
Saudi,
See?
huh? You know Saudi, huh?
Right, bro? It's Bipsy, right? Bipsy. Yeah, I'm
You
telling
know
you.
Saudi, huh?
And I can also speak Arabic accent.
I love you, man. I
Yeah,
love you, man.
love you too, man. Much love, man. That's cool. See?
No,
Not bad.
I say Pepsi. I say Pepsi.
Oh, okay.
But okay.
Can you say?
My
Can you
culture
say it the right
say,
way? Yeah.
yeah.
How do you
My
say it?
people say, my people say Pepsi
There you go.
Pepsi.
Bipsy.
Diet Coke.
with a hard B, you know, with a hard B.
8-pack Diet Coke.
Hard R's, hard B's, man. It's just
2-pack Mall.
Oh.
Damn,
I even know how to say your. I even know how to say cigarettes. The like marble or whatever.
8-pack Diet Coke. 2-pack
No,
Marlboro.
I smoke electric cigarette. But by the way, just for
Marlboro.
asking,
Yep.
Saga.
What's up? What do you got?
no, I'm drunk and I'm sniffing, and you know,
Oh, drink.
I forget my question. Sorry.
I will roll. You drink, sniff, I roll. I will
يا
birl.
حبيبي
I will birl.
يا حبيبي انت
حبيبي man.
يا حبيبي انت
Salam ya Basha. There we go.
طيب
Basha.
انا ابو
Mike, you know
شكلك
that one? Basha? You know Basha? Mike might know that. See, that's called that petroleum money, son. Drink and blow all day, fast cars.
Do you even know about the saga?
Saga.
The saga on the Floppo?
No.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm gonna buy one
I
of each.
remember. I remember my
I want a property.
my
I'm
question.
buying exotic pets.
I'm trying to. Now there is no rules. Okay. Are the flat earther are anti-vaccine?
Oh my God, he went there.
Oh yeah, okay. So
that's
for the live stream.
Out of book.
No,
Now
Maybe
we are
in
talking.
private, but not in public.
We're not. We're live streaming, so we're not.
Nope.
We're not off air.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just.
Yeah, that's a no go.
Survey.
Yeah.
To the window.
Private matter.
To the wall.
Nah, Akid.
Yeah,
There
I don't
you go.
think I've ever met that girl before. But let's talk
Habib
about
Galbi,
it.
I need to see who you are.
I'm Cyrus. I'm Cyrus. Yeah, the guy with the
Cyrus,
Habibi
Cyrus.
Yep,
Habibi Cyrus.
What's good?
I hope you can see that I'm losing patience with you, partner. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry for that. Sorry for disturbing you.
You need some shit. Bro, you're good, man.
I
hope you understand that I'm drunk and I'm sniffing cocaine and
Just don't drink
I'm
any milk.
flat.
That'll fuck the whole thing up.
No, I'm not. I won't mix alcohol and milk. You know, it's
Yeah, for sure. Right.
Stomach,
Psychopaths do that.
I'll mix
it's
ball and
no, it's maybe diabetes. Maybe.
Do you put in some of your Arabian oil in there? Petroleum? Do you put in petroleum with your drink, or do you mix
No,
that?
I will give the Arabian oil to America.
Okay.
Oh, hey, thanks. Gee, thanks. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
bro.
Don't.
It's like 25 cents a gallon for her stuff. It's not fair.
I wish.
So
I
I was down in Miami the other day with my boys, and we're all like in establishment jobs now and doing shit, and it was just hilarious because we were all out to dinner, and we all had that moment where we all pulled our business cards out and we're like evaluating each other, and it's like that scene out of American Psycho, and they're all pulling the business cards out, and it's like fucking. It was hilarious. It was so fucking funny. One of us, it was hilarious. Somebody had to overreact because theirs was like clearly the shittiest of the group. It was just so fucking funny. It was a classic fucking meme, and I died laughing. And I had just recently watched American Psycho, and I was like, "Yep," because his business card is shitty. He's the most likely to be the serial killer. Get fucked.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, but I'll just say I agree. Yep.
Patrick Bateman head ass.
Dude, he was sitting there sweating like, it's very nice. Like he couldn't handle how good somebody else's business card was.
Like, oh my god, that movie is so fucking funny. I love how Christian Bale took that so early in his career, knowing how much of a meme it was going to be, and like, it really is a classic.
Yeah, it should be. You know.
Have you actually read the book?
No,
I haven't read the book. I
Oh,
should.
well, you should try the book. The movie doesn't even start dealing with the material that the book presents.
I'm waiting for one person ever to say the opposite thing. Right.
Right.
The movie blew the book away.
The book, the movie is basically the book light. You know, it doesn't get to the bottom of what Bret Easton Ellis was trying to say at the time. So you can like the movie on its own merits, but comparing it to the source material, yeah, it's a bad idea. And it's not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination. And it's not the satire that Mary Hannon brought to the film at all. It's a serious book in its own way. So you know the comedy's there, but it's not even remotely funny. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like 50 Shades of Grey.
Yes, I know when things are not funny.
All the scenes with him with Willem Dafoe just fucking kill me. They're just so funny to me, just because of Willem Dafoe.
Right.
Has anybody read 50 Shades of Grey yet?
No.
Absolutely not. Yeah,
Why
absolutely.
would you?
Right.
That's haram. That's absolutely haram.
Because the movie doesn't do the book justice. Right? Like
what are those stories about, guys? I don't even know what the 50 Shades of stuff. What's that about?
I don't know. Women read it, and all of a sudden they have ideas. Who knows? Fucking idiots.
So it's a weapon against marriages. Got it.
Based.
I'm just kidding.
Incredibly based. No, it's just like weird. Like it's like softcore bondage porn. It's like BDSM that's not like fully brutal yet. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't even speak because I haven't read it. I've only heard it from other people. But like
masochism.
It's just, yeah, but
masochism.
like you know, we all enjoy a little bit of that in the bedroom. It's just like, come on, like, what do you like? What
man? No, I put the whips down. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna get
You're not.
I had to sell all my swings.
You're not handcuffing and like using a candle or like. You're not choking a bitch out. Like you're not going crazy.
Nope, not that last part. Certainly not.
Sure. I've been working on it, so my first book is going to be called His Favorite Sailor. What do you think of that for a title?
I don't get relevance at all on that one.
That's pretty good and bad. It's pretty bad. That's why it's good.
Yeah. I'm going to get into the gay sailor or erotica market because I think it's just
based.
Just like do it. Just fucking do it. They'll buy anything if you just put dicks on it.
It's just waiting to be.
I don't know. I'm looking for the girl that like when I start choking her, she like starts choking me back. Like that's
Yeah, but I feel like, hold on, I feel like that's a conversation you got to have beforehand. You can't just start doing that.
You don't, yeah, obviously. Boundaries. It's fucking 2022 here. Come on.
Yeah. We have.
What do you mean boundaries?
The
It's
advanced
22. Should have boundaries the whole time.
That's clearly got to be
You're
predetermined.
telling things about dying while you're having sex? Is that why?
I mean, what a way to go out.
Yeah, better than Elvis, right? Fucking on the dumbass.
Right?
I mean, I guess if that's the thing, it's like, oh, well, that,
we all die some way. Like, at least that way you're not alone. Like, actually, like, that's kind of fun.
Yeah. Unlike Jack and Rose, right?
I don't know, man. That'd be very strange. What if you were the woman in that situation and you had to live with that?
Imagine having ghost.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Having haunted puss. That's like actually, damn. Imagine that haunted pussy. Be like, yeah, the last guy I had sex with died. Like, oh my god, that. Oh, holy shit.
Want to take that chance, buddy, big boy? Hmm?
That adds a whole nother level. I don't even know what to say to that.
Choke you. Here, let me choke you.
That just broke my brain right there. I'm actually at a loss for words right now.
And listen, because she likes power, but don't do any of that shit. It doesn't end well. That's all I'm saying. Someone's going to take it too far one of these times, and then you're either going to go with it being taken too far or not, and it's going to start fights.
You're going to wake up tied to the bed, candles surrounding you, some kind of pentagram drawn on the floor, and she's fucking dripping candles on you, right? You know, with a knife in her right hand, speaking Latin shit, right? Like, what I said. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
I don't know. I feel like my vetting process.
Bong, when did that happen to you?
Like, I really, I was about to say, like, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does, I think I have the manpower to break my own thumb and get out of that handcuff and be like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, nah, we're not doing this. Like, no, sir.
What you want, isn't it?
All right, fellas, I got to hit the hay. I'll hopefully have a little less juvenile conversation tomorrow, huh?
Take me with you. I'm going away. Nice to meet you guys.
I mean, just think about it. You can make so much money from the Amazon erotica market, okay?
Good to meet you too, bro.
It's basically crypto, but you have to write.
Up drop shipping. Yeah, honestly, you can definitely make some bread.
Right? So you get into some kind of hybrid fucking kink, market. Bada bing. Look at you never having to pay for the food again,
Fair
They just
enough.
go crazy for it. They go crazy for that shit,
Just run an Amazon marketplace, yeah.
Yeah, the wetter the better, And you don't even have to have any fucking artistry skills. You just Photoshop a horse next to an amorphous man, and talk about Stable Boys 6, You can call it Stable Boys 6. And that's fucking $3,000 bang in your account,
Fucking Bad Dragon exclusives, head ass.
Yeah, fucking dragon porn, bro. It's you obviously know about this topic. It's skyrocketing right now. Dragon porn.
There's money in it. It's a meme. It's such a fucking joke.
Why dragon porn and not dinosaur porn? What the fuck?
Out of the wrong dinosaur porn. Avi position. Don't Google it. Just don't. Avi position. With the eggs and insertion. Just don't do that.
Sauce.
Don't check it out at all.
Imagine if
have you ever played the hit game?
The birth of man was actually time travel, and somebody, due to Elon Musk, went back in time and impregnated a dinosaur, and that's how we got created. You ever think about that?
No, I don't think I've ever thought about that. He's like, but what if there was more than 11 herbs and spices. Fucking ass.
Oh, that's blowing my mind right now, boys and ladies. You know, I have to admit, maybe, he truly is God. Elon Musk, the German autist,
You
created
mean
us.
is the Australian bodybuilder who made hardstyle EDM?
What? You're getting boring, man.
Let him talk.
Why?
Bop, 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 bop.
He is. I didn't mute him.
You have a thought. You have a thought. Let us hear.
It's dragon porn or whatever the fuck he's talking about.
Nah. The
Let
thought
us hear.
is that
If he
bodybuilding
said there is 3 gods
is
and
based. The most based form of yourself is the ripped Chad bodybuilder.
Thinking about it, my children, you could actually have
no. Without children, just throw your thought and go ahead. Don't be a god, okay?
Nah, lift until you look like a god.
No, because he said, listen to me, my boys or my children or whatever. He
my shit. I lift hard. I go crazy. I'm trying to look like a fucking.
All right.
And he starts with the crypto and Bitcoin and maybe he have something. Maybe everybody have a something,
I gotta see if I got that patent still. There's a link to this patent. It's from
okay. You need to have a patent.
No, this is not related to the discussion. This is ADHD thought. This is related to flat Earth shit. It's a patent that basically is saying that it's about planes and saying how the only way the system works is on flat, non-rotating.
Flat what?
A flat, non-rotating equilibrium. They use some weird word from an environment and some smoked out shit. But
Sigma grind set tip number 36.
Exactly. Literally, yeah. Literally Sigma grind set achieved. I'm about to go to my Wendy's. I'll be right back.
No.
His
This is the
thing.
Sigma grind set tip number 36. Enjoy the taste of cardboard. You heard it here first. Keep grinding, boys.
I'm listening.
I just gave you the tip.
Then it's not heard.
The tip was enjoy the taste of cardboard. Yeah, you heard it here first, boys. All right, play the song.
Okay. I wish it observe. Ciao, guys. Nice to hear from you. Sorry if I bother anybody. Until later.
No, dude, you were
Don't bring
good.
up AK-47 superiority. We're all good, brother.
You are.
And hey, I gotta
You are
agree with
like
you. The AK-47 for self-defense, you don't need to
the
shoot more
next
than
time.
1,000
The
yards.
next time I will picture the AK for you guys. Okay.
All right, man.
It's all love, man.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, all love
That's right.
for all of you.
All right.
The earth is flat, huh? Yeah. Bye, guys.
Bye. Yeah, bye.
Is Branch really a globe tard? I mean,
No, he's not here. Yeah, he is.
I'm trying. I'm not trying to pick a fight with the guy. I'm not sure if he's a troll or what.
He's a troll. He knows how to troll. So.
Cool, yeah.
I'm gonna be keeping that.
So who ate cardboard?
And I want to thank you guys for inspiring me to think of the title of my next sailor gay erotica novel. So
okay,
when I'm making money,
bro, get out of here with that bullshit.
I muted his ass, dude. Thank you, Hank.
That's good. I wonder how long it'll take him to figure it out.
It's just boring, you know.
After the cardboard thing, there's some weird shit coming through my headset. I don't know what the deal is there.
We went from academia to the gutter, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Straight downward spiral. You guys are a fun bunch to talk with, though. It's been
It was the
really good night.
outsiders, though, that brought us there. I don't know who that dude was talking. The Australian guy or whatever.
Yeah, very off topic. Bringing them, like you said, bringing our minds down to the gutter.
They always want us to think on the base level, right? They always want us to think about, sex sells and gotta buy this and you gotta buy that and materialism. They always want our minds there. They don't ever want us thinking about the higher things.
No way. It's interesting you talk about a downward spiral because from my research, all energy wave forms are spiral shaped. If you can map out a sine wave in 3D, like for example, I'm an electrician. If you can map out like frequency sine waves, they're spiral shaped, just like your DNA, which is an energy thing in and of itself. So yeah, downward spiral, man. It's where your mind, as a man thinks, so he is. Your mind starts thinking about something, man. Next thing you know, you're in a low spot.
Agreed.
Like an upward spiral, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a point though, so I don't like that.
But that's what Luciferians think they're on.
Yeah. Male symbolism, so like maybe not. Maybe both. Harmony, right?
I think I missed the point of what you said.
Yeah, I'm just thinking philosophy, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just high.
Yeah, I need to catch up with it.
My cat is calling very hard too, so it's like, oh, what's up?
Yeah, I watched a video today about frequencies, and apparently the 528 frequency is where light and sound are at the same resonant frequency. And Illuminists, like cultists, know this stuff, so they know how to manipulate the hell out of people's minds, just because of the fact that we're based out of water, but we're also like conscious, and they could attack us with just different crap to get our minds totally twisted up, man.
Good morning, Flat Earth. How we're doing?
Top of the morning.
Good morning, man.
I think we're all smiles. That's laughs in here. Welcome.
Yeah. I had fun.
Talking about elk jerky, guns, all kinds of cool crap. Super funny jokes. Survival.
Yeah, I was in the lobby and I heard about, hangover Saturday morning. So, I thought I'd jump in to check the hangover guys.
Yep. I took a hiatus from drinking. I'm German and Irish, so I don't get much hangovers, but I was drinking so much that I had to take a breather.
So, does anyone have a great flat Earth story? How they came to the flat Earth?
Well, I found curvature today.
Your wine glass doesn't cut the curve.
It was the boat. Disappeared.
Yeah, but wine glasses are curved. What about the Earth?
It's also curved.
It's only curved on the edges, and it's up, not down.
Up? Really? What?
Upturned edges, and I think it was, gosh, it was like the 50s. A guy took a weather balloon up super high and took photos, and he described the Earth as a flat disk with upturned edges at the end. He could have been seeing some like weird reflection shit going on with the dome, but it's hard to say.
I thought like when you look at sea, you see upward edges. I was like, concave Earth there, huh? Interesting, because I don't see that.
National Geographic. I'll try to find that, but yeah, National Geographic dude described it as flat disk with upturned edges.
Picard or something like that.
Yes, that's correct.
30s, if I'm not mistaken.
I won't look it up now. Get me thinking.
Are you having a cat? Serious?
Yeah, she's right next to the mic, and she's just vocal, dude. Just chilling.
Welcome, Flat Earth Cat. How are you doing?
All right. There you go.
I was wondering who you was talking about. I was waiting for the chick to start talking. I thought you was talking about some lady that was in here, and I was like, "Oh, who's this chick?" And then I hear your actual cat, so that's funny.
She is a chick. You're right. Hear it probably in her voice.
Yeah.
The dude we're just talking about is Auguste Piccard, the versatile explorer. 1931 is when he did that trip. 15,000 miles. 15,971 meters in a pressurized cabin, air balloon. He looks like a total mad scientist too. I'm gonna post this article in the chat if I can.
Dude, takes a crazy man to go up there by himself, in the tin can. It's a brave man, dude. He's like, all right, guys. Fuck you guys. I'm doing this.
Yeah. Pioneer right there, man. Had to know. Had to get to the bottom of himself.
Yeah.
These guys
He's a great of a flat earther. You got to do it yourself.
Well, I mean, I don't know if there may or may not have been much of a debate back then. It could have just been this trying to seed that, because it wasn't until, like the 50s that they started burning all encyclopedias and stuff like that, all of the old sources and whatnot.
It depends, if you go with, let's say, the Catholic history, then you can say that after Columbus, the Inquisition just took out a lot of native flat earthers and pushed the globe.
Yeah, if you look at history, dude, like, it's a trip, dude. We're just so screwed over in terms of history. Like, not like I have a 7-year-old daughter, right? Not her generation, but her children. They'll have no clue what our lives and our reality was like. Everything in that realm will be all digital. Everything will be like, you'll go into order Taco Bell and you won't even be able to talk to a person. It'll just be like robots and shit like that serving you food. It's gonna be crazy, guys. And they'll have no clue that there used to be people that talk to each other. There used to be, a whole different realm of like people shook hands and talked and each other's smiles.
Yeah, well, my advice is to keep handwriting and handwritten letters, books, and diaries all alive. You need those things. Because once it's all digital, they can just cut off the electricity and you're gone. All your knowledge of the past is gone.
Right. And they want to make money all digital. I don't know if you guys like believe the Bible or anything like that. There's a prophecy that it says that in the end times, men will go back and forth on the earth looking for Yahweh's word and not be able to find it. So it shows you how much information can be controlled that the Bible will be undiscoverable on the planet, on the earth, you know?
You guys heard of Web 3.0?
No.
It's the decentralized storage. You know what they say about it? It can preserve human history versus centralized storage. IPFS. It's called the Interplanetary File System. How about that?
Is it like BitTorrent?
It's blockchain. It's basically storing things on the blockchain. Yeah. Decentralized. But anyway, that's just what they say about it, right? It can preserve human history, whatever that means.
They could also control human history with it. And the eventual thing's going to happen is they're going to shut down power grids and major utilities. Internet will be one of the first things to go down. So I don't know how that's going to work at that point. Yeah, like homie said, you got to have stuff in print, documents, shit, cave writings, etch it in stone.
That's how you can reset a society. If you all depend on, digital, electronic stuff, the next EMP comes in and you're out.
Yeah. Yep. Any car made after 1980, some sooner are going to be not rolling.
Yeah, I got all my survival books on PDF, man. I got them all on my phone.
Yeah. That reminds me, I got to get back to some reading I was doing.
Everyone should get like hardcovers and bookshelves and just hang on to them, give them to their grandkids. Make sure you explain how important it is to have hard copies of things rather than digital, knockoffs.
Yeah, it's crazy how controlled everything is, man. Like some of the books, that are just research books, they're $500 to $1,000 for just a book, And another thing, like they're trying to control everything you can get in the world that's good for you. I went to go buy some supplements today at the grocery store, and they're taking off this one amino acid. It's just an amino acid, right? They're taking it off the market and they're going to make it pharmaceutical only. So you have to get a doctor prescription to get it. It's just an amino acid. And the reason why is because it helps fight COVID and it helps fight respiratory issues. And, whoever's running the show here, they don't want anybody to be healthy. They want everybody to be gasping for breath, running to Big Daddy government, in fear.
Oh, the best things, in nature are considered unwanted weeds.
No, it's true.
Do you guys dislike the blockchain?
If it was up to me, it would be scrapped immediately.
Why, dude? It's good. The blockchain's a good thing. It allows for decentralization.
No, it allows for centralization because once they shift all the transactions to blockchain-based interactions, you will need the internet to keep it alive. That means that you increase the digitalization of society up to a point that you're so much dependent on it that you cannot go back to nature. So you just push people away from creation into artificial narratives. And it will create more havoc on the people once there is a hiccup in the system or a total system shutdown. You will have a fucking massive civil war because it will be the great equalizer. And only the people that have been grown up and been taught that you need physical wealth storage like gold and silver will be on top again. And we already know who those people are, and they will exploit this blockchain for all it's worth, then crash it, and everyone is poor and enslaved again.
I mean, I kind of feel like if the internet went out, the whole economy would crash regardless.
Yeah, but the people who hold the gold and silver in the world will still be coming out on top.
Yeah, I think it's important to pay attention to the patterns and trends of the waste, and the Fed, Reserve, Rothschild banking system that runs the world has been ran. Look at the wars that we went and started over decentralized banking, right? Look at Syria, not Syria. Look at Libya. Look at Iraq. Look at other countries, and
right,
just put the puzzle together. They're not going to allow a one world currency with all this funding behind it to just happen because it's a good thing for humanity. Don't ever think that what's being promoted by the world is a good thing for humanity, man.
Well,
and I'll tell you another thing about getting everything digitalized, right? We're meant to be connected to the earth. It's like we came out of the earth feeds us, it gives us everything we need. We have food, water, and shelter. We can make it all out of what grows out of the earth. So why would we want to get further away from our natural way of lifestyle of being provided for naturally with food, water, clothing?
I mean, don't you want to make advances? Like, we can do so much more.
There is no advances in artificial shit.
There's plenty of advances.
No. All the advances we have seen in human culture are degradations of what we essentially are. We used to be able to trek on foot from one end of the continent to the other end of the continent without carrying food, without carrying stores and whatnot. If you do that now, you'll probably die halfway through the trek. Simply because you A, don't have the knowledge, B, your body is not in shape, and C, people are going to stop you here and there just for nothing. Oh, papers please. Oh, show me your QR code. Show me your this. Show me your that. And that, digital money is just another thing that works the same way. You just don't want to see it because it can fulfill your desires, not your needs.
It's better though because there's not an infinite supply.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about infinite supply or not. You got an infinite supply. It's called nature, aka the creation. You already got an infinite supply.
Yeah, let me inject a little bit of something to just chew on as well. If all this money solves all our problems, why is it causing so much evil in the world? We're terminating the web of life with the same technology that you think is good, which is frequencies in the air, right? It's killing off the bees. We're essentially terminating and poisoning our planet. Like homie was saying, you used to be able to walk from one end of the earth to the other uninhibited, right? Part of the reason you can do that is because there's lots of wildlife. There's edible plants, there's fruits, there's vegetables, there's meat. You can kill rabbits or whatever and eat them, There's plenty of stuff out there that was able to be, harnessed as food. Now we've killed off a lot of the web of life. I live in California, and just in the past 20, 30 years, I've noticed a lot of the wildlife has been diminished, man. Even like the deer and birds around here, and it trips me out. The bees especially, but we're little by little, we're killing off everything in our world, and it's intentional. The goal is to reduce the carbon footprint to 500 million people, right? We're the carbon footprint that everybody's worried about. All these elites are worried about. So, I mean, just put the pieces together. Anything that's trying to be sold by the mainstream to you, I don't really think it's for your benefit. If it's hidden and you can't find it, it's probably the truth you should be looking into more.
They tell you, whenever they advertise something new, they tell you the positives. They never tell you the negatives. And if you're too blind to see the negatives, they got you in their web. So you better start learning about the negatives of being dependent on an artificial communication system. And that's the internet. Once you're dependent on it, DARPA can still push one button and it's all gone. And people can yell and scream, oh no, I got my own backup and I can make my own. No, it's not the internet anymore. It's just a localized network. It has no value whatsoever because the value is in the whole system, not splinters of a system. And once they decide, hey, we can just ditch your internet, which they can because the banking systems run their own separate internet on separate cables, totally shut off from this internet we're talking over right now. They can just shut down the regular internet without any negative side effects to the banking system and their dealings. They can just take everything with a push of a button.
Yeah, there's not much for the internet. Good point on that.
I mean, there's always going to be incentives to build back. I don't really think it's. I don't really.
But you don't have the infrastructure. The infrastructure is state-owned everywhere. You don't have this infrastructure. It's the same as, with CB radios or ham radios. Everything is regulated.
Right. Well, if there's a demand, there's going to be a supply. Like.
Yeah, and what you have is.
I'm pretty sure it's going to exist unless there's like a nuclear winter or some shit.
No, you don't need a nuclear winter. They can just conjure up a natural disaster, and 90% of the people will believe it's a natural disaster.
We've already been told to watch out for worse strains of some, scary, dangerous flu or virus. It's gonna be like make COVID look like child's play. So, just keep these things in mind. This stuff's all really planned out. I don't know if you heard the terms dark winter or great reset or any of this stuff. I don't really know why you're trusting someone that wants to assemble something like the blockchain, man. But you know what? Teach their own. I'm not going to judge.
Well, the blockchain is actually taking away power from the leads.
No, it doesn't. You think because you can make a little bit of money now that it is, outside of the elite. You don't think they have got their investments in it, and once they pull it, what happens then? If they pull their assets out of the blockchain, what will happen to the blockchain? It crashes. Because they got a lot more invested in it than you. Why? Because they set it up as a honey trap.
I mean, pretty soon more countries are going to start adopting it. Turkey's going to adopt Bitcoin.
It doesn't matter what country it adopts. The point is, once, and it's already been done, the central banks go into blockchain, they make a chain on you. You are just in a chain, their chain. You're not an isolated link. You're stuck in their chains.
I don't know, dude. The International Monetary Fund tried getting El Salvador to they're like the IMF is super corrupt and they're trying to stop El Salvador from taking Bitcoin. I mean, there's a reason for that. I mean,
yeah, they want to keep poor countries poor. That's what they're doing. Poor countries have to be poor because then you can exploit them. Then you can make sure they don't own their own resources. That's what they did in Africa. And when Gaddafi said, we're going to do the African Union based on the gold dinar, what did they do? They bombed the shit out of the country. And the first thing they did after the bombing was institute a central bank tied to the central banks.
Rothschild Bank. Well, they also took a bunch of artifacts too. They raid the antiquities places. They take away any of their cultural heritage so that people lose their identity, who they were. It's a big scam. It's been happening all over forever, dude. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna get into it, man.
One of the things they bombed was an agricultural system where they created a way to fertilize the desert soil with infinite or, intricate canal systems and stuff. So he would have, he said, well, we're going to make the soil fertile again. And he was doing it the right way. That was one of the first projects they bombed heavily. So it will not happen. They want those people poor, and they keep them poor. So if you in the West can have your Bitcoin and become a Bitcoin millionaire, that's fine. What you gonna do with the money? What did you do with your Bitcoin money? What do people do with their Bitcoin money? They just spend it on their fucking egos. You don't see them buying up plots of lands, building cheap homes for the homeless or, the poor. No. Let's buy a Maserati. Let's buy a Diablo. Oh, look at my house. I got 12 bedrooms and 4 swimming pools in my house. What the fuck do you need that for? That's what Bitcoin millionaires do. They don't spread the wealth, they keep it. And that's just what they want. Selfish, little, greedy bastards. And that's what Bitcoin does to people. That's what money does in general to people. And once they got a new, let's say, the new internet elite, like the Elon Musks and stuff, they got a new breed of greedy ass bastards that don't do shit for the world, that don't give a fuck about people. They're happy.
Throw Bezos and Gates in the mix. They're with the same vein.
Yeah, they're all the same. And you should not applaud a system that feeds into that. Because look at what they do. Oh, hey, let's prop up one coin and then dump it. So the other people that are invested in that coin but don't have a lot of resources, they lose all their investments.
I mean, yeah, it's a free market.
No, that's no free market. There is no fucking free market once it's in the public eye. That's your fantasy. There is no such thing as a free market. There never has been a free market. Because the people that decide the currency, that decide the means of transaction, are the ones controlling it.
So it sounds like you're in favor of decentralization then. Like,
yeah, but BitChain or Bitcoin or whatever blockchain, it's not decentralized. That's just a fantasy they sell you. It is centralized on this internet system. And this internet system is just a weak copy of what the banks are running for themselves.
It's not, though.
Yes, it is. But you cannot see past it.
So are you against money in general? Like,
yeah.
Should money exist?
Money should only exist in a very small, localized area. So every city or every town should have its own currency. Based on gold and silver. You should pay with gold and silver. Just that.
Okay.
Because that is a value that is agreed upon by the people. If you go, and this was recorded back in history, and I don't know exactly what the ranges are, but a chicken would be the same price in India as it was in Europe. Because people understood what they could do, oh, hey, here's silver. And silver was okay. Okay, I got a silver coin. It doesn't matter. It's the weight of the silver that mattered. It's the weight of the gold that mattered. And now, you got nothing to back it up.
So it's the scarcity. It's the scarcity that makes it valuable, or is it the utility?
It is the fact that you can hold it in your hand and you control it in your hand.
Okay, so it's the not reliant on technology.
Yes, because technology is given and taken away whenever they want.
It boils
I
down
don't
to
think so,
intrinsic
dude.
value, right? Digital blockchain currency has no intrinsic value of itself. Silver and gold, something like that, it has a value no matter what. No matter what the market happens, no matter what fluctuates, it will always have intrinsic value. It's value that's built into it based on what it is.
Go read the internet about areas where people started to riot. One of the first things they do, shut off internet. Why? People that riot should not be shown on the internet. Period. So a lot of live feeds from protests and stuff, they can't get through to the internet. And you think your Bitcoin is safe if they just want to limit free press? You think Bitcoin is a safe place?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I don't think you know how Bitcoin works. It's not like Bitcoin's running on one central node. It's like a decentralized network across the whole world.
If they can shut off internet to prevent information about a protest,
they would have to shut off the internet worldwide. Like,
if they do that, and
I
you're
don't
there,
think that's gonna happen.
you
Dude.
cannot access your Bitcoins. That's the whole point.
You'll be broke. If they cut the internet off, you will have nothing.
Yeah, exactly. If they cut the internet off, you have bigger problems. Like,
yeah, and that's why you don't put your money in it.
Your crypto will disappear. But if you have gold or silver in your hand, that's real. That doesn't get cut off from the internet. You understand?
Yeah, I don't think gold and silver is that interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't understand.
Dude, at this point,
it's really difficult to trade. Like,
if you have gold and silver,
gold.
I mean, you have to like go to like some random place to trade with someone instead of just like sending a text message from your phone or some shit.
But if they cut your phone off, shut it down, then you won't have anything. You'll be
the elites don't like. It's not in the interest of the elites to shut down the whole internet. Like,
yes, it is, because they have an internet of their own. They have their own banking internet.
Do you realize how much GDP would be lost if they shut down the internet? That's not
They
what
don't give a shit.
They don't care about us, brother.
Pays the GDP.
Thank you, guys. They don't give a damn about us.
Yes, they. You guys realize
no, they don't. No, they don't.
Care about GDP. That's all the elites care about.
They lie. Oh my goodness. The globe is fake. They lied to everybody about that. So why do you think they would care about you about some damn crypto? The best thing for you to have is gold or silver. It's tangible in your hand, physical.
Yeah, and knowledge about what you can eat in nature without going to a supermarket or a fancy restaurant. Because you cannot buy, your health with Bitcoin. You need knowledge for that. And all I see from Bitcoin people is a lack of knowledge. Because they don't understand shit about survival. They don't understand shit about their health. Because the most of those Bitcoin people you see on the internet, they keep quiet about what's going on right now. Because if they actually said what was going on, they would be shut down.
If you can use it as a tool right now to like gain some wealth and internet wealth and just material things that is going to benefit you in the long run, then go for it. But don't ever expect it to save you. Don't expect it to be the savior of anything. And I just want to point out that they don't have to shut the entire internet down. All they have to do is create, and then they could do this right now if they wanted to. They literally could do this tomorrow if they so chose to, is to create an internet where you can only access it if you had an access key, and the access key would be connected to your name, your number, your social status, and it could very easily turn into like China, where if you don't have the proper social credit, then your access key will not work and you cannot get on it. And if you let someone else who doesn't have one on yours, then they find out, like, nobody is going to let you access anything on theirs either. Like, it's going to be people governing people. They don't have to shut the entire internet down. All they got to do is require an access key and assign each person their access key, like a social security number. That's all they got to do.
Yeah.
Whoever they want, whenever they want, as soon as it's instituted, dude. I would recommend diversifying. If you're going to do anything, I wouldn't even trust in the U.S. dollar currency. Like these people are saying, gold and silver, ammo. Some stuff like just things you can trade, man, that you know are going to be valuable in a shit hits the fan situation. You just got to think diversify. Like anybody who invests knows you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I agree with that. I mean, that makes sense to me.
Let me tell you about gold and silver. Silver has an antibiotic property to it. If you have a silver coin and you melt that silver and line that silver up on a bottle, you can keep your water fresh for a very long time. And you don't need much silver to do that.
That's right.
If you have gold, you can, use it as a electrical node, put it in the water, and you get monoatomic gold particles in your water, which can help you with certain illnesses. The same goes with silver.
That's right.
That is why gold and silver is important to you. But most
What's your
people don't give
crypto
a
gonna
shit.
do? Nothing.
Most people don't want to know it. Most people don't know it. So, you can have your Bitcoin, but you don't have it in your hands. B, it doesn't have a secondary or tertiary benefit to you.
Free.
I mean, are you really gonna make a bottle out of silver on your own?
Nah, man. All you got to do is vaporize the silver and blow it into a glass bottle, brother. It's not a hard process. Anybody that knows chemistry can do it.
That's right. But
Okay.
your crypto can't do nothing but get shut off, and then you're broke. Do you realize?
I mean, I can use it to buy things on the internet.
Not when there's no
go back to the
internet.
You can't use gold to buy anything on the internet.
I don't give a shit about internet. I give about my body. My body is not internet.
The internet's the largest marketplace. Like,
yeah, but market is not life. Life is life. I don't need a market to stay
if you're
alive.
holding a currency like gold, or if you're holding like some sort of asset, you want it to have a strong market, right?
No.
Yes, you do. You want it
to provide for my life. And there are several ways that gold and silver can provide for my life. Because if I go to a farmer here near me and I say, hey man, I don't have hard money, I don't have Bitcoin, I got silver coin, and I really want to have a chicken, he will say, oh, what's the value of silver right now? Okay, well, I'll take your silver coin. I'll exchange it, no problems. Why? Because he's an honest farmer. And I can go with my silver and gold to a farmer here.
Yep. I suggest if you do have crypto, if this is Sasha 2.0 we're talking to, then with your crypto, you should buy you some gold and silver with that crypto. Turn it into gold and silver. Don't just keep crypto on your phone or computer, internet, or your crypto bank or whatever. Turn that into real tangible, gold and silver, because that will never go away.
My entire net worth is in crypto right now.
Well, you need to buy some gold and silver with that crypto.
Maybe.
No, for real.
Like it's the same as the last 2 weeks, that has been lasting for 2 years now. 3 weeks ago, aka 2.5 years ago, no one thought it would be possible what is going on right now.
You are so right.
And it happened in a pinch. It just happened. And no one was prepared. And it happened, boom. The whole fucking system went down. And they took a very big financial hit on that. The airlines took a very big financial hit on it. The companies, production. Look at what's going on in Canada right now. Truckers. Everything is taking a fucking big hit. And you think they care? No, they don't, because they have been. They are at the point that they're settled. They're beginning to call the herd, and
I mean,
you're the herd.
I mean, I kind of think that's like a kind of a good point. Like, I mean, maybe if they did want to shut down the internet, they could do like a pandemic, a virtual pandemic, where they send a virus to every computer, or like they create a massive virus or something.
Brilliant, a virtual pandemic. I'm sure they're going to try something like that now, man.
They already. They pointed it out.
If they do
But
that,
I just don't see the reason why they would ever want to do that. It sounds like such a.
they don't give a damn about us or any, they don't care about you people, anybody with crypto. They want to see you.
Well, it's not about
succeed.
crypto. It's about the internet at this point, because they would have to shut down the whole internet.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
gonna
their
happen.
system. It's their system. It's not, it's like rebooting a car or putting your phone back onto factory settings. They can do it whenever they want, because the big banks, the big corporations, they are not invested in this. They don't do their dealings on this internet, because the banking system and the big military industrial complex and the pharmaceutical complex all do their dealings on a separate internet that's cut off from this one.
Yep.
Question for Sasha, because we've been on this merry-go-round for a bit now, getting dizzy. I just got a real quick question for you, man. Have you heard of the Georgia Guidestones? You know what those are all about?
The Georgia Guidestones? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, familiar with that. Yeah, so the Georgia Guidestones are basically like it'd be like the Ten Commandments of the Luciferians. Some of the people that are evil and they're wicked and they want to see an evil plan come to fruition on the earth. So
Okay.
I don't have them memorized or anything, but you can go and like just look this shit up on the internet. It says basically they want to get the world population under 500 million, keep it in balance with nature, and a bunch of other like just straight up Luciferian doctrines. So I would encourage you, man, to look into that, and just keep your eyes open about what's going on in the world, because we're all having the kind of the wool pulled over our eyes right now, and no one's really murmuring about it much. Everybody's just kind of basically under this mind control spell, and they're just basically kind of staring at the ground with their muzzle on, getting fed information, through the tele vision, and just waiting for the big daddy government to tell them what to do next. That's where most people are at right now. So if we don't walk around with our eyes open and our heads on a swivel, looking to left and right, and like wondering what the hell's cracking in the world, we're going to easily wind up a victim of mind control, brother.
Fact. Yep.
Yep. I mean, I do think they're gonna try to control our minds a little bit.
They already do.
You want to talk about that subject?
How about controlling everything you do, think, feel? How about that? Everything. No?
Yeah.
So imagine a world where you can't buy or sell anything unless you're in the system, right? The system that controls everything. How about that? Doesn't that work?
I don't know. Maybe they'll create a AI to take over the world.
And you're not far from the truth on that, brother.
It doesn't have to be AI. It just has to be. You cannot access any resources if you're not in the system. That's all. That's all it has to be, right?
And unless you obey and bow to what the system demands you, like a little bitch, then you're basically shut out. Just like they're talking about, they could shut down that chain. You don't have they cut you out like China.
You get blacklisted, you get flagged, and people will point you out if they see you. Take a photo of you, and the drones will come and pick you up. How about that?
He's right, because now we've created a society of narcs, which is cool with narking each other out in the sake of public safety. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate
Back in the War of Terror, about 2013, 14, there was this big talk about terrorists and, Al Qaeda and whatnot. And there was this terrorist who they bombed somewhere in Afghanistan, but his son, he was somewhere else on a, I think it was Pakistan. He was just sitting, drinking coffee at a cafe, and they used his cell phone to track him down, fire a hellfire on his cell phone. They blew up about, 20 people in a restaurant to get one guy based on his cell phone.
Yep, I read it. I've seen that. You're right.
It's happened a ton of times, y'all. Sorry to interrupt, Tracy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just that people don't realize that they got the technology already. They got everything they need. When you are like dependent on cryptocurrency and you need your phone to pay, it also means you will keep that device with you because you need it to, make a living, to do commerce. But it's also a homing device for a missile.
And it's emitting a frequency that jacks up your DNA. It screws up your mitochondrial DNA because it's sending out a frequency of light. Mitochondrial DNA has light in it of itself. It's throwing in a different light in the mix. Like, imagine having light shine in your eyes all the time. It'd mess you up, right?
Well, the reason why I think we're all kind of like not ignoring, right? But we're not aware that there's infrastructure being set up for technology is going to have 1 millisecond real time latency. Do you guys realize what are the implications?
It's like seeing into the future, basically.
That's
from
why
technology.
I can't even imagine. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say that's why you guys got to do like me. I don't take my cell phone with me. Everybody who knows me, I don't do that. I do like how I was brought up. There was a landline, house phone. That's what I have, a house phone. I don't do the cell phone all because it's a tracking device. Nobody needs to know where I am. I don't know who these people are, and why would they follow me or anybody? That's invasion of privacy. So in reality, everyone needs to kind of go back to the basics and just when you leave your house, leave your cell phone. If you got one, leave it at home and just go about your day. Because I'm telling you, this internet and all this, I mean, I'm glad I'm on here talking with a lot of you and everything because of the internet, but in reality, it's a trap. Okay? That's all it is. It's a fucking trap.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yep.
Cuts forward and backwards. It's good and bad. It's convenience, right? Go ahead.
And you got to see the motions of society. You need to go up in order to go down, and you need to be down to go up. So, you had the First World War, and then after the First World War, everyone had to be, oh man, we got to work hard to get back up on our feet again. We get the roaring 20s, then we get the market crash, so we go down again. That is setting up the next war. And people are working their asses off. A lot of liberties get taken away because you got to work again and you got to do all and everything. Then you get another war. And then you go down again. Then you go up again into the 60s. Then you have another war. Then you go down again. And it's a cycle. And the Bitcoin shit is just another cycle that waves up and down. And the internet is the same thing. When internet started in the late 80s, early 90s, it had to grow. And then we got the big internet scare of the 2000. Computers won't run anymore. And everyone was buying new hardware and shit because it was all fucking fake. but everyone needed to buy an updated machine because everyone was afraid they were worthless after the millennium. So everyone bought new. That brought in the whole cycle of keeping people buying new stuff every several months.
And in the beginning, it was just home computers, You had a big old modem in your computer, your screen. Then all of a sudden it turned to laptops. And then the next thing you know, the cell phone, they put internet, into the cell phone. You know why? So they could track you. It would have been okay if it would have just stayed home computer. But no, they had a plan. They wanted to see what everybody's doing, where everybody goes. It's bullshit.
I see that. I'm not. I wouldn't commit like trillions of dollars to build infrastructure, right? Just so I can use because cell phones, people can lose their cell phones. So I think cell phones is Web 2.0. Web 3.0, I think it's not going to be cell phones. Hey, they're talking about chipping everybody. So why carry a phone around that you can risk losing when you just need a chip to connect you to the internet?
Yes, Bongo, that's exactly what they're doing. They're moving to that. That's going on now. There's businesses, people with chips in their body right now who wanted it, who were like, yeah, give me the chip. There's people right now today with that shit in their body who wanted it. Okay, so now they're gonna turn around and say everybody's got to get it. You know what I mean? Tell you one damn thing, they're not putting nothing in me. And I bet you that much.
That tech's not that new. I've seen it demonstrated back in the 90s, late 90s. Just a heads up on the brain chip. It's not new stuff at all.
Right, because they were you saw it back in the 90s when people were like, oh hell no, I ain't gonna do that. But look at today, people are doing it. They everything they do, they already planned. This didn't just happen just right
they
now.
give you no choice. That's why. You don't have a choice but to use it, but to you know what I mean. It's either integrate or it's either join or not survive. Type of thing.
Yeah, but I'm suffering that whole thing of like having a phone with me all the time, and I don't like it. I've been running a business for the past 3 years, and I can't wait to just get out of a city and not even have internet. Maybe have a plugged in, like Tracy's saying, plugged in computer with just a wire going to the back of it.
I'm here to tell you, my friends and my family, they used to tease me and be like, "Oh, girl, you're so silly. Oh, you think you're being followed?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? You don't even know what's going on. You guys are up here with cell phone everywhere." And when they came up with GPS, and they were teasing me because I didn't want to have a cell phone when I leave the house. And so now, after this 2 years, some of my friends and some of my family are like, wow, you were right, or whatever. You damn right I'm right. It's all a setup. And then when the cell phone came out, children weren't having phones. It was just adults. It was like it was expensive.
Yeah.
You must have been like a serious
Pagers.
business worker.
Pagers?
Yeah, it was beepers, exactly.
Beepers.
And then it was beepers,
Oh, I gotta
and
find
then
the paper.
yeah, and then all of a sudden, cell phone came out. Okay, fine, but they were like car phones. You had to be rich. You had to be rich to have a car phone or a cell phone. And then the next thing you know, they're making cell phones, and then parents are like, "Oh, let me get my kid a phone so I could see where they're at when they go out with their friends to the mall." It was all a man. It was a setup.
Yeah.
And now kids today are like, "Mommy, can you give me the new iPhone and all this shit?" No, damn it. I tell all my nieces and nephews, their parents, I'm like, "Don't you get him a phone?" And they're like, "Okay, well, I'm going to wait till he's at least, 12 or whatever." But they're telling me they're 5, my nephew, 5, crying about he wants a cell phone. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. The other thing about that is your children, if you decide not to give your children the technology, Well, they get to go to school and watch all the other kids use the technology, to do all homework and all the research. You know what I mean? That's a sad thing. It's because eventually you're gonna be like, oh shit, I gotta do this if I want my child to keep up. And then you got Elon Musk talking about sticking, like AI chips into us so we can, it's like gradually forcing us, backing us into a corner.
All a
Yeah, man.
setup. It's a setup, you guys.
And the children, it's sad, man. Because they don't really realize what they're being subjected to, and they get hypnotized by this stuff, the flashing lights, and it's all the stuff that attracts them. And instead of living in reality, they're living in a virtual reality, and that's what the whole world wants to get us into, is just not even living in reality, just going to fulfill ourselves in a virtual world that ain't really good. And then you got the whole culture that sprouted from social media of just teenage girls just focused on themselves and like, let me plump up my lips the most, I get the most likes, and be an
Yeah.
Instagram, put myself on Instagram. It's really sad.
Right. And that's not what it's about. Like children should be able to be children. They're supposed to play outside, climb trees, whatever, ride their bikes with their friends. See, I'm from the old school before the cell phone, before the computer. I remember how life was. And that's what it's supposed to be. All this technology everywhere. They even got these iPhone watches and shit. Man, what the fuck? That pisses me off when I see that. Like they're wearing a tracking device on their body, on their arm. It's just getting way out of hand, and people are not realizing it. So, like me, I'm the only one. I'm able to tell my family and my friends like what's going on, but it's up to them to take heed and listen. If they choose not to, then okay, at least I tried. You know, it's just
Yeah.
it's awful. Hurts my heart.
You ask the question, what caused the ills of the modern world? It's not the modern world. The ill is that people, and I'm not a biblical monkey, but humans desire things. And we need to know what we need first. And when we have what we need, we work towards what we desire. But if you indulge in desire, you get this. Because now you forget what you need. And you're just being busy with your desires.
Yep.
And then you got people that build things that cause you to want or desire those things that's probably not good for you.
Yep. It's not good. It's not good.
The very, very simple thing is, if you know what you need, aka you need to breathe, you need to eat, you need to sleep, you need a form of shelter from the elements, you need, good water or something to drink. But what do people do? They spend their money on what they desire on those things. So they buy expensive houses. They buy, junk food because it's tasty, but it's not what they need. They buy soft drinks and alcohol. It's not what they need, it's what they desire. It's kind of like what they need, but it's not what they need. But what you need even more is the knowledge to obtain those things that you need. But if you don't know what you need anymore, then you have nothing, you don't need that knowledge in your mind. So you're not going to pursue that.
All that knowledge was destroyed when the new world began, right? When the new world spread out the cultures, they destroy that knowledge, right? And then say, here's some beer, here's some alcohol, and here's our education system. Oh, and here's the Bible. There you go, right? Now you have to rely on us, right? And then that generation fades away, and the next generation grows up on school, Bible, and beer and TV. Knowledge is gone, right? replace with the bullshit.
And then they start to monopolize. They monopolize what you need. So, oh, you need water? You need healthy drinking water? Yeah, you go through us. Because we process the water and we filter it and we make sure it's healthy for you.
But
you can just dig a hole in the ground to the water table, and if you're far away from any form of industrial area, the water table just provides clean water for you.
Yep, that's a fact. You're so right. Just dig a well. But you're right. You got to have the land first. You got to get out of the city.
And all those fantastic server parks from Google and whatnot, they pollute your water table. They produce a lot of pollution. But yeah, it's green, man. It's electronic, so it must be clean. Just like my electronic car, and my LED lights. It should be clean because it's electronic, and that's clean energy. It's bullshit.
It sure is. I have a homegirl who's got a Tesla, and she okay, you have to charge the car, and she was trying to go from LA to Palm Springs. She didn't have enough charge, so she goes to the mall and charged it up for 30 minutes, and that 30 minutes didn't even get her like 30 miles. Like, basically, it's all stupid. You can't really. A car with gas will take you further than an electric car. You know what I'm trying to say? Man. If you get an electric car, that's not a good idea. That's all I gotta say. It's nothing.
Well, I mean, yeah, the lithium-ion battery is like pretty bad.
Yeah, they don't even stay charged that long.
And besides that,
well, I mean, have you seen lithium mines? They're like terrible for the environment.
Yeah, but not only the lithium mines, but what produces the electricity that runs those cars? Because the electricity is produced in a localized area, and that area gets polluted heavily.
I think nuclear power could definitely.
Yeah, and what do you do with the waste? No, right now they are just burying the shit, and because they did something to, let's say, the natural ores, which is unnatural. The result is that it is highly toxic and a chemical burden to our society, and we just bury it. We just bury it in the ground, and we bury our heads, and we claim it's clean, but it's not.
Nuclear energy is definitely way cleaner than like.
It's not, because you need fresh water to cool the shit, and that fresh water is contaminated once it has done the cooling process.
No, that's not how that works.
It is how it works.
There's rods, and then it does fission inside the rods, but the water's just used for cooling.
The water? Are you crazy? Come on, man! You ever seen a nuclear power plant? Ever?
I got a nuclear power plant for medical isotopes. Just about 20 miles away from me. It's one of 4, and I'm in the Netherlands, and we have a coral reef next to the nuclear power plant. A very unnatural behavior in the North Sea.
Oh, that's horrible.
I think we should just destroy the technology and just go back to the Stone Age. I mean, I don't see a problem with the Stone Age. I mean, it's so peaceful and happy. Yeah. I know you want to go to China in like 5 minutes. Yeah, I know you're a busy person and you want to zip around the world like a crazy man and make your money, but it kills everybody. Don't you think? I mean, it's kind of silly, right? Like, I need to travel 100 miles in 15 minutes. Like, damn, why? I don't know. I just have to. Why? Where are you going?
I'll tell you this much. I liked it better back in the day. I liked it without the cell phones, without the computer. I liked it better back then. It was just like you said, Bong. It was like more peacefulness. Now everybody's like weird. People are weird now. People I grew up with who are all just addicted to this internet
They got him.
and the
They
cell
got him,
phone.
man.
It's ridiculous, man. I swear. Oh man,
He's
it's
being
bad.
controlled. They
It's very bad.
Like
got him.
the communication factor of internet or cell phones, it's a nice thing. But the point is, they make it addictive.
Yeah.
You know, I enjoy this conversation. I love that I can speak with people from all over the world, but it is addictive.
It is.
What's
I'm here
addictive?
every
What
day.
people? I love spending
Yeah,
my time.
communication is addictive. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this whole Facebook thing where you post something, somebody responds, you get all excited because hormones are released, right? Yeah, that's addictive and it was designed and planned. But I think what we're doing, hanging out together, is natural. Wanting to socialize with your peers or your family or the people you care about, people you have the same interests with. I think that's natural, right? But this other thing, this thing, what do you
Yeah.
call it? Gratification, instant gratification slash. It's
Yeah.
the thing the developer of Facebook was talking about. Where they knew that this was bad, like what they were doing was bad. It was going to get people addicted to it because they were playing on the psychology.
They knew from when they invented Atari, back when they invented video game, okay?
Yeah.
When they were selling those Ataris left and right, that's when they realized like, oh, people are loving this. And then from that point they went further, and then that's when the computer was made. Now see, I'm not downing the home computer how it used to be. Like if we could have did what we're doing now on that old school home computer, the method of that. But once they took it out of the house with the cell phone embedded, the internet embedded in the cell phone instead of the cell phone just being a telephone, which it wasn't in the beginning. It was just a phone. You could call your friend, family, whatever. But then they put the internet on it. And okay, this is a quick question for everybody. Has anybody seen someone lose their phone and how they act when they lose their phone?
Yeah.
They go
It's like they
crazy.
lost their heart.
They just lose their mind. They're like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? Like you see that addiction immediately. They're so addicted. They don't know how to
Well,
act,
It's like they've lost their life.
well, you guys should
Somebody died.
see. You guys should see what they're doing in the future with virtual reality and the metaverse. They plan on making
Into that. They will
everything
never get me
virtual.
into that. I already see what they're doing, but I won't do it. And I don't even want to do it.
Sasha, this answers your question. Why would they want to shut off the internet? Because it would create chaos.
Yeah.
And they thrive on chaos because they can exploit it.
And
they manipulate the people who are chaotic into certain behaviors and to certain paths that are even more self-destructive.
Yep.
You got a point there.
Okay.
If they shut the internet off,
Hi,
oh my
Tracy.
goodness. Hi. If they shut the internet off, everybody on here, you just stay in the house because people are going to be outside going bananas, pulling their
That,
hair
Tracy.
out, pulling other people's hair out, fighting. They're going to be going crazy. Oh, what's going on? My money's got my crypto. My cell phone doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I already see.
You're already doing that. What do you mean?
I lost my smartphone and now I'm stupid. Help me. I lost my smarts.
I can't shut up.
Yeah. And this is facts, you guys. This is so true. So, like,
have you checked your smart car? Maybe it's in your smart vehicle. I don't know what to do.
Let me talk to my watch. Maybe he has got an answer for me. It's a smartwatch.
Yeah.
They want you to be
Where's the smart
dependent
car?
on the
Let's go ask the
system.
smart one.
So you can't escape it. You're forever a slave to it.
This cell phone is so damn smart. Why do you have to give it all the information that it keeps?
I need to go to work today.
Please remind dumbass to go to work tomorrow. Thank you.
But back in the day, you would write a little postie, put it on your fridge or whatever. Oh, Wednesday, I need to pick up my new whatever. Like,
Actually, in the old days, we would just remember. We'd just wake up and go, "Oh shit, I'm late."
Yeah, I still do it. You know, yeah, I still do it. I've got like no.
Exactly,
I don't know why.
Vaughn. Me too. Like, it's just like I'm just speaking on the, the worldly people.
Yeah, I don't use the phone or the computer to put notes because it's only in one place, and if I lose it, like, or if I forget. But if you put your note up, yeah, you see it when you walk by. You see it all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there it is.
Yep.
And you know where you put it, right? Like, yeah. I mean, saving it in a computer, like, you might forget about it. You're not looking at it. You can't see it.
It gets removed. A hacker will get in your shit and take it out. Like, there's so many things that, they do.
You want to save all your very important notes to our cloud? It's very convenient. We can see everything you're thinking about. Like, no thanks. No thanks. My thoughts stay in my brain. Thanks.
There's no privacy. It's just ridiculous. They stole it from us. And then I remember when that happened, and I was so mad when they came up with that the Privacy Act and all that. Oh man.
The Patriot Act.
Yeah, the Patriot Act. I knew then that it was over. Something bad was happening. Gonna happen. And now look where we're at. So, Sasha, don't do the crypto. And if you do, buy gold and silver with your crypto coins and crypto money or whatever. At least do that. Because when it happens, at least you'll have some money in your hand, gold and silver, that you can trade. Barter system. That's what it's really about. That's what it used to be. It wasn't.
Yeah, but first, like, acquire some equipment. Acquire the stuff you need. Turn it into stuff that you need, right? And then get some gold and silver because you need stuff. You need equipment, tools, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, tools are so tradable too, even firearms. Imagine a person that needs a gun, wants a gun. Oh man, I'm sure you get a lot for trading a gun.
Yeah.
Just go buy yourself, whatever you got in crypto, split it and go buy like 5 Glock 19s, buy some gold and silver, and then put a third of it back in the crypto market. See how that takes you in 10 years, brother.
I have a better idea. Buy a 3D printer and set up a shop on the dark web where you sell.
Well, there you go.
Guns.
3D printer.
Back into the whole web system, though, man. The web is called a web for a reason because it traps people in it. Hey, y'all have a good night. Shalom. We'll sign off for the night.
All right. Have a great night.
Ciao.
Yep. Have a good one. Yeah, people who have crypto they don't want to use bank accounts anymore. Like, everyone's going to move away from bank accounts, from centralized banking, right? So if you think about it, you should never move your crypto back into a bank, right? You have to use it as is to get what you need, and then maybe, I don't know, get out before you're stuck in the system, before they, stick you in something, that connects your biometrics to your money, and then now you've got nowhere to run, right? I mean, you see wherever you go.
Yep.
Yeah, banking is changing as well. Like, everything is going to change. Everything, big. Like, this is the next revolution, industrial revolution. About to happen. It's happened. It's happening.
Yeah, it's already in the process.
And don't forget your QR code because you got to show your papers on your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now today, when you go places or whatever, okay, say you go out to dinner, they don't even have the menu anymore. It's a thing you got to use your cell phone. I couldn't believe it. I told him, I said, "Oh, I know you got some menus back there because I don't have a cell phone, so I need the menu." And they, you know what they did? They went and brought me a menu. But every single table has this thing that you use your your phone to it or whatever QR code, and then I guess the menu comes up on your cell phone. That is insanity. And people are not even complaining. But when I go out, my friends, when the waiter or waitress comes, they're staring at me. They're looking dead at me like, oh, here we go. Here she goes. Because I'm the one that goes, sorry, I need a menu, please. And then they get all embarrassed or whatever. But I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm trying to show them that this is what it's about. Like, stop being fooled. Like, come on, people. But I'm just saying, I've noticed that restaurants have these things now. They don't have menus on your table anymore. They don't bring you menus out. They want you to use your phone to download or whatever their menu or whatever. Oh God!
And then it gives people a reason to stay on their phone while they're at dinner.
And the only thing it's used.
You can't even talk with your family at the table anymore because everyone's on their phone. I'm the one asking them to put it in their purse. Can you please put that phone in your bag, in your purse, something? We need to talk. And oh, but such and such is calling me. No. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. People are robots. Everyone's turned into a robot without even realizing it, and I see it. I see right through it. And I'm the one telling my friends and family all about this. And like some of them have took heed, but none of them have left their cell phone at home though. But they hear what I'm saying and they understand a little bit, but they're just they can't seem to let it go.
It's like, if you got these people that say, oh, I use a VPN because then, I'm at least, hidden. But it doesn't matter because your cell phone has a unique identifier which it sends to the towers. So they gotta check the cell tower data. They don't check your internet data. They check your cell data.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use a VPN all you want, but it doesn't matter shit to them.
You're right. It don't matter a damn thing. It does not matter. They could find your location. They could find what's in your phone. What you thought is just your privacy in your phone. No, they got it. They can get it anytime they choose.
They do the same thing for computers as well. They have all the modern computer chips like Intel and AMD. The NSA ordered them to put a backdoor in a single processing unit. So if you have like a modern Intel chip or an AMD graphics card, it's like there's a backdoor.
Yes, they built it that way.
Yeah, I mean, even that's like on a hardware level though, which is so crazy. It's like not even software at that point.
Mm-hmm. When they built the phone or the computer originally, they put that in there. And just like Reckner in the chat, he says that you can call 911 without even having your cell phone service. So that should tell you something.
I mean, it'd be so much easier if I was the CIA. I'd just require every phone that is made to have my chip in it. I mean, isn't it so much easier? It's like, look, put this chip in every phone, or something bad will happen to you and your family and your company. Have a good day.
That's why they started making all these cell phones. You can no longer remove the battery. But originally, cell phones, you could take your battery out. So they realized that they couldn't track people anymore because people were removing the battery when they were going places or whatever. So they said,
Actually,
"Oh,
it doesn't
let's
need the
build
battery
it
to be in there for them to track you.
Exactly.
It never did.
Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah, there is a little battery.
It doesn't need the regular battery that you think it's using is not needed in order for it to track you or know where you're at.
You have a little lithium battery in your phone that keeps track of time, still does the same functions, but on a very limited power base. So it will not present a screen. It will not present voice capabilities or text capabilities. It will just run the needed services to track your phone.
Was that always in the original
Yeah.
cell phone?
Yeah, because when you removed your battery and you reinserted your battery, you didn't have to, keep up the time. You didn't have to install your time, etc. That little
There is a way
battery.
to block them from doing that, but it's not by taking the battery out. Right.
Well, now on the phones, you can't even take the battery out anymore.
Right, but that I think they did just to make you think. I don't know. Maybe I don't know why they did it. I think a lot of it is because people take the batteries out and they end up getting damaged, or they fall out, or they fall out of the phone. I think a lot of that's probably they got a lot of returns and crap. So maybe they just changed it for that reason. But I don't know.
And batteries,
it has nothing to do with them being able to track you.
Batteries back then weren't as reliable as they are now.
Yeah, that's also true. So most people won't have to replace the battery before they get a new phone. So that's why they just solder them in. It costs them less than putting it inside of a case and wrapping it in tape and then making a tray for it. They can just glue it to the back. It's all about shaving off those dollars to make lots of money.
Wow.
Sorry, I'll stop now. I'm sorry, Trace. I didn't mean to cut you off like that.
Oh, no. I was like what you were saying. But I think they were making more money when you could remove the battery because,
No, back then, you did 2 years with one phone. Now the average is about 8 months.
Okay.
And back in the day, I had this old, big, huge cell phone, and I dropped it, and a car went over it, and it, my battery, which was like, a detachable battery, it just shot out of the phone.
Yeah.
But it cushioned the impact because, it had room to give way because it was a big ass telephone. And right now, if you drive over a, iPhone 13 or whatever iPhone you had,
Yeah.
it was crap. It was dead. Once a car went over it, it was gone. Back in the day, with the old big ass Nokias and big ass Siemens telephones, they lasted a very long time and they could endure a lot of suffering.
Yeah, the Motorola Brick. It was called a brick phone. Those were pretty good. And then like about 10 or 20 years ago, they stopped. You could I remember you could use an old cell phone and take your SIM card out and put it into your old cell phone and it'll work. And then all of a sudden, when all these iPhones came out or whatever, could no longer or BlackBerry, back in the day, when BlackBerry was popular, you couldn't use, like today you cannot go and get your BlackBerry turned on and service. They changed the what is it, analog to, like they changed something. I just don't remember the name, but you can no longer go get your old cell phone serviced and have it on and working. You have to have this new kind of phone, all these iPhones and Samsung and all that. I just don't understand why.
Because they increased bandwidth for the data stream, so they can, you never use all your bandwidth on your telephone, but they do, because they can download everything on your telephone without you knowing. And because you can now do movies, videos, you can make your own videos, you can make your pictures. You have a lot of image trafficking, and having more bandwidth on a different frequency spectrum or wave, you do not notice they are uploading your data on the phone while you're using it.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So, when you, let's say, you get a call, it's just voice. And voice doesn't need a lot of bandwidth. But while you're having a call, if they are tracking you, they can just download everything from your telephone without you knowing it. And it will not interfere with your telephone signal.
Wow.
That's why they shift from, from GSM to 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. They just increase bandwidth.
I see.
So they can download your information faster.
Okay. That makes sense. I was always wondering why they stopped it where you could have the BlackBerry or the Motorola cell phones, like, oh, it's crazy. Horrible. Is this monkey I was talking to?
Yep.
Yeah, I like what you said. Everything you said tonight, I love what you said.
Yeah. The government definitely does way too much spying.
Yeah, they don't. They really don't. Oh, they're the controllers, and they don't like it when we start to they hate the fact that we've noticed these things about them. That's why they do what they do, and like with YouTube, they take videos down, all that flat earth good stuff. They removed it. You know why? Because they saw that we were onto them.
YouTube is a nice example. It started as a great platform where everyone was equal, everyone had an opportunity. And now it is being monopolized. If you don't conform to what they want you to say, you get, or, you just don't appear for other people, or they just remove your channel.
Yeah.
And that wasn't how it started. But when it started, it was the hype, and it was the best thing in the world. Same as Bitcoin or blockchain might look to you now. It might be the biggest, greatest thing in the world because it gives you a lot of freedom. But once they get enough people in there, trapped, hooked on that system, they will pull the string so hard, like YouTube is doing now. It will be worthless.
But it's fundamentally different, right? Because YouTube is a central company, whereas Bitcoin is a decentralized network.
That is just a fucking narrative. It's not true. The internet is a monopoly. Always. And it will always be a monopoly. Because governments can restrict internet access and thus your Bitcoin. So your Bitcoin might look nice, but when the government, whether it be your local government or national or international governmental body, decides we don't want this anymore, or we want to have this with our limitations, they will bring those limitations. And you cannot do anything to stop it.
Only way to stop it is to not do it. Let it go. I like that meme with the guy with the hammer beating that cell phone on the desk.
So wait, do you guys dislike the internet in general, or is it just like companies on the internet?
No, like there is good things and bad things about internet. The issue is that you use the internet because it is there. But once you're dependent on it and you don't understand how much of dependence you have on internet, it becomes a double-edged sword.
I see. Okay.
And you know, it back in the day we had mobile phones, and you know, in the beginning it was for the hipsters and you know the geeks, and then my parents were like, "Oh, why do you need a cell phone?" Blah blah blah. And now it's the other way around. Now they trick the people into accepting the cell phone in a manner in which no one can go without. You need one for your work. You need one for your payments. You need for verifying who you are. You need one to show your QR code to go to a bar or a restaurant.
Yeah.
You are dependent on it, just like the internet. You know, we can only file our taxes here in the Netherlands with the internet, unless we go to City Hall and get our, you know, paper forms, which usually would be mailed to us. But now they don't mail anymore. They just say, hey, you have to go to this website from this date, and then you can file your taxes. So people are being pushed and being dependent on the internet at extreme levels, in which if you don't comply, you cannot fill in your tax, which would lead them to investigate you for tax evasion, which brings up a whole nother shitload of issues.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, people were like, oh yeah, it's a novelty. Oh yeah, it's fun. And now it's dead serious. And you cannot go back anymore.
And so are you pro taxes or anti taxes?
Taxation is theft, especially when you deal with governments that have meetings behind closed doors and have state secrets. It's theft because you don't know how your tax is being used. So
I agree with that one.
Our taxes, they use it for the stupid NASA, fake ass NASA. I don't want I don't want nothing to go to them, but I can't help that. That's where it goes, you know, and that's not right.
Well, yeah, most of it goes towards the military.
No, but I'm just saying that is the military. They're conjoined. All that NASA, SpaceX, military, all government connection. It's all connected.
it's what Eisenhower said. It's all the military-industrial complex, the pharmaceuticals, aviation, space, automotive. It's all the military-industrial complex.
Yep.
Fact. Horrible.
So you got three factions in your world that determine your life. It's the military-industrial complex, it's the banking system, and the puppets people vote for, called politics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't forget about the corporations. I'd say they're more powerful than the government almost.
That is the military-industrial complex.
That's them. They're all connected. And then they got this stupid Space Force now, which is military, which is bullshit. And then our taxes go to all of that. We should have a choice. It should be a thing. Every year, a letter come to your house saying, do you want your taxes? Do you want to pay for the taxes for this military? And the Space Force, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, you know, where I could say, no, I do not. Like everybody should be able to choose. But can we? No. And that's the problem. That's the issue here. A lot of people, well, at least I know I don't want to. I don't want my money going to them at all. Never did.
if we stop believing this lie that they tell us that we live in a democracy free world where we get to participate in making laws, I think we'll be better. You know what I mean? Because we're here thinking, oh, I don't want my money, but I don't think it matters what we want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it matters who you vote for. Does that make sense? I mean, it's not like we can control anything. Democracy is not real, man.
Well, when you combine capitalism and democracy, you're just going to get oligarchy and technocracy and these sorts of things.
Yeah. The point is, what people believe is democracy. We can vote. But democracy doesn't work that way. Democracy, aka the voice of the people, should be based on concrete information. So you have to be informed to make a choice. Every nation, every institution has secret meetings because you got trade secrets, you got military secrets, you got whatever secrets you need. And people still vote. So it's not democracy because they are not privy to the information. So you cannot make an informed choice as the classical Greeks used to do, because they had forums where everyone was able to participate and talk. And when people were doing dealings behind the screen, then, and it came out, they would be lynched. So we are not in a democracy anymore because we don't have the control over what they are saying and doing behind closed doors. And they are not even hiding the fact that they do dealings behind closed doors. Because, the UN Security Council meetings are behind closed doors. Here in the Netherlands, what the king has to tell the prime minister is behind closed doors. We're not privy to it. So we're not in a democracy. Because otherwise, everyone who has influence in the state dealings should all be open information to us. Otherwise, we cannot make informed choices. So there is no democracy whatsoever. Not here, not anywhere in the world.
That's right. That is so true. They're going to do what they want to do with or without what we want to say, or they're doing it regardless. If we even voted, they say that we didn't win the vote. It's just awful. That's why enough people. It's just going to take a lot of people. It's like we have to have an uprising, like something. This is just stupid, man. That we just sit by and let this happen. That's what I'm trying to say. But there's not enough people who have this outlook that are thinking like us. I'm trying, but I only know so many people, and I have only so many family members. Like, what can I do?
Tell people, talk to people.
I do, Bong, but like I said, they tease me. A lot of people, they're like, oh no, they're not doing that. And then I got to go into everything and try to tell them, and then they're just like in shock, and they're like, no, that's not true. Like, they don't want to believe me.
Tracy.
Yes?
Don't try to convince people, don't try to explain things. Because most of the time, which is a good thing, and I guess we all have that. We try to show them the horrors of the world. Yeah. But what I noticed is that if you give them little things like, hey, have you tried looking into edible plants? Have you tried looking into, making things? Be creative, be constructive, explore your hobbies. and from there they will encounter, if they are passionate people, they will encounter a wall. And then from there on, when they encounter the wall and they come to you, hey, I noticed the weirdest thing. I cannot find anything on this plant, or I cannot find anything on this way of woodworking. Then you can explain it.
Okay, that's good. That is a good idea.
Because they have to be emotionally or physically invested in the topic. And right now, everyone is like, oh no, I don't give a shit about politics, or I don't give a shit about the world, the shape, or whatever. But if you tell them, hey, have you looked into navigation for sailing, or hiking, or whatever? Just what you like, like if you like hiking, and you go out hiking, and you show them the horizon, and you say, oh man, see how far you can see on this clear day. That will trigger more than yelling and screaming about, oh, NASA gets so much money and they lie to us. Because they might see it, and they might see it as true, but once they get home and they turn on their TV again, the TV will justify everything what you said in a different way, and then they're back in their normie life.
You're right. Okay.
I've been through this with my mother for so long, I quit.
Okay.
So I only do these little things, like, oh, have you tried this for, your asthma, or have you tried this for, and then, it's better because it's not confrontational.
Okay.
And I think not everyone is.
I've had a whole bunch of arguments, about this type, flatter, everything, and I'm like the black sheep in the family. But I'll tell you this much, ever since these 2 years, a lot of my friends and family, they have came to me asking questions. So that's how I kind of know that what I've been saying in these years, trying to tell them, it's starting to, they're starting to realize, because they're asking me questions now. Instead of me telling them stuff, now they're asking me. So I'm going to try what you said, which is find something that they're interested in or that they do, their hobby, and then like hit them with it on their on that. Like you said, if they like hiking or whatever, I'm going to do those type of things instead of just coming at them with, hey, listen to me,
Yeah, if you like, especially, whether it be flat earth related or politics related or technology related, like, oh, you like comedians. Well, have you seen Awaken with JP? Have you seen that stuff? Oh, and you can do, let's say, the old and the new together. Especially if it's about entertainment value, you can bring them to Monty Python, just the same as that you can bring them to JP or Awaken with JP, if they like music, bring them flat Earth music, but don't bring them the songs that yell and scream about flat Earth. But start with the music that hints at flat Earth or makes a joke of flat Earth. Like, I don't want to talk about NASA, make it funny.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that is easier to get people into than the extreme, they are out to kill us and they are out to censor us.
Okay. I'll, I'll switch it up. You're right. I'm going to give that a try. All right. Yeah. What you're saying probably is going to work for me doing it that way. Maybe I have been doing it the wrong way, but like I said, though, in these past 2 years, from what's going on in these 2 years, they're starting to, you know, they're talking to me more now, you know, and I see it, and that's why I think they have realized something to where they have no answer, but they know, oh, let me go ask Tracy, you know, like they know that they feel that I have the answer because I've been talking about it so long, about all these issues, about flat earth, about the internet, the cell phone, politics, you name it. I'm not one that tells the stuff that they don't even know and had no idea of. So I'm gonna try what you're saying, and that might work better.
I hear a Davy in the background.
Oh, okay.
Hi,
Yeah.
Davey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, we're just having a great conversation. I don't know if you were listening or not.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, and like the easy, lighthearted stuff sometimes hits home harder than the hard stuff. And what I notice is that sometimes you come across people that are somewhat in the know, or have a seat of authority in society, and then you can play a little bit more hardball because they have to show their worth as an authority. But like the regular people, and especially family and friends, you got to ease them into into it, because going cold turkey, yeah, that's gonna hit a cock this wall for you. And now when they ask about things, use the humor that is within the truth community, because humor, helps a lot of people, and it makes life easier for you because you can make jokes and laugh about it rather than take it as dead serious.
Okay, I'm gonna give that a try. I promise you that.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh man, we're talking about a lot. We're talking about how like internet, cryptocurrency gets shut down eventually, where and then everybody will be broke, because it's not tangible, it's not in their hands. So we're like telling them to buy gold and silver, you know, with that crypto, or start buying it at least, because if they turn the internet off, then their crypto's gone and they'll be broke, while people like me and others that have gold and silver will still be able to, trade or get food with it, with our gold and silver. Unlike their crypto is invincible. It's nothing. They can't even touch that. So we're talking about that. We're also talking about how the cell phones and now they got the iWatches. People leave their house and then they're being tracked, wherever they go, GPS. If they want to, if like the government or the Google, they're following everyone. And I was saying how I leave mine at home. I don't do the cell phone when I leave, and how when I go to restaurants now, and there's no menus, you got to use your cell phone and say, click it to the thing or tap it or whatever, and then it downloads. And I'm the one saying, I'll ask the waitress or waiter, no, I need a menu because I don't have a phone. And then they look at me all funny. You don't have a phone? No, I don't. So can you get me a menu, please? And they'll bring me a menu. So we're just talking about all kind of stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Along with flat Earth, we're talking about the flat Earth and all that too.
And here we talk a little bit with, let's say, the in crowd. Everyone here probably has their experiences, positive and negative, with the current situation and technology and the increasing lack of liberties, and uh, how we can convey that to, let's say, the people around us that are not so much into this but are affected by it, and how you can present it without being too confrontational to hit a cognitive dissonance wall.
Right.
Yeah, it's just, someone called me a flat earther before, like earlier. It's annoying. It really is, Like, these people are so brainwashed.
Yep.
I mean, what do you say to these fucking people? You can't call them idiots because they'll just call you, I don't know. I don't know.
It's hard, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really. Yep, we were talking about that too. And Monkey was explaining to me that I need to, maybe put some humor in it, instead of me being so hard on everyone and telling them this is what it is and you need to realize, he was saying that maybe let him hear some music, by Flat Earth what's his name? Flat Earth Guru. What's his name, Monkey? The one
Conspiracy music guru or the flat earth man?
Yeah, him. And let him hear his music, how it's kind of funny and stuff like, and maybe they'll kind of catch on through the music. We're just talking about everything.
And the easiest thing is not to call them idiots, not even in your head, because they are people that just were not privy to an experience that you had, which opened your eyes. They just didn't have that experience or that moment of realization yet. That doesn't make them idiots. That just makes them unaware.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose, but I mean, at some point you got to say, enough is enough. Like, how many times we got to tell you? How much evidence we got to give you? How much,
You don't give evidence. Well, like in flat Earth, you can give all the evidence you want, but once they go back to their TV and they see that spinning globe again, they're back on the globe. Whatever.
Yeah, but bro, there's so much more evidence that the Earth is flat than there is that the Earth is a ball. You know what I'm saying? So I just
it is not about the amount of evidence. It is about the willingness for them to see. When you present flat Earth to someone, they will gauge, oh, how will I be seen by others if I believe the flat Earth? Just look at that American guy a few years back who did the whole series. I cannot be a flat earther. Yeah, I forgot his name, but anyway, he was busy for a few weeks, I think, trying to puzzle flat Earth, and then he came to the realization that he was a flat earther. Yeah. And he literally said, "I cannot be a flat earther. What the fuck?"
Yeah, he did. That was crazy.
There is a mental hurdle. You can call it cock-dis, but it is the attachment of ego to the society you live in. They cannot afford to be honest and truthful to themselves. Up until the point that they realize it is important to them to be honest and truthful.
Right.
And that's something you cannot ever bring to someone with evidence. You got to bring that by taking them by the hand and showing them in nature, especially with flat earth, because then they are confronted with themselves. The horizon is a mirror in that kind of respect. They have to see that the mirror is further away than they ever realized.
Yeah, man. Yup.
Yeah, buddy.
So don't try to convince people or show them evidence. You know, if you're in the position that you can take them along to the beach or to a mountaintop or a long distance view or whatever tool you have in your surrounding, take them along for a hike, show them, and let them process what they see in honesty and not with false narratives that they are being bombarded with in the media and in education systems. Let them experience creation, let them experience nature.
Yeah.
Because once they, you know, once you have that experience, you cannot go back. You know, they say seeing is believing, but once you actually have the experience of, you know, even if it is guesstimated, you have something tangible that they can remind themselves of they did. And then it's a lot harder to go back because when they did something and they found something by doing something, it overrides every other thing that someone else brought to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know it's hard, Davey, but
No, what's hard? What do you mean?
trying to tell people about flat Earth, and they don't want to listen, and no matter what you show them, all the videos you show them, and they still don't want to realize. That's why Monkey, he had explained to me, switch it up and, let them hear the music first or something. Let them listen to a few songs, and maybe
Yeah.
since they like the rhythm, maybe they'll, oh, what did he just say? Earth is flat, and then they'll realize, wow, there's musicians out here that think the earth is flat, and then maybe that'll be the reason that they start to look into it instead of telling them this and that. He was just giving me some other ways to try to, get them to realize the truth.
Yeah, but the question is, how do you do that? You know what I mean? Like they're already brain dead. They're in a they're
No,
under, they're
no,
under. So
they are not brain dead. They just didn't switch their brains on. There's a difference.
they're under a spell. So how do you get them out of under? I had a few beers tonight. If I'm sorry, my bad. But yeah, you know.
If you see them more friendly, if you see them more equal, then your message will be more palatable to them. If you see them as, let's say, oh, they're a glober, they're the enemy, then your attitude will also be like that. And you cannot communicate, or the communication will not be that great because that intonation of your feelings will be in there.
Well, you want to hear something funny? I'll make it short. My neighbor teaches she teaches fourth grade. I got into a fight with her because I brought up the flat. We were outside drinking, smoking one night, whatever. And I I brought up the flat Earth, and she got so offended. And then I was thinking, oh shit, she's a teacher. So she's teaching her kids, her fourth graders, that we live on a spinning ball, and I'm telling her the Earth is flat. So I offended her. You know what I'm saying? So ever since then, there's been like a rift between us. You know, it's weird. You know,
because
fucking awkward.
She is emotionally and physically attached to whatever she believes in and has to teach the children. And
right, but what I'm saying is, do these teachers know that they're lying?
No,
or
they don't.
Or they're brainwashed too. You know?
Everyone is brainwashed. Like my chemistry and physics teacher was probably one of the exceptions. And he said measuring is knowing. That was his mantra. Whatever class he gave, whether it be math, physics, or chemistry, he said measuring is knowing. Even though we had to calculate everything, he would always say measuring is knowing. And then in physics and in chemistry, he explained about, the surface of water under air pressure, etc. And he never used the globe. He never, ever brought up any globe stuff. And the kids, of course, they would say, oh, but, we went to the moon and blah, blah, blah. And he would go into it just theoretically. But he would never say, hey, that's true or that's not true. He would just say the theoretical shit behind it.
And who are you talking about?
That was my teacher who did chemistry, math, and physics. But I only had chemistry and physics from him.
Oh, okay.
But he was really clear in, explaining that the surface of water was flat and level in large surface areas under air pressure at sea level. Yeah, but he never said it was flat, the Earth was flat, or the Earth was a globe. He never said it, but he gave you every bit of information based upon the sciences he taught.
Right, he was hinting it. He was giving you hints.
Yeah, because he knew that if he said it out, openly, he would be a pariah.
Yeah.
And that is what your neighbor has an issue with, because she understands that if she, even entertained the idea of a flat Earth, she would become a pariah in her mind,
right,
in the eyes of her peers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is why it's good to show, like, oh, we got comedians, we got musicians. There is a community where we're not pariahs. And where we can be lighthearted and fun and have a joke and enjoy ourselves, even though it seems hostile in the outside world. But why is it hostile? Because we also act hostile. A glober is a glober. Why? Because he's been indoctrinated. Not because he wants to be a glober, but because he knows nothing else.
Right.
Yeah, because he knows nothing else. He knows the Discovery Channel or what he read in the textbook.
Yeah.
That's all.
So see, a lot of people, they mostly all the people, they have no idea about what we're talking about, and so when we let them know, they think that we're stupid or whatever. That's only because they've only been taught this globe, the BS. They don't know the real, and that's why it takes us to let them know.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning. Is this Elijah?
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Monkey?
Oh, we're having a great discussion or, conversation, actually.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. Even though it's
Just
super
listen to
late
this.
for me, but I'm up because this is very interesting to me. So
Cool. Yeah, like, there's no one else, there's no one else to talk to about this, but besides you guys. That's why I came on here.
yeah.
It's weird that people don't realize, like, just this alone, the internet is different. It's like from
Yeah.
from 2014 into 2022, it's like so stark and vastly different. I can't
Yeah.
believe people don't notice,
I'm with you on that, Elijah. It has changed a whole lot. Good grief, it's changed. It's horrible. They took everything away. Oh man.
But we still have this.
This is the question I want to know. All the video creators, where their videos have been removed, don't they have their original videos that they can repost, or did YouTube or the government wipe their computer clean of all that too? Because I'm noticing none of the videos are re-uploaded or whatever. So did they just remove their stuff too?
A lot of stuff might be, removed based on copyright infringement or, bad content, and whether it be, whatever excuse they give, and re-uploading it, would just give the same infraction again.
Okay, so what about it? Could they put it on like another thing like what is
They might do it on BitChute or whatever platform, which is more open.
Okay. Oh man.
But like for me, like when I upload stuff to YouTube, it's most of the time from my cell phone in the morning, and at some point, they just screwed with my phone, and I couldn't use my camera anymore, which led to the point that I had to erase everything on my phone.
Oh no.
It's just digital, and I'm not a big guy on YouTube, so I don't care. But, if it was like real hard work, yeah, of course, it would be annoying and painful probably, but it's also something you gotta, it's just digital stuff. If it's really worth something, you write it down on pen and paper, and you keep it as something tangible. Like we discussed earlier, internet is just internet. It's just like a phone call. You don't need to have it recorded or record everything all the time. If you lose stuff, you lose stuff. It shouldn't be emotionally attached to you.
Yeah. I see. I just don't understand how so much stuff is gone. And I've looked, I've searched, and it's just gone. And I always say, like, well, why don't they put it back up? But it never comes back up. So what you're saying is they make it be where the person can never put it back up or whatever.
Yeah, if it's copyright infringement, which is a very easy thing, to do, then yeah, you can never re-upload it unless you change that part, which was a copyright infringement. But sometimes that part is the most important part of the video.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
And then, yeah, you know, you got to go into a full legal battle to get it all cleared. And, you know, it's YouTube. We don't have a lot of money to do all that.
Yeah. Hmm. Well, I bet all those creators, they're pretty pissed off. I could imagine going through all that, making the video, and then it's gone. And yeah, the book burning.
Yeah, the best thing to do is if you make videos and make elaborate videos, then you know, you make it on your PC, you put it to disk, you upload it after you have put it to disk, and then, you know, if it gets removed, you still have the disk with the video, and then you know, copying that disk as much as you can and just spread it around, like, you know, the old bootleg tapes.
Yeah, like back in the day, the DVDs and CD music, you know, albums on CDs. I know what you mean. People standing outside. Hey, you want to buy some movies? I know what you mean.
Yeah, like I tried to introduce my cousin into Flat Earth, and I just took, you know, every song I could find, put it on a CD for him, and I gave the music CD. I told him, hey, you want to listen to some great music with a message? Here you are.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Take it back. Go back to that.
Back to the roots, especially when you're, you know, when you're doing local things. You know, we can get everything from the internet if we want to, but if people have tangible stuff like CDs, books, flyers, you know,
Yeah.
it might, you know, they might throw it away, but they might keep it. And if they keep it, then someone else will find it.
Yeah. You're right. I have a whole bunch of DVDs from back in the day, and I was cleaning out my closet, and I was like, oh, I forgot about these DVDs. So you're right. Like one day they'll see it again, and then they might put it in their DVD player or whatever, and watch it.
Like I got old VHS tapes from, you know, the mid '90s, and they got documentaries on, you know, Osama bin Laden and some other stuff that happened in the '90s. And yeah, you know, whenever I get, you know, the motivation, I might digitize it, but I still got those VHS tapes. I still got my VHS recorder, which I can hook up to my computer.
Right on. That's so cool. I remember that VHS. VHS and Beta. That's what was out back then.
Yeah. And you know, like for most people, for example, they hear about Osama bin Laden during the 9/11 attacks, and I have tapes about Osama bin Laden from '96.
Oh wow! So he was doing big things back then, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's an article in like the New York Times showing how he was like a Soviet rebel. Like back in the 90s, he was like an anti-Soviet rebel. Yeah.
He was like he is born in one of or the second biggest family from Saudi Arabia, and there was this, thing between the family of Saud and the Bin Ladens, and the kingdom went to the family of Saud, and the Bin Ladens, they still have a lot of clout and influence politically, socially. So he went to Oxford, I believe, and then from Oxford he got recruited by the CIA.
Oh wow, he did.
Yeah, and then his name was Tim Osman, because carrying a family name of such importance is kind of you know uh, heavy, and um, he was then inserted into, let's say, the fight in Afghanistan against the communists. And from there on, he created, the CIA terrorist network, and yeah, that became its own thing. And then for 9/11, they used him as a scapegoat.
Wow, crazy. I never knew that. I never knew he was. I didn't know any of that part. Wow.
They actually, I think, the first World Trade Center bombing was already, attributed to his brand of terrorism.
Mm.
And then,
Oh, go ahead.
well, from uh, the U.S. needed two puppets, like the American militias. They were like the domestic terrorists that they needed to rile the people up against, and they needed a foreign terrorist just to play the war on terror card later. And Osama bin Laden was one of those. And yeah, with the documentaries I have from the mid 90s, the late 90s, yeah, it's clearly a pattern where you can see him being set up for 9/11. But at that time, 9/11 didn't happen. So yeah, who knew?
Right, right. Well, what really I don't get how. Okay, we had 9/11, and we went after that guy Saddam Hussein, and I don't get that part. If it was Osama bin Laden, like, why did they go? I don't know.
Oh, that's just a bunch of hooey. Listen, Osama bin Laden. That was a listen. All right, what do you think about him? You tell me before I say something offensive that may offend somebody. You tell me.
No, I don't have nothing to say about it. I just
Sweetie, what do you think about? Listen, I don't want to say anything. What do you think about Osama bin Laden? What do you think? You think we killed him? You think he's dead?
No, I know that we went after Saddam Hussein for 9/11, the war. Remember, they went and got that guy, and then later they went after Osama bin Laden second.
No, what they did was they were in Afghanistan already before 9/11.
Do you know?
They screwed with the civil war that was going on there. When they realized the Taliban was going to win, and the Taliban had ties with Al Qaeda, purely based on ideology and training together, they said Afghanistan is a great target of opportunity, and they use the excuse of Osama bin Laden to invade Afghanistan while they already invaded Afghanistan because they were heavily involved with the Northern Alliance.
I had no clue.
Yeah, supposedly Osama was having breakfast with George Bush that morning. You know?
Breakfast? What, they were friends?
Yeah, they were friends. George Bush and Osama bin Laden were best friends.
Which Bush? The father or the son?
Both of them.
What?
They had breakfast with Osama the day that happened, and they flew him back to Afghanistan. He was like a Harvey Oswald. He was just a what do you call it? He was a patsy.
Oh my goodness! Oh,
Yeah, but that's why I asked you what your opinion was. You know.
no, I had no. I don't have any. No, I'm not a fan, or I don't know anything about much of this stuff. But like, I just, I don't know. I'm finding out right now. Like,
During the aftermath of 9/11, the airspace above the U.S. was closed, and there were 2 planes flying out, and they went straight to Saudi Arabia, even though no plane was allowed to fly.
what?
You know, it's such a sensitive topic that I don't like talking about it, but all I'm gonna say is it's bullshit. That's all I'm gonna say. It's nonsense. You know.
Okay.
Well, it's great nonsense in the way that you can see how things are played. They play both sides. So the CIA set up the Taliban and Al Qaeda to, remove the communists from Afghanistan back in the day. Then the communists were defeated, and then they started to create a civil war with the Northern Alliance and the Taliban. And they were betting on both horses just to justify a new war, which would be on the premise of Osama bin Laden hiding in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but what I'm saying was his real name was Tim Oswald, and he was working for the CIA. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah, he was the guy setting up the fighting side and the ideology side of the Taliban.
It's called double agent, yeah?
Yeah.
Amazing. Unbelievable.
And NATO, on the other hand, you got the CIA faction that would be the religious part in the Afghan war, and then you got NATO, the secular part. They supported the Northern Alliance.
So they set him up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or he was aware of the setup and allowed his name to be used as the setup.
Wow.
It's gotten so bad that it's to the point where if they say that they're bad people, they're probably good people. If they say they're good people, they're probably bad people. If something's good for you, it'll probably kill you. If something is going to be bad for you and kill you, then it'll probably cure you.
I'm starting to see now.
And that is what they have been doing for ages now.
It's not cool. This is not cool what they do. It's not right.
No, but that's how you get whole nations willing to go to fight other people. You make a narrative, and you have control over the full narrative. and you paint one side bad and one side good, and then you let the good lose, and then everyone, who is not paying attention will say, yeah, but good has to prevail, and they will think they are on the good side now. And then they go to war, and then they cheer on everyone who goes to war, and you create a new class of, generational heroes. Oh yeah, but he's an Afghan veteran, and he's an Iraqi veteran. But all those guys were duped because they were killing the wrong people.
Damn. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject.
It's a sad subject that if you avoid talking about it, no one will learn from it.
Yeah.
Well, what do you know anything about Gaddafi? Why'd they kill him?
Because he was busy trying to liberate Africa from the clutches of the IMF and the resource hogs from the West.
Yeah, he didn't want a central bank, so they had to fix that. Same with Sudan.
Oh man.
He tried to create an African Union where all the countries in Africa would be united with one currency and more protective political stance on the whole of Africa, regardless if it was Saharan Africa or, the Congo or South Africa, the continent. He tried to unite as one, and not, like everyone has to have the same laws, but everyone has to have the same principles in dealing with the Western exploitive powers.
So basically, he didn't want that. He didn't want to be involved with like how can I say this? He didn't want to have anything to do with all the other countries or something. Is what you're saying? He was trying to unite all of Africa as one. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, he didn't want Africa to become financially enslaved by like predatory loaning of like financial stuff.
He wanted to make sure that foreign, non-African industries came to Africa, that they would pay a fair price in gold and silver rather than in the petrodollar or any other fiat currency. So he introduced the golden dinar as a unifying currency, which would be then used for the oil, the wood, the gold, the diamonds, and then when he got that set up, and he also tried to set up a refertilization of the desert. And when that all got to a certain point where you could say, hey, this could be successful, these African people, they might get control over their own destiny, they started bombing him.
Oh my gosh, it's horrible. So basically, he was trying to go back to the gold and silver instead of this, the paper money.
Yep.
Wow. And they killed him behind that? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and he wanted to make sure that Western companies paid fair prices for the labor and the resources that they extracted from Africa.
He was a good man then. It's what he was doing good things for his country, and he got killed for it.
He did a good thing for the whole of Africa if his plan were to succeed. regardless of which tribe, whatever.
Oh, golly. I love this server. Oh my gosh, I love you guys so much. So intelligent. Damn it. It is crazy. I remember when Gaddafi, when they have that thing, I forget what it's called, when in New York, all the United Nations or whatever it was, and when he would come, every time he would come, he would set up a tent. I think it was in Central Park. He never would like stay in hotels or anything like that. He would just pop a tent and he stayed in that. And then he would go from his tent to the meetings or whatever. But I just remember something like that a long time ago. He wasn't like staying in the Waldorf hotels or nothing like that. He just pitched a tent and was content with that. And everybody made fun of him.
Yeah, he was somewhat of a traditionalist.
Okay.
And he made sure that, if you pitch your own tent, you can at least be sure that there are no wires and bugs and, explosives placed in your room.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, didn't the U.S. government? Didn't the U.S. government also like put him up as a prop at one point? Like they acted like he was really good, and then they completely flipped the whole narrative about Gaddafi. But I can't remember why.
The Pan Am bombing, Lockerbie.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Pan Am. I remember something about that. I didn't know he had something to do with it. I don't remember. Don't.
No, he took that gracefully, kind of.
Mm.
Oh yeah. They said he did that thing. Yeah.
Crazy.
And then you have, between, let's say, Lockerbie and the, let's say, the killing of Gaddafi, there was this incident with the Red Cross, which injected people with live AIDS virus during, some inoculation for something. So they knew the vaccines were tainted and were unsafe. And they knew that in the warehouse in Germany where they stored them, and they still gave them to the Red Cross and sent them off to Libya.
Wow.
And 19 Bulgarian nurses were trialed for that because they didn't know, but they were the ones who inoculated the people.
Hmm.
And then later, Gaddafi realized, oh, wait, we got to dig deeper because these nurses probably didn't have anything to do with it. They are just willing pawns. And then the whole story came out about how the vaccine manufacturer knew they were tainted vaccines.
Damn.
And the Red Cross was aware of it as well. But, they don't give a shit. They are just a part of the military industrial complex.
Yeah, I don't trust them either. The Red Cross. I do not trust them. I knew something was fishy about them. Every time something happens, they pop up out of nowhere. talking about they're here to help and all that. They don't do shit.
Whenever an institution comes to help you, you better run.
Mhm. I agree. Mine is blown tonight, or should I say early this morning. I learn something new every day. Thank you for letting me know this stuff, Monkey, because I had no idea.
Well, take it with a monkey grains of salt. Try to read up on the history of Libya and Gaddafi, because I'm doing this from memory, and you know how monkey memories are.
Yeah, but if I look it up, is the truth gonna be there, or just some bullshit?
There is truth in
Yeah,
that.
there's definitely truth. Wikipedia is probably pretty good.
All right.
No.
I'm gonna check out that video you sent me too, Sasha.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a pretty good video. Talks about it a little bit.
I think when it comes to history, Wikipedia is not the best source, but yeah, maybe a good starting point, and then take it from there.
Yeah.
Because who controls Wikipedia?
I think Monkey has the real truth about it. I'm gonna go with Monkey on this. What more over the Wikipedia, but I will look into it. I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, they're the same. Yeah.
Wiki will give you, sometimes they will give you total bullshit. Sometimes they will give you hints, but it is a place where they, just like the NASA Technical Report Server, they have to be honest about everything, but they need to hide it in places for you to look at. You need to do effort to find the truth. So, whatever you hear from me, whatever you hear from Wiki or someone else, you always got to dig into the stories yourself. But I am not here trying to sell you a story. I'm just here trying to explain or tell you what I remember.
Okay.
So I will not ask for donations or subs or anything else. I'm just here to give you a monkey perspective.
And I love it because I had no idea, like I said, and I'm like, wow, right now. Like, are you serious? That's they did that to? Oh my gosh, they did that to him. Oh man. I remember watching a Saturday Night Live skit. It was a while ago, and they were imitating Gaddafi. I forget which one it was, which Saturday Night Live actor it was, but it was funny. It looked just like him and everything. Just so funny. I'm gonna pull that up too on YouTube, see if I can find that skit.
Yeah, and the funny thing with people in history, everyone has got skeletons in their closets. Everyone has done bad things. But as you grow older and you come to certain realizations, you try to change your ways. And that's what you see with, for example, Gaddafi. I will not deny horrible things he did, but to not see the good things is an oversight.
Right. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about it. I can't. Just shocked.
Tracy, would you like to live in socialism?
In socialism?
Yeah.
I just want to live free.
Almost everybody from Westville is saying no.
I just want to live
that,
free, Sasha.
Yeah, but that's but now it's you're speaking about Gaddafi and politics and wars and stuff and good things. I'm saying that people have some kind of, how to say, rejecting that system because they think they know how is to live in that system. It's awful. It's terrible because of Soviet Union, because of I don't know. But that's not true.
Okay. Well,
Because
tell us
what
more.
I found out tonight
Tell us
is
more.
that Gaddafi, he was trying to bring it back to gold, gold and silver.
One man wanted to unite it before Gaddafi, all Africa and all others third world, how to say, countries.
I think he was rejecting the Federal Reserve System or something. Like they weren't, against the US dollar or whatever.
Right. He was going to the gold and silver.
It was going against them. Trying to create his own
realness. That's what it should be.
His own currency, whatever system.
Right.
And he wanted, in the beginning, he wanted petrol to be how to nationalize in all Africa and all how to say, all rich, all goodness of let's say, what is goodness, petrol and other minerals, so blah blah blah. He wanted that everything is not nationalized, how to say.
Yeah, I mean, he laid the whole plan for it as well. Like he was on his way to finalize it, basically. But then,
the
war came in.
Yeah,
they were trying to stop him early on, but yeah, they just had to get rid of him. I see them. You can really see why. It's not that hard if you look into it.
I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna check up on this. Amazing. I don't know why I don't know. I don't know why I didn't know this.
Because a lot of media and a lot of people have a hard time with, your, let's say, your public enemies. When you point out good things about them, you're immediately, being thrown to the curb. You're an asshole because he's a bad person. So a lot of media and a lot of people will not open their mouth about the good things of bad people.
So tell me this: did the people in Africa, did they like him or no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
did.
of it. Yeah.
Yep.
His own people loved him. Yeah, they even said that. Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Oh man.
Like if you look into history and people that defect, people that run away from their own country while they're in the military, they most of the time are recruited and are promised a lot of money and a new life. And under that, let's say, desire of more wealth and starting anew, you can say a lot of bad things about the current leadership in your country. Because, if another country is giving you shit for free, then, that's always better than what you had, right?
Yeah. You would think, but yeah, I guess. Okay. Well, yeah. You're getting it for free. then I suppose that's good.
I mean,
Yeah,
just the
nothing
water
comes for
project
free.
tells me what kind of leader he was. You know that 40 years old water project he made in the middle of a desert. He constructed the water pipeline, the biggest. What do you call it? Forgot the name.
Biggest irrigation system of the Sahara Desert.
Yeah, insane. Took
Wow.
40 years, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, to build, complete it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He wanted everybody to have their own land to grow, food, whatever,
Yeah.
around the, wherever the water was leading, the water canal, so the water pipe.
Free education. But
they didn't like that.
No, independence.
I get it. Right. I'm seeing now. Now I see.
Yeah. Because once you deviate from the control system, you become number one enemy, public enemy to them, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminds me of that Will Smith movie, Public Enemy, when he ran off or away from the government.
Oh yeah, I saw that was that was one of my faves. I remember that movie. That was good. Dang it.
Yeah, same concept in a way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of things out there we don't know. To be honest, it's pretty cool to look it up. To look things up here about it from different people, like, oh, cool, I never heard about it. I'm gonna read more about it, whatever.
Yeah.
It's enlightening.
Oh, I am now. Now, oh yeah, I'm gonna look into this deeply. Damn, are you guys? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that video on Sasha. Yeah.
And this was what, like about 20 years ago? What's that? Well, not 20. Well, yeah. When he died, wasn't it about like 2004 or something? It was a long time ago.
And when the state, yeah, that's the one.
No. I mean, yeah, no.
Oh yeah, Gaddafi, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Around that time.
Yeah.
It was after the Iraq War, I think. He was next.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Gaddafi was trying to tell his own people, in those meetings, whatever, he went to tell them, you need to unite now before we are getting picked off one by one. Anyone who stands against the Western system, whatever, ideology. And they were just laughing at him, basically. His own people. They didn't get it at that time. Kind of sad. Yeah.
So, if you want to know what happens if a flat earther gets into political power,
flat smack the audience.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah, well, he's going to end up like Gaddafi or the Taliban, or
Oh, don't say that.
No, like that's the point. They managed to manipulate the people into such a state of groupthink that you can have a strong leader, but when he tells you the truth, you're gonna be cocked because, yeah, well, that is really far-fetched. Now you're off the deep end because you got so much internet, media, foreign influences that you go with the group, and the group then becomes, let's say, global.
Right, I got you. I see what you mean. I totally see it now. I'm not even kidding you guys. I see.
It's the same as, the Americans always complained about state-owned media in foreign countries because, the state controls the media, they control what people see and hear. But in the US, it's always been industry-controlled media, and the industry controls what you hear and see. And there's no difference between the two of them.
I think in the past, the mainstream media was on the right side of the people before they got hijacked.
I think that 2 days after, let's say, the printing presses back in the day, it already got hijacked, and we just got a longer leash.
Would you say that was after the reset back 1900?
I don't know. I wouldn't put a time to it. I'm just saying that the moment you have, like, for me, living in the Netherlands with the East India Company, industry has always ruled us. Before that, there were guilds. They would rule every bit of commerce and politics. Once you got organized, wealthy people which make up the rules, make up the commerce, for the people that have little wealth, it's controlled. And whether it be information or be your economics, your monetary system, once it's in the hands of those who already have more than enough, they're gonna exploit it just because of their greed.
Tell me this, was Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, were they a part of the Antarctic Treaty or no? Were they at that table, the Antarctic Treaty table?
The Antarctic Treaty is, you have the Antarctic Treaty System and you have the Antarctic Treaty. The treaty system should be upheld by every United Nations country. But the original treaty started with a few countries and then expanded to 51. But I don't know if Libya and Iraq joined it.
Okay. I probably think they didn't. From what you guys have taught me tonight, I don't think they were a part. I'm gonna look into it. Maybe I can find out. Is there a way can we find out what countries are in that treaty, the Antarctic Treaty? Or is that like hidden away or anything?
No, it should be official, I think.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. That's the only part that you don't hide, I was saying. Who's in it, but nothing else to know. Look away. Move away. Move along.
I'm gonna look. I want to find out what countries are a part of that, like especially back in those days before he died, before all of them died. I want to see if they were in it, and I'm gonna find out who's in it today. I want to know. Oh. My mind is blown. Now, so basically not all countries are a part of the Antarctic Treaty, right? Like there's some that aren't, correct?
Probably.
Like right now, today, like there's somebody or some of these countries that aren't joined in, and whoever they are, that would mean that you could leave from their country and go. Well, I don't know if you can or not, but I'm just gonna look into it.
Libya and Iraq were not part of the original Antarctic Treaty.
I knew it. I wouldn't think they would be from what you guys explained to me tonight. I get it now. I'm starting to see. I'm seeing.
But North Korea is.
What?
How
North
come?
Korea? What? I don't know. My goodness, I don't get it. I don't understand why they. Weird. That's weird right there. North Korea.
In the wiki, I posted to you in the text chat. You can see all the nations and their signatures, ratification, and consultative status.
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay, I see where you posted Antarctic system, Antarctic treaty related arguments. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Monkey. I can't believe North Korea is on a treaty, but yet they don't even get along with United. I don't get it. That's how shit is weird.
Wait, it says signature known.
Now, the original group, when they started this, is a small group, and then you got the treaty system. So the original treaty are those who signed, and then the system are the countries involved. And then you got the UN, and they all have to, abide by those rules, but, they have no clout. So all these countries have a little bit of clout, but all the others that are not mentioned here, they don't care about it. They don't sign it. They don't have to be in the meetings or whatever. And they just follow the rules, whatever comes out of this.
Okay.
Interesting.
Very, very. Oh, so they probably threatened them. They said, "You better join the system, or we're coming out. We're gonna bomb you, or something." They said something to whoever the ones that didn't sign. They had to have said something to them, or threatened them, or something. I don't get it, but I'm gonna look into this.
I mean, it's kind of hard to say. I believe they all got a piece of the cake, from the Antarctic space, basically. Having their own base, their setups, whatever. And what other benefits? I don't know. You can't question the treaty, so you can't even ask anything about it.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're in the treaty system, you can have people on Antarctic stations, but you do not have a claim of land or a region.
Yeah.
Okay.
France
So the ones that are the ones that didn't sign, that's what you mean? The ones that are just in the system, they don't have a piece of it, is what you mean? They don't have any Antarctic land.
So
the one that signed it.
Yeah, when they signed the first treaty, they carved up Antarctica and say, "Oh, you can have your research station there. You can have your research station there." And then once that grew and evolved, then more members joined the treaty system to have, a say in what goes on in Antarctica, and to have researchers posted there. So the Dutch researchers might go to a Norwegian station or the American station at McMurdo, or
Okay.
but the Dutch do not have a claim of land. They just are participant in the research and stuff done there.
Okay. They go visit other, like the ones that do have land there. That's where they'll go and visit or whatever.
Yeah, and they have a say in what goes on there, but they have no claim.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh.
So let's say you rent a house and you tell your friends, "Oh, come on over," and then you ask a few friends to help pay the rent, and a few others you don't, but you still have to convene about when you're gonna have that party, or if you're gonna have a party at Friday night, because they still live there.
Right, I see. Makes sense when you broke it down like that. Yep. Amazing.
Hey, can I go down there and like build the igloo and just live off the land like fish, live in my igloo, nobody bothers me in Antarctica on the shelf?
I wouldn't try it.
Nope. That's why I'm going to look into the countries that aren't signed into this Antarctic Treaty, and whoever they are, that would mean that it's open water in their country. Meaning, if we get a ship or a boat or a plane or something, you leave from their country, their little piece of, and go straight on out to Antarctica, then no one should be able to say, "Hey, what are you doing?" after the 60th parallel, being that they're not signed to the treaty, and you're leaving from their country, so that seems like the way to go. Like, you go from their land.
Yeah, but then you still go to Antarctica, which is carved up in sections and regions controlled by the original signatories. And then you get into territorial waters again.
But we're leaving from the country that's not signed to it. So don't they own all that water that's
No.
from there?
No, like if you go, let's say, from whatever, let's say the Bahamas, and you sail to Antarctica, then once you get below the 60th south parallel, then the Bahamas will be notified, "Hey, there's a ship with your flag on it and you're trespassing." And then the Bahamas will say, "Yeah, but that's just a civilian. It's not an official ship from us. It's just, that it comes from a port from us, but we didn't know." And then you're trespassing on, let's say, a environmental preserve or security zone, and depending on the area where you are closest to, that might be the US region of Antarctica, or the Norwegian, or the South African, or the Russian. And then you basically venture into their territorial waters, which then makes you subject to their rule of law.
Okay, so you're saying,
yeah, you wouldn't be able to pass the shore, basically. They will stop you before you even get there.
Even
the shore
though
side.
it's the Bahamas area, like you guys see what I mean? Like if I stayed in the Bahamas, like I'm not gonna go, over to the the US side. I'm saying leave and just go straight from the Bahamas to there. And what I'm getting, Monkey, is you're saying even that part of Antarctica is already owned by by a country that is signed to the Antarctic Treaty. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, but if you go to, let's say you're a Norwegian, and you go from Norway to the Norwegian part of Antarctica, then you need a Norwegian permission to enter that environmental zone. If you do not have that permission, then you're trespassing. It's a nature preserve, and they will keep anyone out.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter, it's very hard to say, oh, I strayed into the Antarctic region, because sailing there is like a deliberate action because it's so far away.
Okay, what about this? What if whoever's not signed, okay, what if whatever countries that aren't signed to the treaty right now, say they go ahead and say, yes, we're signing, we want to be a part of your treaty. But we're going to allow people to go over there because that's what we want to do.
Then you cannot sign the treaty.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you say, I want to build a hotel, no, sorry, can't do it. I want to build a reserve, or a reservation, or a hiking trail. No, sorry, can't do, unless you pay this and this, and you don't cross this and this border, and it is fully monitored, and you don't leave any waste, etc., etc., etc.
Even if the country said that they're letting it, oh, you already said they wouldn't let them sign it. Then okay.
Yep. So free roam is, explicitly forbidden because of environmental and safety concerns.
You're going to preserve that pristine eyes,
Yeah.
That's what they say anyway. I mean, if even if any civilians wanted to, somehow sneak in, you wouldn't be able to. They got some water defense system on every border of the shoreline, or circling around the whole perimeter. Like it would just set off the alarms straight away. That's why you got the Navy ships coming out so fast out of nowhere, catching up to you. Yeah,
I've seen that, but I was trying to figure out a way to be able to go if there's countries that aren't signed to it.
Yeah.
Leave from there. But I just found out. You guys explained to me, they'll just say, hey, what are you doing? Even if I was to say, oh, like if it was the Bahamas or whatever, or Norway, whatever. I left from Norway land, so you can't mess with me. I was thinking that, doing it like that, like saying, you can't mess with me because I'm not a part of you. I came from this country, and they're not against me going. It doesn't matter. The military or the Navy will still, be like, turn around,
Mm-hmm. I mean, they would probably, if you didn't listen and adhere to their orders, they would probably shoot you down or something, stop you.
Yeah,
I even had a pilot say that was stationed in Antarctica. I don't know what kind of documentary or movie that was, but someone was flying with a airplane. They turned off their radio transmission, whatever. They didn't respond to the calls from the airplane. The guy was.
What happened?
The air pilot, and huh?
What happened?
No, they were just showing an example, like what would happen, and then they were were talking to him,
Okay.
Once they landed back, whatever. They were just showing an example of it, like not a real scenario, but yeah. And then he said, if the ultimate comes to it, like, we'll shoot you down, basically. That's what he said with his own words. Yeah.
Dang,
If you didn't respond to the, to the calls, whatever orders, they're telling you to turn around, you don't listen. They give you a few chances and they shoot you down. If you keep going further in, Yeah, I don't know. That was interesting, though.
I saw a video with a boat.
Crazy.
Some guys on a boat were going out, and a big old Navy ship started talking on a microphone. Turn around,
They must set up a drone or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm gonna have to go to sleep, guys. I've been up all day and all morning, all night.
Oh.
I need to catch some Z's. It's 4:33. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. But I really enjoyed this conversation. I enjoyed my ladies' night tonight, and I'm gonna be back more often. And you guys are very intelligent, and I love hearing what you say.
It was a great conversation.
Yes, it was, Monkey. Hopefully, we'll talk again.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you guys as well. Pretty cool. I like this forum. It's very cool. Talk with
What's your name? What's your
my
name?
name?
Yeah, on
Discord name or Quetzal.
Yeah. Quetzal?
Quetzal. Yeah, I just made it short. Quetzalcoatl. Yeah.
Okay.
You can say just a Quetz. Make it seem easier.
Yeah. Well, nice to meet you, Quetzal, and hopefully we'll talk.
Likewise.
I'll talk to you again.
Yeah, sure thing. Likewise.
Okay.
All right.
Good night, fellas.
Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Who was that? Did she just wander in here, or is she somebody who we know about?
Tracy is a flat earther.
So she's come here before. She's been in for a while.
Yeah, she's been here for a while.
Okay, cool.
I think she was more active during the latest nights. That's why they come together.
I don't think I've ever heard her before.
Yeah, it's actually talking to her. So.
So what? You don't think we can get a boat and just go to the shelf and just start fishing, living off the land, like build an igloo,
You wish.
or pup tent,
I think you will discover that the Antarctic not only has emperor penguins, but also Antarctic foxes.
Well, that's more protein to eat, right?
Yeah, but these foxes have teeth that can span, a mile away.
It just depends who's the apex predator. That's all.
I think these guys are like the apex predators among the humans.
Well, that remains to be seen.
I mean, is there any superior race than the human race?
No, but these are like special forces.
Were they Green Beret fucking foxes or what?
These guys are like, what's that group called? They jump in, they are engineers and combat veterans, and they build runways, they build outposts, forward operating bases, and they are the first in ever. Those are the guys that do all the legwork, all the hard work, and they do it in every environment.
Oh, is that a branch of the U.S. government?
Every military has them. But the US are probably the most experienced, as they are the most fighting country in the world.
So they're like Green Berets, but they're for the ice shelf.
Yeah, so something like that, but it's a bit, even a bit more rough than Green Berets. I think they are called mountaineers in the Dutch armies, but I don't know what the American name for them is. I forget every time. But they are like in the same category as the U.S. Air Force parajumpers.
Paratroopers?
No, parajumpers. Those are the guys that go behind enemy lines to retrieve, airmen or to find intel specifically for the Air Force or the government.
Like Navy Private Ryan in a way. Save Private Ryan.
I don't know. I never seen that movie.
What are these foxes? What are they called? Foxes?
Antarctic foxes.
Antarctic foxes. Okay, so you tell me these guys will stop me from building my igloo and living off the land on the shelf?
Yeah.
Foxes. That's a
Do you
special.
have any kind of link or information on these guys? I've never heard of that.
You can Google Arctic foxes.
That's going to ruin my whole plan.
Military. Arctic foxes for military. And you will find specialized troops for...
We took a boat out there and we put it on the sail, searching for the dome, and we put like a live camera crew. They would stop us?
Yeah, you wouldn't reach the shore. If you were to reach the shore and you go, let's say, under the radar, which is definitely the case, which you need to do, but if they know you're there, they will send in these guys and they will hunt you.
They say they have like buoys out there that, well, Dave Weiss said they got buoys out there that work like a mesh system. Like once you pass them, you know.
So Antarctic foxes apparently stop you from reaching the edge.
No,
Is that the name of the group?
No, that's a nickname. The official name for this kind of military group is Arctic foxes, because Arctic foxes are, allowed in the in the world of the military. Antarctica may not have military stationed there, but they are there. Otherwise, they cannot enforce it. So they are called Antarctic foxes.
Right.
But you will not find this as a reference in any book. You will find Arctic foxes in books.
I mean, just keep in mind though that like there's some people who are like super opposed to
authority.
There being there's two views that we have. There's the ball, and then there's the projection, which we've taken to put the ice wall around, but it's still just a projection system. And it's like, is that really how the land is laid though? I don't even I know the sun uh, appears to make an arc around me, but other than that, like, does it really go in a circle? I don't know. I've never seen it, is all I'm saying. You can't see something like that. That's not something you can see. I say that to say there are square earthers out there that have a whole different view of what all this looks like. And all I know is when I think about the flat earth, I have this image from the people that we're battling against. And it's like, what do I really know other than, again, what I've been told in the images that I've seen?
Yeah.
Could be, but what if it could be? Obviously we need water definitely needs to be contained. Yes, we all know that. I don't know, I don't know, man. Globers say that it makes the most logical sense, and it's easy to conceive that they live on a globe. I don't want to say makes the most logical sense that because water has to be contained, therefore we live in a circle. Well, I mean, I could be talking crazy talk. I'm just saying that's also not something I can see as a whole. Only thing I do know is that it doesn't measure to be a globe, and that it measures flat for as far as we can see, and as far as radar technology can be used, and as far as you would use for points in a navigational system when you're celestial navigating, which is like thousands of square miles. But I don't know the layout of the land. I just don't.
No one knows. Like the layout, between the oceans and the continents, it's very hard to determine if they are correctly positioned on any map.
Yeah. How can we trust Google Earth? You don't know.
Elijah, what do you say to the globers who use seismic waves to that prove that there's a liquid outer core, and the seismic waves proves there's a globe?
There's no curvature.
So there's no curvature in seismic waves.
The only thing that can prove a geometric shape is counting its sides or measuring it directly. What I'm like here I have a table, and someone says, yeah, but seismic waves. Like, the bottom, it doesn't matter how big something is. If you want to get its dimensions or know its shape, you have to either be able to count its sides, which we can't, or measure it in its entirety, which we can't. I mean, seismic waves, that's ridiculous. We do measure it. It's flat. It's like, okay, if it were a globe, okay, I could fine then. Like, even then, seismic waves didn't help them determine the composition when they dug 8 miles.
And seismic waves, like if you follow the earthquake reports and stuff, how do you know what medium is at 100 miles depth. You don't, because you haven't sampled it. So it's an assumption of a certain material or a composition of materials on which you base those waves. Because every medium has a certain impact on certain waves. But you can only know that if you have tested those waves in those conditions, in those materials, and we never dug down deep enough to confirm if that wave coming from, let's say, the core is traveling through the mediums they claim, because the pressures might be different than on the surface, but we never sampled it, so we don't even know what materials are down there. There could be totally different materials down there that we have never encountered on the surface.
Yeah,
you can
molten core even.
You cannot even calibrate your measurement system of those waves because you don't have the information. You don't have the samples to see if those waves actually behave as they should.
What's the point of thinking about a calculation or something derivative of the specific thing that's in question? Like if you take it for granted and say, well, it's already X, therefore my story Y about seismic waves proves X. It's like that circular reasoning.
Could it be? I don't know. I heard this from a guy a long time ago on YouTube. He was saying that they were nuking in submerged areas, like creating these waves, basically the tsunamis. I don't know if you heard anything about that. Maybe
I last week
some type of nukes down below.
Last week I saw a video where they, said, well, you see this strange thing flying just before the explosion of Tonga, and it went to the epicenter of the Tonga explosion. Was it a missile? Was it an explosive device? Who knows? You don't know because they won't tell. We can only speculate. Because you see something on, let's say a digital created image, because every, satellite imagery is a digital, creation. And yeah, what if there was just this anomaly? Maybe it was a missile going into the volcano and creating this. No one knows.
Hey, what's up, Trippy Sheba?
Hey, what's up?
Welcome to the server.
I'm a flat earther, but I got this question, and how can I answer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, glorious effect. How it happens on a flat earth, motionless earth.
Yeah, Coriolis doesn't happen. Not Earth-based anyway.
So how tornadoes happen?
Not by Coriolis effect, because Coriolis effect is a fictitious force. Basically, it is something that you see from the non-inertial reference frame. On the non-inertial reference frame, anything not attached to it will appear to have a deflected path from straight. So when it comes to storm systems, that's actual. That's not what Coriolis is detailing. I mean, you can Google the definition of Coriolis effect and it'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you, which means it's a false what's the word? You've falsely attributed something to Coriolis that isn't attributed to it in your
Exactly.
It is literally in the name. It's an effect. It's not a force.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's an effect.
Got you. So, is there
Listen,
any photos? Any
the
type
Coriolis
it for
effect
me?
would be if you shot a rifle straight up, the bullet should come down in a different location because the Earth is spinning. But when we do that, it does not. It comes down exactly where you shot it, minus or plus a few yards. So there's no Coriolis effect. Okay.
Aye.
Storm systems are not Coriolis. Okay. That's what we're saying.
Like storms are,
Let
you
him
know.
respond. He's gonna ask another question. You had another question?
The stars on the south reflects of the dome. I can't believe that 100%. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but you
What
don't
are
have
you
to.
asking?
I know I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, but what are you
100%. I
asking?
believe in flat Earth. But what
Yeah,
about the stars in the south?
what about them? What are you asking?
Why is there is two central stars? Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Can I think I know where he's getting at. Are you saying counter rotation and clock rotation?
Yeah.
All right.
Whoa.
So say, you want to go ahead?
Why? Yeah, because
I
I
can
don't feel
explain it
like
real
he was
easily.
saying that. Yeah, I feel like he just said yeah because you said it. I don't think that's what he was saying because he was talking the North Pole and I mean the North Pole star and everything rotating around it in sigma on sounds sigma. You know what the fuck? The southern celestial pole, so called, where there isn't a star specifically, but there is a rotation point. So he's
True.
saying, what's up with that?
All right. So say I place you on a highway. Are you keeping with me? All right. Say you're on one side and the cars are going left to right. You go on the other side of the highway, turn around. Which directions are the cars going now?
The opposite.
There you go.
That's it.
I don't think that's what he's asking. I'm telling you.
No, like if you see that, a long exposure picture where you have this tunnel effect, no one knows what the sky does and what the sky is. And
No, he was basically asking why is it counter rotation and clock rotation, right?
I didn't hear him say that.
No, I'm asking him if that's what he was asking.
You're in that, but he's not asking that. He doesn't know what he's asking.
No, I asked him that.
Well, I often don't help people out. Well,
Yeah, two centers. Like this
meaning,
twice.
yeah,
One in the
meaning,
north, one in the south.
yeah.
Why it's not one?
In order to answer somebody like directly, you gotta make sure that they're even able to logically formulate a question to be answered, right? Like, so, if that's not able to be done, there's nothing you can do about answering a question. Sometimes you have to just say that that question is not logically sound. But as far as the two rotational points, that's what we see. So what?
if this were to happen on a globe, that would mean that the universe is a tunnel.
So there's two
Yeah, like
rotational points. So what? What does that mean? Or what do you? That's what we observe. But what's your point? Or what's your question?
if the Earth is flat, there should be one pole.
But there's two,
One
and
central
and
pole.
the Earth is flat, so that's kind of not doesn't make sense. The Earth is flat because it measures flat, but
Right.
there are two rotational points.
But how can I explain that for the globe people?
You can explain that looking at the sky does not tell you what the surface of the floor is.
True.
Aye. Okay, good point.
And the other thing is that you don't have to know everything about, let's say, what the globe can explain in the sky and, in whatever extras. All flat Earth is about is the surface expression of water over large surface areas. That's basically it.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, that was my bad, man. I assumed the outcome because I'm used to other people coming at me with like counter clock rotation.
Yeah,
But your point is still a nice point that if you rotate yourself 180 degrees, it looks like it's moving a different direction.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just used to that's what I'm used to old globers. I'm not used to the new ones as much.
So somebody pointed out Arctic and Antarctic, and this is again, if you think that everything is like like the sun makes a big circle, or smaller circles, I guess, depending on if it's over the Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn. But thinking that off the axiom of that, then Arctic means the sun arcs around you, and Antarctic means it's arcing away from you. I thought that was interesting because I never understood how the in Australia it still sets to the south. Like that blows my mind. I can't imagine. I don't know how. I have to see it. Like I don't know how that even. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Isn't Australia below the equator? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So if the sun is making its trip in the outer bigger circle, I mean,
It should still do the same arc. Like that's what's like. I mean, a bigger circle around you doesn't. It is just a bigger circle, just a bigger arc, not a different.
True.
I don't really know. All I heard is somebody say Arctic and Antarctic, and I was like, oh, hmm, hmm, you know. Just like you have corpuscular rays and anti-corpuscular rays. Which is just the upside down version of, or the inverted version of what we're normally used to. But Trippy Sheha, there's something that I also don't understand. I mean, there are a lot of things that we can't explain because we can't we
go
can
outside.
only describe what we see, but we can't actually figure out how these things are happening or what's going on specifically. All we can do is
Exactly.
point out an
Allahu Akbar.
observation.
God
So
knows.
you have one you have one you have one site where you see, okay, you see the north, and there seems to be a rotation point. Then you see the south, there seems to be a rotation point, and then you go somewhere in the middle, like Arizona, or close to the middle, and you can see from there, from the left, the stars arcing left, and from the right, the stars arcing right, all at the same time. That doesn't make sense either. But globe earthers cherry pick what doesn't make sense and try to tie that to the flat earth like it has anything. But
Reality.
I don't know if you've ever seen what I'm talking about, but let me look for a photo. Damn, how would I even find a photo? Can one of you guys post, you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
I wanna photos about the wind directions. If you have, guys.
Do you have the Flat Earth app?
No.
It's a good representation of the wind currents in that app.
I just posted a website for you where you can see the wind directions, and you can change the altitude of the wind directions to view, and you can see sea currents and a lot of other stuff just by pressing the word Earth in the corner left, low left corner. You see the word Earth, and then you can change the parameters to view whatever you want.
Oh yeah, this is the same one I was talking about. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Also, he asked about storm systems. Listen, the storms do tend to circle one way in the south and another way in the north. This has nothing to do with the globe, zero. So it works all perfect on a flat plane.
I don't know about different directions. I don't know about that. There are jet streams that travel in both the north and the south. It would appear that at different elevations, the jet streams go in different directions.
Yeah, but he specifically talked about storms. Yes, they do circle one way in the south, one way in the north, as far as I know. However, that does not purport to a globe.
Well, the thing is,
I don't know if it's true. I heard that,
Well, the thing is,
whether it's true or not, it doesn't mean globe. I just want to tell the guy, whoever asked the question, does not mean a globe.
Yes.
True. But the thing is, too, with Coriolis, right? They try to explain that the atmo is kind of like sticky, but gases are unbonded. So we have four winds as well. That wouldn't occur with Coriolis. That alone, four winds, destroys it.
It's crazy. When they talk about conservation of momentum, and it would have to be the conservation of angular momentum, not linear momentum. But
right.
I mean, how long is this momentum supposed to be conserved? Not forever. Like what is
Forever. They say forever.
Talking about? Because
they say you can't get away from it.
I don't. That makes no sense. We okay.
Right.
There's no other perpetual that doesn't happen in reality at all. Like you throw something out the window, okay, and yeah, sure, it still has some of the energy from the movement of the car and all of that, but eventually it drops to the floor.
There's another way to do it. They say since Earth is spinning, that the plane takes off is also spinning 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth. So here's the problem: if you're on the back of a truck, hang on. If you're on the back of a truck, let's say the truck's going 10 miles, what they're saying is if you send a drone up off the back of that truck, you also are going 10 miles because you're off the drone, you're off the truck speed. But here's the thing: like you said, it's not forever. They're saying that no matter where that drone goes, it's always going to be flying 10 miles faster because it came off that truck. That's ridiculous. And that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that momentum is going to always stay there until you land. But if you send that drone off that truck that's going 10 miles faster, no one's going to, it's not going to matter when you send that drone, let's say, to land on another truck. It's not going to have that 10 miles an hour speed with it still, is it?
That
It
makes
won't.
sense. It's crazy. That's a beautiful example.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming.
When they use examples of, like, say, not feeling the movement, because when you're in a plane and you're going 500 miles an hour, you don't feel it. Like, okay, that's not analogous to the rotating Earth in any way. But your example is spot on, man. Like, because they're talking about exactly what you described. That, okay, the Earth, when you detach yourself from the Earth, you're moving with it still, because the conservation of angular momentum. But when you consider the example of being on a truck that's moving, then you have something that's lifted off of the truck. It's not gonna. It's just dumb. And then they'll say, "Well, that's because of wind drag." Shut up.
Yeah, furthermore, what they'll also claim is that to describe the Earth spinning, you have to go on in the back of a truck that's enclosed, that's inside of a vehicle. And if, let's say, that truck is moving, I don't know, 60 miles an hour, right? So they're saying the Earth is spinning, and that just like that truck in the back of that, let's say it's like a cargo freight area, and that's moving 60 miles an hour. So they're saying the Earth is moving, and when you're in that cargo freight area, you're moving with that truck, but you can't tell. You can't tell you're moving because you can jump up and down, and you won't fly to the back of hit the wall.
No,
So they're trying to equate a spinning Earth to the back of a cargo truck, which obviously is fallacious.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hey, Mura. I just took you off of mute, so I guess you can speak if you like. Introduce yourself if you want. Also, we have Mitchell. Hello, Mitchell. Oh, there's also J.E. Barrington. Hello, J.E. Barrington. You're also off of mute now. If anybody has any questions, feel free to answer. Trippy, if you have any more questions, by all means, please ask.
Hey, good morning. Thank you all. Was speaking to Dr. Law on the phone last night, and he recommended for me to stop on by, and finally I got a few minutes. Have a good morning, everybody.
Oh, good. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, we're just talking about, I guess, wind. you know.
So the comparison is that the Earth is going down the highway at 60 miles an hour. That's the comparison, which is obviously ridiculous.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks the Earth is going down the highway at a certain speed. It's actually turning around in a circle. If you waited one day, you come back in a circle to where you started. So not going linear.
Mm-hmm.
Fallacious example.
Yeah. Did you have any questions, J.E., or anyone else? Existentialist, welcome to the server. Oh shit, I fucking disconnected Existentialist by mistake. Fuck. My bad. Damn. My bad.
if the Earth were truly spinning, you can go up in the air in a balloon or a plane or a drone, and at some point it would spin underneath you. It would have to be like that. How could it not do that?
They want us to be atheist.
Agree.
Yeah.
Well, atheist. No,
Possible.
I would say agnostic at best.
Atheist.
No, he's right. It's an attack on
Isn't a
religion.
term that makes sense because um, I guess atheist is the antithesis of a theist. So a theist believes that there is a creator, and an atheist doesn't believe that there's an atheist, but I mean, doesn't believe that there's a creator, or knows that there's not a creator. But as in how could you know that there isn't a creator? It's outside of how could you know that? Like
Right.
that's just the kind of claim you don't have to make, and it doesn't really like what.
Makes no sense. That's why I said agnostic. Probably at best.
Yeah, it's never made sense, like because I've never thought, even with some of my most agnostic thoughts, like I never thought this place should pop into existence with
Right.
material things that aren't animate.
I've been there
Just
before.
materials, and then like that's the crazy like so the there was a single atom or a single mass that exploded, and from that explosion it reverse entropy or whatever happened, and then things started to form into spheres, whatever reason, for gravity, I guess. And then
Stop
in
right
this
there.
process, people, like animals, uh, biology, plants, you know.
Stop right there. If the density was all in one place, that mass would be so dense that gravity would keep it together like a black hole situation. So it would never explode in the first place. Am I right?
I don't see why it
It
would
couldn't
explode.
expand. If there's gravity, it couldn't expand from being in a dense area like that. It would just stick together.
That's what I would think. I used to watch YouTubes where, oh my God, where they would talk about at the point of the Big Bang or earlier, what could have potentially happened was we collided with another universe or another like reality. They used to have our heads in the clouds. Not that any of it made any sense. I just used to look at it like, wow, that's some far out there shit. And of
Right.
course, you can simulate it, you can think about it and imagine it, but never did it make sense.
I actually heard that. This is science.
So the sun became a sun, right? And now it's in its reverse process of not being a sun. Okay, let me say it. So it became a sun. So all of these particles had to come together. All of this gas had to come together. And
Bullshit.
boom, it became a sun. But the sun is giving off energy, meaning it's going the opposite way now. Like it's
all bullshit.
And the funny part is, it's a black body. Well, nearly a black body. Not fully a black body, but
Yeah, it's crazy how some of them could say they use lasers to uh the lasers to measure
the
where it
distance.
is, but number one, it's not going to be the sun's not going to be where you're pointing. Neither is the Earth in the heliocentric model because not only is it spinning, but it's also orbiting around the sun and moving
Right.
with the sun through the galaxy. But on top of that, there's countless papers about how you can't use lasers on stars, and they claim the sun is a star.
Well, you can't do it anyways when they claim the sun to be a black body because it absorbs all electromagnetic frequencies. It's light, it'll absorb it. So how are you going to bounce it back anyways? If you're claiming it to be a black body.
Bounce it back to where?
You can't. It's not going to happen.
It's this, I don't, I don't, but you know what? The reason that they're still Globers is because they don't hear this conversation. They watched a 3.1 million viewed uh Professor Dave video where you can't see the dislikes anymore. Like obviously they took away that dislike feature because well, everyone's fucking downvoting the shit out of mainstream media, mainstream
Yup,
news. You can't
true.
have that. I mean, the change that the internet has taken from 2015 to now, and it's almost like people don't realize it. Like they don't they don't consider that and keep that in the back of their mind when they're searching for information. I don't even know. You know what? Probably because they've never done it before. All they've
That
done is
could. Yeah.
Google, and
It's
that's
very
it.
possible.
Google first result. There we go. Yay. Not looking into the source, not actually reading, not actually. It's just like here it goes. Here's the headline that says what I said. So
Yes,
it
we
must be
believe them.
true.
So, do all flat earthers believe in God?
No.
Why?
Who knows?
Because not everybody is relating straight off to biblical references, like of religions when they come to flat Earth. It comes from observations and whatnot.
True.
It's mixed. That's why.
Who made
Yeah,
the flat then?
I mean the name itself is super annoying. It's a level plane. Like it's a level plane, which everyone knows because it's locally a level plane, according to even heliocentrists, even though that's impossible because it curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Or you can use any parabolic equation you'd like because none of them will be accurate after a certain degree anyway, which is not really our problem. That's their problem. But anyway, so you can't really call it a level plane and have that blow up because they'll say, yeah, it's a level plane, but in the broader scheme of things, it's actually a level. Level means
Center.
something different,
What's the
equidistant
center?
from the center, which is also not true because if it's bulging at the equator, then it can't be equidistant from the center, can it? So, so many things that are mathematically not correspondent with reality.
I guess an icosahedron then, right?
No.
This is a joke.
Is the globe satanic, demonic?
No, it's
No?
well, because
Well,
what is satanic, and can you define satanic and demonic? I don't know what you mean exactly.
The devil made up all the globe theory.
What so maybe restate your
Yeah,
question. Trying to
666.
refine
Look.
it a little bit.
Yes, 666.
Well, I mean,
This
is 666 is 666 in any scriptural references? I'm talking about any religion. Is
Bible.
666 anywhere?
The
Yeah, it's in
Bible,
the Bible.
yes.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm Muslim.
Yeah. It's in I think it's in the Quran but it definitely is in the
No, not
Bible.
Quran.
It's not in the
In
Quran?
yeah, not.
And what does it reference? The 666 in
The number of the beast.
They use it, man, in the media. They use it a lot.
Well, which is funny because I do. I mean, oh, I do have this idea that our monetary system and its highs and lows that everyone thinks is this chaotic. Who knows exactly how it works? I think it's all tethered to the sky and astrology. Maybe not. Maybe that's not even the word to use. I think it's just tied to the cycles that some people understand that we don't. I think it's a secret way to govern the monetary system itself because it takes you, the human, out of it and connects it to something that is clock-like, which is the sky. Which is why, like, when you have like certain events that happen in the sky, it seems to be connected to an event that happens in the financial system, probably because they've tethered it somehow. Well, that's just my speculation. I don't know. It's a correlation to me. So the 666, which also pops up because of all of the math that they use, like how many times 666 pops up. Like, uh, what is the? I mean, somebody knows the numbers way better than me. Uh, well, all of the things that have 666 in it. So is it a demonic system?
Yes, it is.
I guess. I mean, those numbers. Can somebody cite those? You know, we're going around. We're spinning 6,666 something kilometers or something. Blah 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 blah
I
blah.
think Big Data Bonged Suit he had a little. So he's got the globe
Revelation 13:18.
squared equals 0.666 foot.
Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man, and his number is 636.
So it is the number of the man.
Revelation 13:18.
Interesting. I thought the number of man would be just 6.
Thanks.
I have to find
So
that.
yeah, Bong posted. Okay, globe curvature 8 inches per mile squared, 0.666 feet. Globe speed 66.6 ph. Globe axial tilt 90 degrees minus 23.4 degrees equals 66.6. Tropic of Capricorn 90 degrees minus 23.4, 66.6. Tropic of Cancer.
I
Oh,
put the verse in live
same
stream.
thing. All same thing.
Yeah, it's
Just
a trip, isn't it?
coincidence.
It's a trip.
Yeah, it definitely is a trip. That's so it's it's. I
That
mean,
sounds
this
satanic to
goes to
me.
show it's a mathematical formula with certain axioms that break into specific numbers. It shows
Right.
you right there. But again, the math doesn't comport with reality,
Of course it doesn't.
not the geometry of the globe. Like at the end of the day, how you determine a shape is not with natural science, which would be the study and systematic experimentation after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena, not something like a concrete noun, like a tree or something that's just there, a rock, but more so a phenomena, something that's happening in the natural world that man didn't create. It's the study of that, what causes that phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
It goes into a hypothesis. It's either A causes B or no, which makes it empirical. A
Right.
doesn't cause B. And then your conclusion eventually becomes scientific theory in that sense. But what shapes something has nothing to do with that process. So
true.
You would have to either count its sides or measure something directly to determine its dimensions. Period.
Right.
And I keep asking Glover, when has this happened? When has anyone in order to determine that the Earth's a sphere? And the best that they can say, well, Eratosthenes. Okay, that came with axioms, one of them being that the Earth was a sphere already.
Right, but the thing is, that's a calculation. See, a measurement is not the same as a calculation.
Exactly.
So that's already in the garbage right away, because you can do that with a local sun.
Why
measuring
don't
shadows?
globe earthers never? I don't remember them. Like, they don't do anything that directly measures anything. They might say, "Oh, look out in the distance. What's that? It looks like it's cut off by Earth curvature." But there's never. It's like, where was this taken? Okay, what was the elevation? Okay, none of that matters. But when it comes to us, it's like, well, okay, let's take the dimensions of the globe and let's see what we should see. Using their tools half the time. This
True.
Earth curve calculator or whatever. And they never go out and do laser tests. They never go out and do anything that has to do with actually trying to legitimize or prove that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the result that they claim. They never do anything like that. It's the one thing you should be doing.
They don't want to know. They just believe the government. Aye. They believe the demons. They worship Satan. They worship Satan. Joe Biden is satanic puppet. Aye. Islam is the truth. Stop playing.
Now are they? Or are they
What?
just lazy?
Yo, and mind you, Bong, unfortunately, see the axial tilt, Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer, those are actually flat Earth measurements. That's what's fucked up, because it has nothing to do with the globe. Because you can't you can't get an angle off of a curved adjacent, which means that this is all fucked up. They get the 666 from a plane. That's what I don't like.
Yes.
Oh, it comes down to just reverse engineering, right? Just hijack all the calculations and, see, numbers don't lie, right? But people do. That's the thing. You can show all the math, equations, formula, whatever you want to call it. Make it sound great. Make it look cool. But it doesn't match reality.
Globe Earthers will tell me that the Rayleigh criterion, has nothing to do with seeing.
So
that's a lie.
Why you guys defend the flat Earth? Why you defend it?
What do you mean? Defend? We just maybe some of us do, but the flat Earth isn't even like, okay. There's two different things that people kind of mesh together, and one is flat earthers who are trying to simulate and figure out what the world could potentially look like, since they have to replace the images of globe and space and all of that imagination. So now they imagine something else that the globe could be, centered around the idea, well, the truth that we live on a plane. So now they're just coming up with different ways to describe certain phenomena that we see. But the reason that we're all here in this Discord in existence at all is because we saw something that was a contradiction with the heliocentric model. For some, it might have been evolution and how there's absolutely no evidence to support that. For some, it was seeing a different kind of sunset. Like most people see the sun and they're like, oh, it's setting below the ground. But then there are times at different points of the year where you can see it just disappear into the distance without ever having touched the horizon. So when you see something like that once, it's like, wait a minute. I only thought that sunsets happened one way due to the function of a spinning globe. But now I have this new experience that kind of contradicts or at least adds another point of interest to what I initially thought. So that's one point that you like now it's stuck in your head and you have to think about it. Then some people have seen lunar eclipses and they experience it and then they go, wait a minute, if the moon is moving into the earth's shadow, why is it that the shadow is starting from the top rather than from the bottom?
So
Or
why
why
they
is it
lied? What
starting
do you
from the
think?
side? I don't know, man. I mean, other than, you know what it is? It's a psychological game to keep us giving our currency
controlled.
We give, see, we have energy, we have life force, right? I would call it.
You believe in chakras?
No.
What
But
do you believe then?
doesn't matter what I believe. I'm trying to tell you something because you asked the question.
I'm trying to tell you that it's about the belief. They want to hide the God. They want to hide the truth of God. Yes, it's a religious thing. It's a belief thing.
Yeah, but you can't do anything with belief. They utilize us, and you know the belief is one thing. Obviously, what you believe is going to enforce and inform, your decisions. So that's part of it. But for me, the more pertinent point is that, we're all currency. When you get up out of bed, you brush your teeth to go drive
Yeah,
an hour
exactly.
and a half to a job that pays you too little. At the end of the day, we're in discipline and we follow a system while being in discipline at the same time. And we give too much of our currency without getting what we're really owed, what we are really worth. And so when you have this system is here to gauge how your cognitive skills are functioning. If you have all the faculties of your mind, if you can critically think through things. Because obviously, if everyone thinks they live in a world that they don't experience, now you've accepted fallacious logic into your life, aka lies into your life, aka inconsistencies into your life. Therefore, you can be set upon rules and regulations that may not make logical sense to you, but you will accept because you've disabled these cognitive abilities that we're all born with.
We disabled our common sense.
They made our life physical only, no soul, no soul. Right?
Yeah, that's right, Elijah. But he's right about God, because once they lose gravity and they lose evolution and spinning space balls and they lose the Big Bang,
No God
there's
needed.
no
Yeah.
way we could have got here without an intelligent creator.
Yes, creator, real.
Yeah, we have
They have to
words
make
like
up. They have to make up this the spinning space balls, evolution, explosion, so they can remove God from the equation. That's what he's.
Yeah, exactly. Demonic, straight up.
the
That's
people
what
that are
demons are here. That's
the
why they
people
work.
the people that are removing God out of the equation are Roman Catholics, because Georges Lemaitre, who's a Catholic priest who's also um what was he, a mathematician and maybe a theoretical physicist, uh he's also a priest who is also called the father of the Big Bang. So these people who are supposedly talking about it, it doesn't even make sense. I think that we just come to these conclusions on our own, maybe because with the help of mainstream media, because again, when they did the moon missions, they prayed, you know. um all of our stars and all of our planets are named after gods. So I don't understand how we can live in a place devoid of creator when they are utilizing a bunch of, well, actually, gods aren't creators, but um there's a creator, and then there are the gods like Hercules and all of this. Well, is Hercules a god? I'm bugging out. Whatever god that you can think of, like they don't actually say that they've created things. They just kind of govern things. But then there is a creator that's put all of this into motion in the first place. And it doesn't make sense that, I mean, where do natural laws come from? You know,
God.
if there's no creator. Natural laws
Nah.
being natural laws being, the law of entropy, the gas laws, things like that. On top of, yeah, morals too. Like people think, well, everybody has a different set of morals. No, you don't. No, you don't. But because they are immaterial, because they're supernatural, aka not physical, um, people tend to lie about them. Again, which wraps into the whole cognitive skills being dulled down, because everyone knows that there's a standard of beauty and symmetry. Everyone knows that there are standards for everything. Um, we just say no, this is all subjective. Not really. So my point in saying that is like even when people say, well, like a standard like beauty is a subjective thing. Well, how come there are beauty magazines then? Seems to be a standard to me. Seems to be rhyme and reason there.
Cut the shit at me.
Do you know your Quran? Does the Quran say it's flat, or does it say it's a
Yes.
spinning space ball?
Flat and motionless. Yes, central. And the sky is a sphere. Nobody can leave the earth. It's, yeah, literally.
Can you put us the verse? in the Quran where it says
It's
that?
Arabic. Arabic.
Yeah,
I'm
Do
Arab.
you have a translation in English?
when he says it's Arabic, there's it doesn't translate into English well. The translations that they have used kind of warp the meaning
No,
from
no,
what it.
there is a translation. I will bring you some.
Where's MJ at? MJ talks
You
about
know how
this
to
all the
put
time. How he never
translation?
thought about. MJ talks about how he never really saw it and never thought about flat Earth because the English translation that he's always read kind of reinforces it
I
changes
got
certain
you.
words that if you pay attention to it in Arabic, you'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. It'd be, black and white. And
Mm.
it's more directly true to what we experience like how how they translate uh firmament in into, well, not even firmament, rakia into uh firmament or expanse, which people would try to say, well, that's just an expanse, just the the sky, the open sky, and blah 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 blah. Trying to leave it open for interpretation, but in the original language, there is no interpreting. It just means what it means.
Here, if that makes any sense, can you understand that?
O company of jinn and mankind, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by authority.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good
Maybe
shit.
there's some context there that we're missing, but
Can't leave the skies and the earth. Can't leave. Even
So
earth.
what
You
what
can't leave
verse
even earth.
what verse is that in the Quran? Put it there for us, so I
I
can get
wait.
from it. I have a Quran in English.
Nice.
I don't know my way around it though. I don't know, not an expert.
Mm-hmm. It's like this. Ar-Rahman. Surah Al-Rahman. Verse. Yes.
Has 33. That's the Freemasons right there.
No. What do you mean?
Freemasons at 33, man. Every time you see 33,
I
that's a Freemason.
know. There is verse 32, 31. It's just a coincidence. Reality. I'm not talking like a globies coincidence.
Tripoli, how do you know that the Quran is not corrupted by man? How can you prove that?
Because it's all the same around the world. Not like Bible. There is so many versions.
So, okay. So the Bible can be corrupted by man, but not the Quran. Is that what you're saying?
It is. Yes, God. There is in Quran. God saved it from corruption. It's a verse. I believe in it. And it is the last
Put
prophet
the
and
verse.
last heavenly book. It's the last.
Put the
And
verse
God,
for
you want me to put the verse?
where it says it can't be corrupted. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. This إنا نحن نزلنا الذكر وإنا له لحافظون. Arabic. Let's get it. I'm gonna translate it for you. Wait. You read the Quran? This, here you go. And this is the site. I'm gonna the site is good site for you to translate the Quran, I think. Let me see how they. Oh, never mind. Let's get it, Vlad.
Doesn't the Quran say if you try to break the firmament, you'll be shot by bars of iron? I read that somewhere.
Again. I couldn't understand. Simply, please.
I heard in the Quran it says if you try to breach the firmament, you will be shot down with bars of iron.
Yeah. It's the.
Put that
Where
one
is
there
it?
for me. I want to see that one.
It's the next verse. 34.
Give us 34 English, please.
40. This. 43. It's the next one. Ar-Rahman 34.
Let me read it. Put it there.
Aye.
I want to read this one because this is badass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the King James has 66 books in it. The Bible has, I want to say 73. You gonna put the verse Tripoli?
You're asking me?
34.
Wait, I'm trying to find it. Let me send you the sending from the skies iron, melting iron, right? Aye. There you go. It's not this one. Sorry. 34. 53. This.
There will be sent against you both smokeless flames of fire and molten brass, and you will not be able to defend yourselves. 35.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any questions? What you asked me? Did you know the Bible is not the word of Allah? The Bible is the word of Allah, but it got disruption. It got changed. I don't know. There is no real Bible. The real book is the Quran only. Allah saved it. Allah, God. Wait. Allah gave us God gave us 3 books. The Hebrew one, and Bible, the first one, and the Islamic book, Quran, the last one. The last prophet is Muhammad. The last book is Quran. It's the truth. Allah saved it for us now. The last one is the you will never understand. It's the truth. It's the truth. The last prophet. We should follow the last prophet, the last book, who never got changed. You can search Earth, flat Earth. Yes. Then what? We have to know why they made up this globe Earth theory. Because of demonic Illuminati. They control the world. They worship Lucifer.
Well, while all of those things are true,
Lucifer
while all
is
of those
here for
things are
us.
true, we try to keep it
What do you
not
believe? You don't want me to know what do you believe. In America they made this.
listen to what I'm
Wait,
saying because I'm the moderator.
no,
No, I'm moderating. Different from just having a casual conversation. I'm telling you that the live stream doesn't have this kind of conversation. Or at least we're trying to move away from having this conversation. If you want to have this conversation, we can all move to another room in the chat. But this is strictly for the people that want to talk about Flat Earth
Is there
directly.
another room that talks about the Quran, Elijah?
Any room other than biblical, I guess, because they get in their feelings.
I want to say something. America and the Illuminati government made what's your religion question is no, it's bad. A bad question. Stupid. That's stupid. Like
Yeah,
anybody should. That's
yeah,
it.
I get it, but we won't be talking about that.
I know. Okay, got you.
I
Son.
agree because scientism, which is how they hijack
Exactly, man.
science,
Yeah.
attacks the Bible because they say the Bible's not true.
Well, I'll say it to end it on this because Godric, we can't talk about this. What is it? Second Timothy. It's in Second Timothy. I'm not sure exactly where, but uh, basically it says beware of pseudoscientists. Beware of pseudoscientists. Yes, it does. I forget what it is in the original language, but it's very interesting. And yeah, pretty much scientism and all of this. Yeah, all of this stuff where they listen. The word pseudoscience is defined very specifically. It's everything that doesn't adhere to the scientific method. That's exactly what these people are doing. That's all it is. It's very simple. Why are they doing this? To cognitively break down people so that they can be mentally enslaved and so stupid that they don't even know it. That's it. That's the only purpose because man's only purpose is well, not really, but their only purpose is greed and domination. They want more. So the less that we take for ourselves, the more we give to them. That's all they want. They don't care about any of this other stuff so long as we're dumb enough to continue to do what they need us to do when they need us to do it. That's all. That's why the lie.
Yeah, they put mass confusion in education and in science. So you have to throw away your common sense. to believe these science equations and these spinning space balls, which we never experience. They tell us that our senses don't work. They give us these equations that are supposed to mean reality when they're just numbers, and they give us globes, but with no real proof. So we believe that. We believe anything. Then they tell us shit like they found methane gas on Uranus. They're just basically making fun of us at that point.
Yeah.
You know, there's Teslas and, heading towards Jupiter. Come on. There's diamonds on Uranus. And
That's not a coincidence.
This is science. Check this out. There's Goldilocks planets, even better than Earth. But we can't find them. But they're there mathematically. They got to be there mathematically. But we can't find any yet. And there's got to be life besides us, but we haven't found any. But mathematically, it's got to be there. So just keep looking.
Yeah, it's not science, it's pseudoscience.
It's like George Bush said, right? That curvature must be out there somewhere. Like weapons of mass destruction, like water gotta be somewhere. Keep looking.
Yeah, humans aren't special because we're just animals, right? Because we're just animals. And we're not special because there's other life out there in the universe, obviously, mathematically. So we're not special, Earth isn't special. There's a lot of planets out there.
Out where? Out there where?
You guys should believe in that shit.
Outside my house, you mean? Like out there?
Out there in the endless vacuum, bro. Out there in the
void out there.
Yeah, out there in the edge of space.
I always thought it was up there.
And they got proof because they got the micro radiation background.
The Earth is flat. Easy.
They can explain everything with dark matter and gravity.
Fake.
Yeah. The big lie is crumbling.
Dark matter, gravity, and a lot of imagination and a lot of faith. And then after a quadrillion years, voila, life just happened. Clay, heat, and water got together. And after a quadrillion years, a first cell just sprang forth. And it didn't die right away. Instead, it started growing and eating and evolving. And then it turned into you and me. All without an intelligent designer.
There's this algorithm, right? You give it parameters like categories, say eyes, ears, and maybe like 9 different kinds of ears, 9 different kinds of eyes, or something like that. 9 different kinds of like shirts, right? I mean, you'll end up with so many different, distinct, rare, like that can't be reproduced. And that's an algorithm, and that's just, like using little, like just using basic, imagine having 1,000,000 categories, right? With I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? That's life.
Hey, mama.
It is designed, right?
Allahu Akbar.
I just want to know if you start with an amoeba, which is like a single cell, how many generations till you get
multicellular?
Well, yeah, like a blonde haired, blue eyed boy.
Right.
But this is science, right? So we should know that.
Yo, that's crazy. Like, why are there even germs? Like, if everything is evolving, like, okay, now we're people. Why do? Never mind. Maybe that. I don't
Where
know.
is the homo monkey? I can see monkeys. Where is the homo between us and the monkeys? Where are they?
Being half man, half monkey.
I think monkeys
Yeah.
actually are more advanced than humans because they have, according to science, they have 56 chromosomes.
Bullshit.
So technically, they're more evolved.
No.
Wait, you don't think you're just an animal? Why
Yeah.
are you special?
God gave us a brain. We can think. Like, we can use it. Not like globies who trust the government. That's what we're different. We have a brain. We can use it. We can think. Can if do
Here's one
something.
for you. Here's one for you. Animals can't pray.
Can't cry.
Can't pray.
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 Okay.
Maybe
Am I
they
right?
do. Maybe
They just
no.
survived.
Wait. How would you know?
Yeah, how would you know too? Exactly.
Perhaps they do pray.
Yeah.
Perhaps they do have. I don't beliefs.
You see a monkey praying the Godfather?
You know why pig is haram too? Because he can't raise his face up towards the sky.
Look, animals can't sin. They don't know good or evil. Okay.
I don't know about that. They seem pretty guilty to me. When they take a like, you ever see a dog who, when you walk in the house, he doesn't want to even face you because he knows he done did something bad. Um, if you hear a sermon from a preacher, he'll tell you the same thing. We all know how to be good, but we just can't seem not to sin. We always, yeah, same as animals. They know what's up. They just do bad things like we do.
Yeah, but did a monkey steal your credit card?
Monkeys don't have credit card, but they have a bartering system.
Monkeys will snatch your purse, your wallet, whatever you have in your hand, and run off and try to eat it.
Yeah.
But will they open up?
Food.
Will they open up an account and like start using, start buying gas with it?
They would if they could, right? I mean,
that's non sequitur, though.
Yeah.
Wait. Can a monkey buy hookers? Come on now.
Well,
I don't know
Can a
about.
monkey speak?
Can a monkey go to a strip club and start tipping the dancers, lap dance?
No.
These are all non sequiturs.
Monkey went to space. Ha ha ha! Monkey win. Space monkey. I think they sent a dog. Animal cruelty. Yeah.
Did you see Space Force on Netflix? The monkey ate the dog.
Yeah. Monkey went outside and
Bad monkey.
did some, did a little spacewalk. He almost got it, That monkey has done more than any, more for the earth than most people will ever do in their lives, That's why we have to reward that monkey. The highest military honors. Right? Funny show, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. But space is part of the air. It's What? Space monkey. Yeah. Like a lab rat, but a space monkey.
You guys should watch the Nathan podcast from yesterday. Or was it today? 29th. Probably night time. Good debate there. Between the Glober and the...
Is it on YouTube? Can you link it in the live stream?
He linked it, Nathan. He was in Discord. If you scroll up a bit, Earth is flat, be here or be sphere. I can relink it again, but if you just scroll up... here.
Elijah there was a dog that got caught by his master when he came inside. He messed up the room, whatever, and then he like froze like a statue. Did you see that? It was so the dog is like frozen like a statue. His leg is like moving. You saw that?
You don't see me. Yo, these dogs are fucking funny.
You know, you did something wrong.
There was this one dog that like was, dipping into his kibble bag, and the girl comes out and says, "Hey, yo," he just drops a mouthful of kibble all over the floor and walks away. Like the moment he hears her go, "Hey," he spits it out and walks away.
Not doing anything. You didn't see anything. What about man-eating lions? Are they evil?
Animals
Lions
don't know good or
evil.
evil. They just have instincts, man. So they're just gonna eat you if they're hungry. That's all.
Vegetarians are evil. They eat living creatures. Trees are living creatures, right? They are evil.
Yeah, that's I've used I've used the same example.
Like, yeah, you have to be human to know righteousness and evil, bro.
And trees are evil because they eat the sun and stuff in the soil. So they're evil too. They should stop eating stuff. Yeah.
That's par for the course. That's par for the faulty logic. You can definitely say that, Paul.
I mean, where does it end? When do we stop? Like, first you say there's curvature, but you can't see it. And you say we're moving, but we can't feel it. Then you say this is gravity, but nobody knows what it is. And now plants are evil. All right. The circle of life is vicious, man. That's gotta stop.
Life
food
is
chain.
all about
Right.
it's like a battle between human and demons. like Bible said, and Quran. It's the truth. Can't hide it. Can't hide from it.
Yeah, and some humans work for them, eh?
Yeah, Joe Biden. Government, man, government. They sacrifice children. They do all bad stuff, man.
Yeah.
Right? They make marriage hard. Right? If you divorce your wife, she will take all your money, like half of it. It's demonic rules, man. They don't want marriage, like Bible said. Stop playing. It's true. It's obvious.
Well, if you don't have a lot of money, then you won't have to worry about it then, right?
What? She will take my half money. How can I
Well,
say
then,
it? Half money? Split.
I mean, certainly if you sign something, you don't have to do that.
Like not getting married.
I mean, those are the cons of being wealthy, I guess. I mean, that. What are you gonna do?
If you're
What did you
poor, she
think?
will
What did,
take
what did
my
you think
half
she liked
money
you?
too.
What did you think she liked you for? Like your looks, your brain? What it's your money, dude.
Ah, yeah, okay. So
Gravitas, the
you don't
pool.
agree? It's demonic rules they use.
Yes.
You agree or not?
Yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. Flat Earth forever.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Flat Earth forever, bro. Flat Earth forever.
Flat top haircuts forever too.
And Vatos Locos forever, I see.
How you guys doing this morning?
So, guy Rocket.
Not much. How are you, Bon?
Good. Up late, reading stuff.
Yeah, I just woke up. I just woke up to my son screaming and yelling on the phone to his girlfriend, and then I got up, told him to calm down, and starts calling me names and yelling and screaming at me. So I had to tell him he had to leave.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
One of those, yeah.
Yeah.
Just need some time alone to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cut the shit, you're funny, man. What are you talking about? Truth is truth. I don't care about the people. People are sheeps. Right.
What? People. Oh.
Exactly. But they
We're,
took it from us.
we're all sheeps.
Yes.
We were born and raised in it. There's nothing we can do about it.
For
I mean, you don't
real,
have to be
that's
part of it, but we can,
reality. Mm.
try to separate yourself from it as best you can, I guess. But it's all of society right now is in a major psychosis. They're all afraid of things that are not real. They're afraid of space. They're afraid of everything they're afraid of is not real. So that's the definition of psychosis.
Real.
They're afraid that everything in the news is fake. That's not real. They're scared.
Yeah.
19.
I know. I got you. Viruses.
Everything on the news is fake, and people are scared of it, and that's just straight up psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
The entire
Reality.
world are scared of things that do not exist.
So they have the money, right? And they have the control. Why they keep doing that shit?
Well,
Governments.
I think it's because they just want everything at this point. They want it all. They want everything. They want everybody's property. They want control of everything.
Exactly.
They just want everything. And they want us to have absolutely nothing. They're greedy.
Yeah.
And they want us to love it.
Yeah, they want us to have nothing and be happy.
Yeah. I mean, like, well, you know, why even own your body? I mean, why not just rent it? It's not like you use it every day, right? I mean, even your mind, right? I mean, why not just rent it? You know, lease it. It's not like you're using it all the time, right? I mean, it's a
Well,
lot easier.
it's not even like it's yours anymore. They've got control of it. You know
Right.
what I mean? Fuck.
Right.
I mean, I'd
I
like
mean,
to think
why would someone
I would
else
like to
use your
think
body? Right.
I would like to think that I'm awake and I'm not under the spell, but I know better. I'm still under to some degree, you know. I'm still under control. They're controlling me. No, I can't do what I want. I can't, you know. Just
Yeah, we can't. Same.
Yep. We don't. Our lives are not our own anymore, or never was. Probably. I mean, it's a real twisted world at this point, and it makes me wonder how much longer it's gonna go on
Jesus
before
save us.
something's gonna have to crack. Let me tell you, something's gonna drop, and it's not gonna be good.
Jesus.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you know, I think to make it easy on everyone, right? Because I mean, why not just plug ourselves into some kind of network where we can just live digital lives like happily, right? I mean, who wants to suffer? You know, living in some physical reality. You know, so many risks. You know, going out the door.
Fascinates. So many.
Right, right. And because we're going to be stuck in our rooms for the rest of our lives, I mean, why not just, you know, you got to exercise. Why not just plug yourself into a pod, you know, or something like that and just go to sleep, you know what I mean, forever. You know, I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? Isn't that easier? Just just go into this pod and just go to sleep. Yeah, yeah, live in this world. Yeah, digital world. It's so much easier. I mean, you can go to Mars. Could be whatever you want to be. In the
No,
new
we can't leave
world.
the earth.
Right. The new world. See, you guys remember Westworld?
Yeah.
Welcome to the new world where you can be whoever the bleep you want to be. That's what that. Yeah, that's what that.
Metaverse.
We
Yeah.
can't even travel without papers and shit. They control the world. Technology is bad for us. Nature is good. I am out. Bye bye.
Blue pills.
Almost every time, I feel like every time I take a red pill, they slip two in my food that I don't know, two blue pills I don't know about.
Time you take one step forward,
Two
you take
steps
two steps
backwards.
backwards. Yeah.
Yep, same scenario.
mean, how do we
Yeah.
how are we dealing with all this, Bong? I mean, really, seriously. I mean, how healthy is this for us mentally and physically to live the lives that we are forced to live at this point? I mean, it's so unhealthy. I mean, it's mentally damaging. It's physically damaging. It's no good. I mean, it's the life they have us living is not conducive to happiness at all. I don't think. Yeah, you have momentary laughter, momentary, things that entertain you, momentary things that you think you're having fun. And then there's the crash when it's over with. It's like all of a sudden bits of reality start coming back into your mind, and you realize where you're at and what's going on. And it's depressing, and it's like it's non-motivating.
Yeah, it's like cows, cattle, right? Like that's the difference between a cow in the wild and the cow that's in captivity, like in a farm, right? They they think they're happy and nice living good lives, but you know, meat and milk, right? That's they don't know that, right? They don't cows in the wild, I guess. I mean, they're cows. Like, they're doing what cows should be doing, and they're probably happier just being cows, whatever they are.
Can I be a cow and be happy?
We are cows, except we're stuck in a farm, right? And we all think we're being looked after by the farmer, the man. But I heard
Yeah,
they
well,
were going to have steak next week, so just looking
yeah.
around.
Well, they feed us poison, and they feed us poison for our mind. They feed us poison for our body.
You
Poison
gotta
everything.
keep your cows healthy, right? Like if you have cows that plow the field, then they have to be strong, right? Like cows. If you have cows for meat, well, you know what I mean. Dairy cows, they have their own way of. It's like every cow has lifestyle, way of life, trade.
And my trade is to squirt milk. I'm a milk cow. I stand there and someone sucks my teats. What a life. Makes me so happy when they're empty. Pressure's gone. So stupid, man. Everything is so stupid right now.
I mean, the last 2, 3 years, with the last 2 years kind of confused everything. So still trying to see again. It's like the hell, man, what's going on? People acting crazy.
Yeah. Scared of things that aren't real. They're all in a psychosis. They're all psychotic. Everyone. The whole world. The news comes on, wars. They tell us wars are going on. They tell us that, children are being kidnapped and killed. They tell us that, that meteorites are on their way to kill us. They tell us, all these things. Tsunamis are on their way, volcanoes. Which, some of those things are true. A couple of volcanoes the last couple of days just went off. Little ones, but just stuff they make sure they show us. Here's something to scare them. We got to scare them a little more. Let's scare them just a little bit more.
Man, I haven't completely crossed off zombie apocalypse off my list yet, but I don't know.
I think we're already there. I mean,
I think it's been it's already happened. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. Zombies, right?
Yep.
Globe zombies. You got like, I don't know, just social justice warrior zombies, BLM zombies. What else? Transgender zombies, LGBT.
baseball card zombies.
But yeah, well, I mean, only difference is you can't you know, whack them in the head, right?
I don't want to be
man.
I don't want to be a baseball card zombie no more. And I don't even own a single baseball card.
I've been listening to Pink Floyd's The Machine like a lot more lately. Yep, and it's just
welcome to the machine.
Yeah, I mean, it just keeps getting scarier and scarier. The song, it's like
Scare
when I first heard it, it felt so far away. Like in the future. And now it's like
in your back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, damn.
Yep.
How did you see this? Like, were they talking about this in the past? I mean, I know AI and all that was a big thing back then, but damn, man, like all these years, brick in the wall. I don't know. Day by day, right? One day at a time. Stop planning so far ahead. Doesn't work anymore, man.
Yeah, minute by minute doesn't work either. Live by minute, day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year.
Yeah.
Before you know it, it's all gone by and it was a blur.
Right. Change is happening so fast. I used to take like a whole generation for, some kind of, culture shock type of changes. And now it's like, well, how many changes? Like I've Y2K. I mean, the computer Y2K. I mean, the 2012. I mean, 9/11. Damn, like so many things happened in the last 10 years, maybe even 20 years. Like, I thought I might be telling my grandchildren what life used to be like when I was younger, but it looks like I'm telling my son, right here, like, son, a long time ago when I was young.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. It wasn't that long ago, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, once upon a time.
I guess before the internet.
Throughout the fairy tale. That's what I don't like, because we just live the whole world just lives a fairy tale now. None of it's real. None of it's what they say.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the news for like 2 years, and I don't miss it at all. I mean, it's like, I mean, sure, I've watched little segments or little bits and pieces, or come on, and I listen to it for a minute. And it's like almost instantly I recognize the lie and the fucking propaganda attached to it. The agenda.
Yeah, any opportunity they get, they're gonna shove it in there, of course.
You know.
Do you all ever arrange any meetups?
Yeah, only with women.
Sure can't argue with that. Sure can't argue with that.
At least that's what I would like to do. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, here in Florida, we've been having a bunch of meetups in different places. We've got one in Miami coming up and one in Palm Bay coming up first Sunday in May. I'm not May. What am I thinking? First, I'm way ahead of myself. I guess first Sunday in February, and we've been really successful in getting a bunch of small meetups going up around. And I just wonder if any others have had any going.
I don't know of any here where I live in Utah. I live behind the Zion curtain, the Mormon fucking state.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to be Mormon and flat Earth.
Somehow I managed it. I'm not Mormon, but I was raised that way. I mean, I don't go to church. I don't practice their principles. I have my own relationship with God, and that's all that matters. But it's a heavy influence in this state. I mean, it's all my neighbors, all my parents, my family members are all LDS church members, and not all of them, but 80-90% of them. And,
A lot of that seems off the wall to me, but I'll tell you what, one thing for sure, in all of my life, of all the Mormons I ever met, I only ever had one do me wrong, and most of the Mormons I've ever known have just been super outstanding people.
Yeah, they are. They're nice people, but they're naive. They believe in the globe, because they don't know any better. Their superiors, their leaders are telling them that we live on a globe, and so they trust them, and they don't feel the need to research to find out, the truth that they don't believe exists. They no sense in trying to, look for the evidence of flat Earth, because they believe they would live on a ball, and it's just real simple for them. It's just they don't care to look for it because they feel like they've been educated, and because of it, they can just move on and live their lives and go to work and do whatever they do. They don't need to do that because it's already been done. They believe that. They believe that, it's all been, not all been figured out, but that much has been figured out. And we have a solar system, and we have all these balls drifting around in space, and because it's what's shoved down their throat by their superiors, by their leaders, and they're not argumentative about those kinds of things. It's they're more argumentative about people that live, cohabitation. They don't believe in, you need to be married if you're going to live together. They concern themselves with those types of things, that you don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't swear, that kind of stuff. Those are the important things to them. They don't care if the earth is flat. They don't believe it because, they were indoctrinated by their superiors or by their leaders, and they trust them. It's like these Mormons have this trust thing, like, they all trust each other, and they're the good neighbor, and they're the friendly neighbor, that sort of stuff. They all got kids.
Yeah, after my grandfather died, my grandmother found herself on, and she lived in the middle of central Kentucky, and she found herself on every
what?
missionaries list who would come by her house and visit, and frankly, and they came for almost like a year, and finally on their last visit, the bishop came with them, and he was getting a little more like pushing, like, we can arrange transportation, we can this and that for you to come to service, blah blah blah, and she said the two of them just kind of like kept looking around, and then she excused herself to go to the restroom, and she came back out, and her coffee pot was missing. And about 2 days later, she found it on top of her refrigerator. And I never in my life will I forget that story.
It's probably because that's where she put it and forgot about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just guessing, but
Yeah, she said they came out, or she said when she came out of the bathroom that the two of them were just kind of like looking with their heads down and this and that, and she said that she saw goodbye, and she's like, I hate for you to go. She says, you're always welcome in my house, just don't bring that other fellow with you. But they visit her probably every 2 weeks for most of a year, and the truth is that's what she needed the most. And though I'll never forget the story, they did spend a lot of time visiting a lonely widow, and there was nothing in this world that could have meant more to her than that. So did pretty much everybody just disappear, or they just kind of come and go?
Oh, I just think it's time of day. It's early. I just think half the people here are probably just either asleep or gone to work and just left themselves signed into the server. I think a lot of that happens. You know, they just mute their mic and go about their business for the day. I think a lot of them, maybe. I doubt very seriously that there's more than 5 or so people that are actually listening to this stream right now.
Good morning, God Rocking. Good morning, everyone. I'm listening to you guys. I was just on YouTube checking out some happenings,
Yeah.
what's happening on our Earth, particularly about the Canadian blockage, right? You guys heard about that shit? 5,000
No.
trucks at least on the Canadian border, blocking the whole shit.
Who's blocking it?
The truckers, they can't enter and leave without the pass. Check it out, dude. I just put a video down in a live stream. It's been happening for days already.
That is so ridiculous.
It's crazy, dude, but it's gonna be food shortages and all kinds of shit, dude, as an effect of that. So, you know, you should, if you don't know, like, you should check it out, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard in lots of places in Canada they've turned off the cameras. Is that true? Then I read an article said it wasn't true, but then I got a feeling it probably is true.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. What cameras?
I'm sorry, say that again. One of the holler in my ear. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't understand what you said. What cameras did they turn off?
The cameras on the highway, you know, that you watch for traffic. Like if you're going on your commute, you can pull up the camera.
Yeah, they don't want you to see what's happening, dude. Yeah. And they even deleting people's videos. Like I think they have some live footage of their own, but yeah, they're literally taking videos down, dude. Just like in European protests right now, there's shit happening on the streets all over Europe right now, dude. But if anybody posts anything, they take it down. But they have their own, like Ruptly and Global News and some of these big mainstream media whorehouses give you live footage of the protests. But anything, if normal people post, they take the shit down immediately, dude. So you'll never find any actual footage from real people. But if you Google live protests right now, there's shit happening all over Europe, dude. Like every major European city, there's fucking thousands of people in the streets right now. And it's really bad, dude. Like in Brussels, it's bad. There's water cannons on the street, tear gas every day. It's crazy shit, dude. And supposedly Antifa's in Brussels also, breaking windows and all kinds of shit. Trying to turn peaceful protest into violent riots. So they made sure they filmed that and they show that to people. How these anti-vaxxers are throwing stones in the building and shit like that.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, mass psychosis, man. It's been like this for the last couple of years, man. It's total madness. Everything is anti-logic, anti-common sense. And yeah, there's nothing anyone can do about it, dude. It's almost... Yeah, we're powerless. Seems to be like we're powerless, dude.
Yeah, I know
No matter what. I'm sorry,
during all the rioting that happened here in the United States in 2020, I realized about halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way through it, that the news media was way overblowing that stuff, because in Louisville, Kentucky, there was this church where it looked like there were hundreds and hundreds of people, and the news media was giving this thing like they were going to arrest all the black people because they were out after curfew, blah, blah, blah. And I finally, when I had some time, I got to thinking, well, wait a minute here. That is, I recognize that church. So I got to doing some digging. And sure enough, that church was across the street from a high-rise Section 8 tower. It's called Club 800. And it literally has like 800 or 900 people who live in it, something like that. It's a huge, huge, huge high-rise apartment for assisted government, for like welfare, that sort of thing. And anyway, so I did a little more digging, come to find out that the church had offered free food and gift cards for people who would come across the street to the church. And the way the news media blew that thing up, it's like the police were on their way to get those people and stop them, when the truth of the matter was they were just across the street from where they lived.
That doesn't surprise me.
And so I showed a buddy of mine, they
literally turned the stories like anyhow they want it in their favor, dude. Like in Kazakhstan, people were protesting, like they literally threw the government over, and they showed the people rioting on the streets, and they claimed it was because of gas prices. Right? You know about the recent Kazakhstan
right,
uproar?
sure.
Yeah, so they claimed it was for gas prices, dude. So, like, they'll say any stupid shit they want, dude, and like people are fucking stupid and they'll believe it. No, and I don't think protests do anything, dude. Like, because what happened with any protest? Like, did anything change in the last how long?
No. Yeah, and like what I was telling you about there, the camera did everything in its power. You could see, you could watch how they were very careful not to show that big high-rise apartment building, because nearly everybody in their viewing area would know what it was.
Yeah.
And, and all they were doing is they went over for free food and gift cards, and they stood out front in the courtyard while they were waiting, and somebody had a bullhorn going, hands up, and they'd all holler back going, don't shoot, And so it's like you say, they will take any stupid little thing and just spin it to whatever direction they want.
Yep, and no one will question it, because if it's on TV, it must be real. Why would they lie?
I mean, gosh, all those millions of dollars that they spend for those television stations, no, they would never lie.
Yeah, so that's the biggest question these days, man. Like, how long will this last, and what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when what is gonna happen? Like now they're tightening the belt, and what's gonna happen now? They're gonna give us a little bit of freedom, and then they're gonna open the borders, and then what? I think there should be no stopping until every one of these bastards is in jail, hanging for crimes against humanity. Because I have a feeling if they just open the borders a little bit and everybody's gonna start partying, like, yeah, we can travel again, yeah, what's gonna change? I want to see the change. I want to see these evil bastards go to jail and hang. They rob you blind, and then when you can't take it anymore, they give a little bit of crumbs, and then everybody's like, wow, everybody's happy now. And then they tighten the belt again until you can't fucking breathe. And then they let go a little bit again so you can take a breath, and then they tighten up again. It's fucking sick.
Because, once upon a time, you're supposed to hate Jews, and then you were supposed to hate the Germans because they hated the Jews, and then you were supposed to hate Arabic people because
they were terrorists.
Yeah. Then you're supposed to hate white people now. And now they figured out that, well, you know what? We can actually have more fear if you don't actually have to hate somebody. You can just hate a totally manufactured concept.
Invisible airborne enemy, right? That makes you sick. You can get someone else sick.
You have it until you go for one of their tests. Yep.
Always need a boogeyman.
Yeah, I guess they finally figured out that you don't actually have to be afraid of somebody that you can sit down with and talk to and have dinner with and be like, wait a minute, what am I hating you for? You can't do that with the virus.
Yep. Why not just make him afraid of the air, right? Make him afraid of being next to each other. Make him afraid of human contact and being together. Yeah. They'll fucking buy it.
Absolutely correct. Just make them afraid of the air, being next, actually getting in person. So now they can be that monkey in the middle and with censorship and everything else. And that's why I push so hard on getting our meetups going here in Florida is when we get in person, they can't censor us.
Well, you guys are pretty free down in Florida, right? I mean, like, compared to the rest of the world. And the rest of the country. Like,
we're very
can't even
fortunate.
compare to New York, dude. New York is like people wear masks on the street in New York City.
Yep, that's and I guess those New Yorkers love it because
They're loving it, dude. Yeah, it became a religion, dude. My sister, it's her religion, dude. It's literally her religion right now.
But at least they should be honest that what they enjoy is covering their face and walking around with a little more
Yep, that's their ritual. It's just a ritual, man. And they want you to play along too. They want you to wear a mask too. They want you to play along their ritual. Satanic ritual, whatever that fucking Satanism is. Evil shit, dude. The point is, you're not supposed to ask any questions and you're not supposed to think. Just obey. Wear the mask. The symbolic ritualism, dude.
Indeed it is. It's just virtue signaling. It's sure is satanic because it's not actually doing anything, but it gives you that feeling like, wow, I'm serving my neighbor.
I'm playing my part.
Having grown up around lots of Baptist churches, I always got a kick out of my Baptist friends. But then in 2020, the Baptist Church ran an article talking about how wearing a mask is a spiritual practice. And I'm like, yeah, like really? Seriously?
So what did it say about it?
Well, they said it's spiritual because you're covering
helping others, right?
You're helping your others, and it's something very simple you can do, and it's a great symbol of that we're going to be victorious over this, blah blah blah, and and I'm just sitting here thinking, my grandfather and others that were Baptist in their day are probably rolling in their graves. Yeah, I will say this. The Globies want us to think that space is boundless and infinite and endless, and that there's an infinite number of stars and planets and God knows how many other civilized planets out there. When the truth is, the only thing boundless that I know of is human stupidity.
You're right about that, man. Definitely right about that, bro. How do you know you're a flat earther? Well, that's an extra cool thing. But I mean, to be honest, bro, like living in Florida, I'll be surprised if you said you think Earth is a globe. I've been to Florida, and I don't know how can anyone think Earth is a globe in Florida, Like here in PA, there's hills and shit, like, so whatever. I can see how people can think, but in Florida, dude.
Well, I'll tell to you like this here. If you want an interesting experiment, go to the Google Maps and pull up 2 routes. Pull up Pensacola, Florida to Detroit, Michigan, and then compare the distance from Pensacola, Florida to Key West, Florida. And if that don't blow your mind, absolutely nothing will.
Yeah. You're talking about elevation graph, like.
No, just go to like Google Maps and put in like find a route from Florida to Detroit, Michigan, and then once you record, write down the miles, maybe take a screenshot, and then do the same thing, but this time go from Pensacola, Florida to Key West, Florida, and tell me how many miles are difference between those 2 routes.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. I was in Key West, dude. Like driving through, it's incredible. Let me see. I have a picture from Florida.
Yeah, it's only 140 miles different between those 2 other, more or less. And so how is it? Now, of course, you got to go east and then go west to go from Pensacola to Key West. You look at the 2 screenshots, you can tell very clearly the size of Florida. That Florida is smaller than it looks like on the map. You can just tell that the map is an entire fiction when it comes to the state of Florida.
Somebody sleeping? Yup. God, Rocky's sleeping.
That's
cool.
I was wondering, somebody's either wheezing or.
Yup. I'm gonna find that photo right now of my screenshot of the elevation graph of my 80-mile trip in the car through the Key West. Here we go.
When I don't mind giving the cartographers a bit of discretion on Florida, because if they accurately showed the shape of Florida and the size of Florida, you would have this huge single state, and you would waste a whole lot of paper. So I understand why they show it like they do, but having said that, this whole state of Florida here, it is much, much longer than it appears.
So you see the elevation graph? The bottom line is sea level, and the highest max elevation was 50 feet. That was one of those bridges.
Now, where did you...
So I went from Fort Lauderdale to down to Key
Send
West.
it through. I'm not here. No, I mean, did you let's see here.
And this is just one app. Like any app will show
Did you paste
this.
that in here somewhere?
Yeah, it's in a Livestream voice text, which is right above Livestream voice channel.
Wrong server. Hang on a second. What in the world did I do here? Hold on.
Islam is the truth.
Livestream voice text. I was looking through the flat Earth debate, science versus pseudoscience there.
Yep.
Yeah. So max elevation 50 feet. That's the one you were talking about.
Yep. So that's the elevation graph. So you see that little spike in the middle? That's the highest. That was the highest elevation of the 80-mile ride, and that was 50-foot elevation. That was the that was a bridge. I was going over the bridge. So all these little spikes, that's all just a couple of feet. Up, 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 up. See, the bottom line is always level, flat, and every elevation graph of every GPS app is going to show the same thing, including Google Maps and all that shit. This is from an app called Strava. You can download it. It's free.
No. I mean, your route, was that like from Miami to Key West or where?
Fort Lauderdale to Key West.
Okay,
And
cool.
I don't think I started recording right away at Fort Lauderdale. It was like somewhere doing a ride, but you can tell 80-mile ride. So somewhere from Fort Lauderdale.
Whatever. Yeah.
And like I said, every GPS elevation graph is going to show the same thing. Like the bottom line is going to be flat level. That's the sea level.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out, what does sea level even mean on a squishy
on the globe? On the globe?
iron model? Yeah, I mean,
that's a funny one.
Yeah, so if
They
you're
say
talking
level is curved.
like Western Pennsylvania versus say Philadelphia, and let's just say Philadelphia is a little bit above sea level, but then you've got Pittsburgh that's probably quite a bit a distance above sea level. How do you even measure that on a ball?
Altimeters, like they measure the barometric pressure.
So in other words, it's not. No, I know what I'm saying is so it's not. It's obviously not really an actual elevation measure. It's a perceived measure based on air pressure. Two entirely different things, obviously.
Yeah. I don't know actual method. How would they measure from the sea level? To be honest, but
no, you're
I know
absolutely correct.
That's the way it is. Sorry, I'm sorry, bro.
What they do is using, it's exactly what they do is they're using the barometric pressure, altimeter, that sort of thing. But but my point is that but that's not really elevation. It's a comparison of air pressure.
True, but like I said, there has to be different other methods. Triangulation.
Which all makes sense on a flat Earth. I mean, it makes perfect sense on a flat Earth, but on a ball, I'm not convinced.
But I'll tell you another thing. That somebody said mic check. Roger, is that you? Good morning, bro.
Yeah. Am I? Is my mic good?
Maybe a little crackling. Keep talking. Let's see.
Correctly. Hello. Mic check. Yeah.
You're cracking a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're cracking, bro. But another thing I was gonna say, you can use this app on the airplane mode, which proves you don't have to be connected to what people believe you have to be connected with satellites and all that bullshit. You don't. I use my app every single day, and it's always on an airplane mode to save the battery. So I can go out from 3 to 5 hours. I can be out all day, record my whole ride on the bike, and come back home, and my battery's still gonna be 70%. And when I told that to one of my cycling buddies, he just didn't want to talk about it. He gave me a look, and he called me a conspiracy theorist. And all I kept telling him, just try it, bro. Just try it. And he wouldn't even talk about it. That's how afraid people are of this information. You try to tell them how the app works, that it works on an airplane mode, and they get afraid. So what else can you talk about with these people?
Now, sorry, my friend. I just want to make sure that I caught this right because the twins were hollering.
Mm-hmm.
Receives the GPS signal.
I didn't hear anything, bro. I just heard the last word you said right now. Can you say that again?
Yeah, let me give it a shot. The twins were screaming in my ear when you were talking about
no
the
problem.
GPS on your phone. So did you say you would put it on airplane mode, but you would still receive the GPS signal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because the signal is always there. Signal is just in the phone. So literally just try it, bro. Like if you don't believe me, like you can literally download this app that I'm using. It's called Strava. It's free.
So what I do know is, and I've seen it on an old school GPS unit that I had, and I've seen it on the phone once or twice. I do know these phones do some kind of tracking of where you are based on the motion of the phone.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but how that works, I don't know. I just know that it does work. So people are, oh, how? I'm not fucking, like, I don't know how. I know that it does. And I try to show you that it does. And look, dude, do it. Download the app and do it. Like I said, this guy was like fucking didn't want to talk to me. He was so scared that he didn't want to talk to me, bro. And all I thought, like, just do it. You don't want to do it? Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, so once so let's say you take your phone and you get a connection so it knows where you are.
Yep.
And then you put your phone in a Faraday cage. So it's impossible that any signal can get through to your phone, period. Then it knows from the motion sensor in the phone approximately how fast you're traveling, what direction you're going in, and all that other good stuff. And so, like you say,
well, because you already like your signal is on the digital app with the already topographic imaging laid out.
Yeah, so it knows.
Already in the, yeah, it knows. Like it knows where it is. That's what I'm saying. So all the phone does, it records that position as you're moving through space. So when I come home, I just take it off airplane mode and I download my ride to the app.
Yeah, they've got very accurate sensors in the phone. Very accurate motion sensors in the phone.
Yeah. Not deliberately. I get time, elevation, speed of how fast you're going, like everything into the second. And it tells you your power too, based on your weight and the gradient of the surface. But that's obviously average. But you can calculate all those things based on the data.
So one of the things I wonder is, where do you actually get GPS signal versus where do you get the manufacturing from the position censoring of your phone?
I'll tell you this: when if somebody goes with their phone on any app where the topographic surface is not if it's not already there, it's just gonna show it's gonna show you all over the place. Because I've seen it when people go skiing and they use the same app and they go to the places where the topographic surface is not laid out digitally, like the map wasn't there. Their signal goes all over the place. It just shows like lines back and forth. Doesn't show elevation, doesn't give you any data for it or nothing. Because your phone can't measure as it's going through space, right? It only gives the signal. And if you are on the map that's already there, it can tell you where you are on that map. Because the elevation and space was already laid out. But if it wasn't there, your signal just shows, excuse me, it just shows you all over the place. It just shows the line going back and forth and doesn't give you any data. So somebody has to make the map before, is what I'm saying. Like when the Google Maps goes, they go with that car through the neighborhood and all that, and they somehow measured it.
Yeah, that's absolutely what they do. And they take the known topographic topographic maps, if I can talk, and they do that's exactly.
They measure everything out and they lay it out, and then all you do is you go with your gadget, with your sensor, and your sensor, whether if you're recording it, you record it. If not, it just tells you the data. It tells you the data that's already there because you're just there with your signal. That's it. How that works, I really fucking don't know, dude. But I know that it works because I've been using it for 7 years now, almost every day. That's how I save my phone. The same phone for 7 years, bro. I put it on airplane mode, I go out, I come back, I still have like 70% of my battery. And I showed it to my friends, dude. They're afraid of it, literally. They wouldn't even try it.
Yeah, I'm going to try the same thing, but I think very few people really realize how these phones actually work.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like I said, I don't know. People tell me how, like fucking, if you don't know that, dude, what the fuck, man? I just don't know. I know that it does. And all you have to do to prove me wrong is like try it, see if it works for you. That's it. Just fucking try it.
Mic check again. Is this better?
Sounds better. Sounds a little better,
Yeah.
Roger.
Okay, thank you.
What happened? You got a mic that you're not happy with right now?
No, it's when I think it's my PC. I was playing a game and then somehow my
Cracking
sound
too,
card
man.
is flipping. Yeah, it's flipping
You're
out.
cracking again, bro. On this
Is
one now.
this hello? Yeah. Test.
Yep.
Better.
Yep. You're cracking, bro.
Okay. Well, I need to check things. Thank you.
Yep.
And this is this better?
Let's see. This was good so far. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Hello. I am testing my mic. Is everything all right with you guys? How are you doing?
It has a little bit of cracking, yeah. Like I think if you go a little louder, it starts a little more.
Okay.
Can you talk a little louder?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
Yep.
This is me.
It's cracking, bro.
Okay.
Not as bad, I think, as before, but it's definitely cracking.
Throws it back. And then I throw it back. Go on, do it again.
Yeah, I will certainly start putting my phone on airplane mode more when I'm out, because you're absolutely correct. That will save the heck out of that battery.
Yes, sir. Which app do you use for Google Maps or something?
Yeah, usually I use Google Maps, but I don't use a lot of active direction unless I'm actually trying to find somewhere I don't know where I'm going.
Well, you can, like I said, you can use this app, Strava. It's free. It definitely you can't use it for directions to find out where you're going, but like you can use it for this purpose and to obviously measure your data. Excuse me. If you're a runner or cyclist, or if you go on rivers, canoes, stuff like that. Anywhere where you need to record your time and distance and elevation, and it's free.
It's free.
Keep talking, Roger.
Yeah, hello. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing.
Still cracking. Seems a little less, but it's still like I heard a little. Did you do something different?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I switched my buffer size.
So right now I didn't hear any cracking as you were talking.
Oh, is this a bit better?
So far, so good.
Oh, wait a second. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3.
So far, so good.
Okay, well, maybe this will help. My apologies, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good. So far, so good, bro. No.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure. So somebody earlier mentioned about a free app, and when I hear that, it always makes me think of Telegram, which I've been using a good bit recently. But what I'm trying to figure out is who is actually funding a free app that has no advertisement? Well, if you're talking about the app that I just told you, I'm actually paying $7 a month, but it's free.
No, I'm talking about Telegram. No. I just
okay. Telegram
every
too,
time
but
I hear somebody talk about a free app, I think about Telegram, and I wonder like who's actually funding that?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I just know that somebody has to be paying for the server and development and the storage space for files, that sort of thing, that stay on there pretty much forever.
What are they, right? One Key West, one from Florida.
Well, we were on Key Largo, but yeah.
Sorry.
All right, that's so far so good.
Yeah, am I? Jesus.
Now I heard a little crack.
Oh,
message.
yeah.
Go ahead, keep talking, bro. Like it sounds pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Hmm.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is...
You
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's
They're
Nicole Brady
round
joins
like a
us live
pizza?
this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat off today. There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are
I'll repeat
the Earth
right
is not
now,
a sphere, as you said.
842 west of the
It's
Rockies.
not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides.
I'm looking directly south, just on the border of Mexico, seeing the final stages of the waning moon.
Did the sun rise already? Where you at?
Yes, sir. I got a bright and radiant, hot thing right next to me in the sky. It's really close. I can feel it.
Sounds good. Right here, we have about 10 inches of snow. The sky, it's all covered. We can't see much. It's daytime, but it's snowing a lot. And it's frozen. Everything is frozen.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I remember you were in a very cold state. I remember, I forget what state that was.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So you should actually have to look southwest to see the moon, maybe significantly west. But right now you got a problem, is that the tiniest sliver is visible, is apparent. So even when I know its general direction, it takes me about 10 seconds to find it. It's so faint. There it is right there. It's just such a tiny, faint little, it looks like it looks like you cut your fingernail off. That's a fingernail discoloration. Yeah. So from my point of view, it's about 12 degrees east. For you, it should be far west. And the sun is about 35, 40 degrees to my left, which of course is east, and it's making it really hard to see this moon. Again, final stages of the waning moon. It looks like it's a dish in water, and just the edge of the dish is out of the water. And morning, now several hours ago before the sun was up, I could see. Here's the thing, I never experienced this before. So about a 2-hour gap, Gemsy. Are you following me right now? Can you hear me?
I am following.
Check this out. Here's the deal, guys. Here we got a big update here. So 2 hours ago, on the border of Mexico, 32nd parallel, looking south to the moon this morning, I could see the moon. I could see the crescent part lit up, very tiny, and I could see the rest of the moon not lit up. Now, with the sun out, the radiance is much brighter. The sky is blue. I can no longer see the moon, actually. Now the part of the moon that was slightly lit up is now disappeared, and it looks like it is a dish, and the edge of the dish is out of the water. And it looks like the moon is almost submerged by water. That's what it looks like right now. I can no longer see the dark portion of the moon, of the face that you sometimes can. So as the light appears now, I can no longer see that. Only the very tiny little sliver of a sickle is visible, and that right now is so hard to find. It literally takes me 15 seconds to find it. Your eyes got to focus on it. It is just a little tiny dot. But yeah, the apparent size of each is still exactly the same.
Danny, you robot a little bit, but you said that the apparent size is the same.
The apparent size is always the same. I never see the actual size of the sun ever shrink. And that people stop trying to say that the sun shrinks at the horizon. It does not. You guys got to get your cameras out there and realize that the sun and moon always have the same apparent size. And why shouldn't they? How do you know how the firmament should work? You can't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That people, yep.
That point that you're bringing up, because some people wanna, I don't know. The globe says, since it's a globe, or whatever, since it's a flat Earth, if it moves away from you, it should be shrinking and getting smaller. I don't know why will the heavens above and the luminaries will be doing anything that somebody wants them to do. They do what they do, and if they shrink or not, or the phenomena that we observe, it is what it is. It doesn't. What the luminaries do don't determine that the Earth is a globe or a flat plane. I don't know, but it's gonna. I don't know. It's. I haven't done I look at the luminaries of the sun and the moon all the time, but I haven't kind of like put a measurement on a optical device to say that it gets smaller or bigger. But for my visual perspective, from what I've observed, in my opinion, they kind of look sometimes a little bigger or smaller, but I can't confirm that myself. What do you think about that? What are you trying to say at the moment? So,
well, you're right, and that's the topic at hand here. Is that you already touched on it, that they don't affect one another either. The problem is when somebody a loaded presumptive religious question for you it has 75 different already assumed religious beliefs attached to it. When somebody says, well, how can you explain the fact that the sun stays the same angular size in the sky? Well, yeah. Did I ever claim that it's not supposed to? When did I say the sun should start changing sizes? Did you used to eat paint chips as a kid, or did you play with Ouija boards? words, what's wrong with you? Like, so first of all, the person's losing their mind already if they're asking you to something you never mentioned. That just means they have some sort of psychosis, and there's literally something wrong with these people. So when I said, oh yeah, I think the earth is under the heavens and in the waters, like the Bible describes, right? If I just want to put myself out there, right, for the people that obviously are biased, we keep hearing this religious term. By the way, Gemsy, anytime somebody brings up, oh, we don't want to make this about religion, that means it's already about religion and you're telling us about yours. Thanks. So just be careful, because when you're using the religious word, that's like saying, don't bring up religion. Well, what did you just do, genius? Thanks. So back to this problem, guys. You don't want to make claims about things that, first of all, don't matter. Secondly, if you've never done it, don't worry about it. What difference does that make? I didn't. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to measure the moon and sun, Gemsy. That's the thing, is that they put on you like, oh, you think the earth is flat? Well, how does the sun and moon work? Because, I mean, apparently everybody else in the plane of existence or on earth or on the plane would never have to answer such questions. But since 2015, I'm probably roboting. Since 2015,
just a little bit.
Small group, yeah, there's a small group of flat earthers that now are gods to people. Now flat earthers have to answer the questions only God would know. Wait a minute, I just told you I think the earth isn't a ball in space, and now you're assuming I'm God and I can tell you how the sun and moon work? That's a little flattering, but again, a psychosis. There's something wrong with you. I'm just a man, so no, and I don't understand why you would think that I would be able to have the answers when I'm the one telling you they can't and should not give you answers. You can't understand these things anyway. From a standpoint, which you'll see, Gemsy, is that a lot of people that claim to believe the Bible automatically on the face of it can't. If you're saying you understand heavenly things and heavenly things should then change earthly things, that's actually going against a lot of literally the word of the Creator. He separates them in a manner that says you cannot compare the two anyway. And if you're saying one affects the others, then you are actually worshiping that one. And what are they doing? They're actually worshiping the sun. If you're saying the sun, Shemesh in Hebrew, magically changes something on earth when God said they are not to be compared. Again, if I tell you of earthly things and you can't comprehend, how could I tell you of heavenly things? Separating the two, they are very different. You are not to compare them. Duh. Right? That's the word of God. So if you're automatically saying, Gemsy, that, which is what these people do. No, it's not flat earthers, so I'm not mad at them, right? But you got these psychotic people that they're raised on cartoons. That's just what they see, these outer space fantasy cartoons their whole lives, and that makes them a smart person. So remember, it's that pseudo-intellectualism that's powering them in the first place. So then their first response to you is, first of all, now you're supposed to tell them how the sun worked, when that was the problem in the first place. I'm sorry I didn't give you fine print, sir, before I made my claim about something other than the sun. But if you look here in my fine print of the clause of my claim, clearly states on section 4.2b that I don't believe men can describe and understand Shemesh in the sky above. I believe that heavenly light mentioned in Genesis is probably a little bit more complex than your puny little mind. That would be section C. That's my clause. That's my claim. I didn't claim. So if you want to talk about the sun, yeah, I'm saying you can't understand it. That's the point. So they're completely, it's really weird because and these are pre-programmed, and don't forget, again, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. We wrestle against other principalities, the rulers of darkness in high places. And that's why all these people ask the same questions. It's really weird. It's really cringe. Like two completely different people from different parts of the plane of existence, one from, South America, one from Canada, will ask the same questions to hide from what I can prove. That in itself is a weird fact that we continue to experience. And that's one of those things in this realm. When you wake up to this deception, you're not just going to experience different levels of truth now. You're going to experience different levels of people attacking you in psychological manners that never existed until you brought this topic up. I mean, you bring up, and I don't do it. Listen, I'm not a person that says the term flat earth. I don't like it. But if you do, my goodness, it's like you walked into a room and you had a couple of possums in a suitcase and you just let them start running around. Ha everybody, I said flat earth. Now there's possums on the ceiling. How does that feel? That's literally what they're acting like. Oh my dear Lord. What do you mean, bruh? Bruh, do you even science? And then the first question is, oh, well, how does the sun work then? So now you're a god. First of all, they said you're stupid. 30 seconds later, now you're a god. There's something wrong there. That's a warning sign that there might be some sort of big thing going on in somebody's mind that's making them have a panic attack or a seizure that is at a different level, pun intended, that you've never experienced before. There's nothing quite like it as far as the art. It's not like you went into a room and saw somebody playing Dungeons and Dragons and said, oh, you like Dungeons and Dragons, bro? Well, I like Magic. I like Magic the Gravity or whatever that game is. No, it's not that. We're not comparing board games here. You tell somebody, I think I don't think those outer space missions are real. And I'm kind of think maybe the Earth is more of a realm than, oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Okay, so that's the guy's got the statement, right? That's the dumbest, like they'll tell you how stupid that is or how ridiculous, or that's a psyop. And then their next question is, how does the sun work, dear God? As they're literally taking a psychological knee in front of you, asking you now, the guy they just got done saying is stupid, or gal, as we found out on Ladies' Night last night. If you missed that, you'll have to probably do a rerun. Episode ends with the 1-5. Problem is, looks like half the conversation, if not more, was cut off. Darn it! If we could just end the shows at the appropriately scheduled time, Gemsy, we wouldn't have these issues. We'll have to work on that in the HR department, but I'm just a janitor, so I won't be involved in that meeting. But this is the thing, is that when you mention this topic and they first attack you like you're stupid, and then their first initial question, not about, what changed your mind? What did you do? What did you experience? Who did you talk to? Let's have a conversation. No, it's now right to, how does the sun work, bruh? That is
where that question comes from?
Yes, go ahead. Tell
me. They first have in their mind an idea, a term. They thinking, oh, this guy is a flat earther. Therefore, I'm gonna ask this question: how does the sun work on a flat Earth?
Whoa!
Yes. They have this idea in their mind that they think that the Earth is this figment of their imagination, and they wanna ask you about that idea in their mind. They completely missing the whole practical reality experience that they're having in their day-to-day. They're just going into this idea and asking questions. But yesterday the ladies did a good job pointing that kind of stuff out. Do you notice there was some ladies in here that weren't like, they have their own way of doing things, obviously, the ladies, and it's amazing. I was listening and I did open my mind, I think twice. And
me too.
And it was great. I think there was some of the I was talking about seasons and how that doesn't work on a flat or something, but he says something right now at the moment I forgot, but the ladies pointed out that he wanted to ignore measurements, demonstrable facts about the Earth, practical things that we do, our experiences, our senses, our this God-given experience, this experience that we have. He's completely want to ignore that and go to this idea, this people call it straw man idea, but I think it's even worse than a straw man. It has way too many imaginary features in their minds that they just keep stacking things on top of things without realizing that everything is dependent on a flat, motionless, contained dynamic system. And the design of that, which is correct, the way fundamental things were put in place and correct, how things actually work, and they just want to put their own idea into it. Say, but I'm just saying, it was amazing last night, and thank you for what you're saying. That point that you're bringing out, EXO, I've been thinking about it. Like it's like this middle point where they are I don't know if this choosing to ignore reality and just going into this conceptual idea given to them, and you can hear, like you said, someone in North America, someone in Asia, in the Philippines, maybe talking about this spinning globe they haven't never experienced. It was given to them by this I don't know what would you how would you describe this people pushing this fantasy land into the minds of people of men
But
to
can I add something on that one? If you're gonna genuinely challenge a whole belief system, then you better come up with some better alternative, right?
You're missing the point because we're not
No,
talking
no, no,
about
no,
belief
no,
system.
no,
One
no, no,
second,
no, no. I'm
my bad.
sorry. No, no, that's not going to work.
One
I'm
second.
sorry. What's your name?
My
I'm
name is
sorry. What is
Pedro.
your name, sir?
My name is Pedro, and he just mentioned a point that I mentioned yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah,
relax. I need you to relax, Pedro, for a second,
but
because no, that's not true at all. That's actually a lie. And when reality presents itself, it doesn't need replaced. That's the point. We're not telling you to believe in a cartoon fantasy. That's what you are believing. We're telling people to believe in reality. And if somebody needs a cartoon model to replace reality, then they're still brain dead. And the way that people end up this way is because you get infantilized and you get brought up watching things on screens, and your parents also believe them and they think outer space is real, and then it ends up destroying your brain. Like one Charles Johnson said 30 years ago, it literally removes sanity. You've turned into a psychopath, actually. And you're still asking for a cartoon evidence, religious, assumptive television program that's been given to you by the powers that be with no evidence. You already don't have any evidence, and not everybody in the world is raised by cartoons on TV. So no, to demand that people that are claiming reality is real, that they need a new cartoon fantasy to back the reality, shows that person is still brain dead and spreading a perverted disease of pseudoscience and lies, which is a religious zealotry that's more dangerous than all the other past religions combined. That's literally the problem, is people that would assume that we need a cartoon fantasy to justify reality. That's what caused the problem in the first place. I'm sure I'm muting. Yeah, go ahead.
This is a very complicated way of saying it, very complex, not complicated actually. But there is a simple way to explain, and that will be like you going to the store with a fake 100 bill, which you don't know. You have been paid with a fake $100 bill, and you try to buy your groceries, and the cashier notices and tells you, hey, this bill is fake. And now you're asking the cashier, oh my God, can you replace it? You are asking him to exchange it for you.
Right, let's engage him back in.
And
Do you
that's
understand what
fraud.
you said?
you will
So
get
what's his
jailed
opinion
for
on
doing
that?
that.
Right, just relax though. Yeah, go. I mean, that's the thing is though, just I hope he understands what we're trying to say here. This is not about cartoon fantasy. It's about waking up to reality.
Yeah. So what's your reply to what's been said?
I totally would maybe come so far and recognize what you guys, and also respectfully girls, ladies, if there are any, have just said. But I think if you're trying to I mean, you have talked about deception, and I totally believe in the
Trying to. You were gonna say trying to what? What am I trying to do?
Yeah, I wanted to come back to the point that you talked about deception. It is a fairly common phenomenon in the history of mankind. But
well,
here's the
before you
thing.
go there,
it's not a phenomenon.
No, let him finish. Let him finish, guys.
Listen, I'm gonna say, because I've been trying to talk to this guy since last night, and I'm gonna be heard. So please, thank you. So you're saying you came to this place, sat down at on the table, and you're telling us that you're telling us that we believe in things. You're saying you guys believe in this and believe in that. You're missing the whole point, that what we're talking about has nothing to do with beliefs. You're the one bringing your belief about what we know and our experience and the things that we do and everything that is done independent on the flat motionless plane. And you're saying that we believe this and we believe that, but you don't know what we know. You just have a misconception, an idea, a belief of what you think you know about people in here and everyone on this realm. Okay?
Are you
So
talking
when
about
you talk about
yesterday?
belief, you're talking about your belief, not about what we know. Okay? Understand that.
What's his reply to that? Can we get what he thinks now?
I did not mention belief right now. Are you talking about yesterday?
The first word that you said, the second word that you said when you just opened your mic 5 minutes ago, you used the
Yeah,
word belief multiple times.
exactly.
And you say you guys, you say you guys in here, we talking to you in here, listening to you, and that's why I'm replying and telling you that this is not a belief genre what we're talking about here. If you want to go to belief, there's other channels for that.
No. I said if you're going to challenge our fundamental belief system, then you would have to establish a different fundament. You know what I mean? And
Someone break down belief and knowledge.
Guys, stop. Don't let it get crazy, guys. Yes. Yes, those are fighting words. Don't let it get crazy.
Hold on a second, guys. Let him finish. Okay?
One at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So here's the
Let
thing.
Jemsy talk to him.
Is there like some universally accepted theory that could explain so many
He wants a
phenomena?
theory.
No,
He didn't. So hold on. Listen, guys. No, that's the point. Is that he didn't listen to anything I said at all.
I
That's
was going to ask him that.
You
Hang on,
listened
I
to
was
nothing.
going to ask him that. I was going to ask him. Just let him finish first.
You did. You did ask him, Jen. That's
Hey.
the point. They don't even have ears to hear. You got to talk to him slowly.
Yeah, that's right. Let him just get it out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can.
Have you finished?
I can totally accept your measurements. I can accept that. I know. Okay, but if you're going to challenge my logical explanation for the seasonal change and rotation of Earth, then maybe you might be able to link me or send me some topic or some debate or some link that everyone here who is a flat earther respectfully agrees upon. You know?
No. Let me explain. Stop. Let me explain. That's the problem is that you're still wanting cartoons and fantasies to fulfill your belief. This is not about belief. This is about reality, and you're still hiding from reality. It's not about giving you a theory. You said you wanted a theory. It's not about theory. It's about stop wanting theories. It's about you have a psychological problem now. You've turned into a crazy person that needs a cartoon. That's the point, and you're not listening. Go ahead, James.
Okay. Let me just say something because I've been trying to ask him this one question. It's just this: why can't you go out into reality and check if what we are saying that we know to be correct is wrong? Why can't you do that? That's the question.
But I'm not claiming that you're wrong. I'm not claiming that you're wrong. I have come this far to accept your statements regarding the measurements. I have come this far. What's, however, still problematic for me is that it still lacks the explanation for certain phenomena, and that's why.
No, it doesn't. No, it does. You're doing it again. You don't have any explanation.
So that's the thing. I wanted to ask you whether there is some universally agreed upon or accepted debate, topic, link, which would explain those phenomena from a flat
What phenomenons are you talking about? What phenomenons?
Well, for example, the fact that
Before you go there, before you go with the phenomena, because I wanted to follow up on what you said. You mentioned that we have to reply to your logical conclusions of a curving, spinning globe. But let me ask you this: when you say logical, to come to a logical conclusion about something, you will have to first observe it, experience it, and therefore you could somehow come to a logical conclusion. To experience anything, you have to utilize senses, right? Will you agree with that? To experience something, you will use your senses and your own experience to come to a conclusion to something like curving, spinning Earth?
Yeah, sure, but that
Yeah,
might
you agree.
contain
You
some
agree with
element
that?
of
It's
bias.
logical to agree with what I'm asking you, right? I'm saying. Uh, so,
Let me
which of
tell
your senses and how did you came to this logical experience and conclusion that the Earth is a curving? So when we talk about senses, your vision, when you look at a flat level horizon and you experience a flat, motionless, and based on the experience that you're having that is dependent on fundamentals and laws of nature that tell you that you live in a pressurized dynamic system, you live in you need a pressurized system to just experience and use your senses, right? Everything, all of that is dependent on that. And beyond that is designed to this system.
Well, can
So,
we try?
which of your experience, where in your experience and your senses, mention, itemize the senses that you use to come to the conclusion that logically the Earth is a spinning globe. Can you tell me that?
Yeah, that's a problem. The thing is, when you talk about using the senses, there is a certain bias element in that one because that would be a subjective truth. Okay, because we cannot just rely on
Then
the
you've already
perception of
conceded. Then you're
any.
literally a sophist
Yeah.
who's already conceded. You can't trust your
Let him
senses.
finish
That's what the wait,
also.
hold
Let
on.
him finish.
That's what this outer space religion does to you. This outer
Yeah.
space fantasy,
Yeah.
just like Charles Jackson's fantasy, turns into that's now insane. You can't trust your senses now because of
Yeah.
your television religion. That's the point. You're proving what the problem is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is a very, very, very big mistake to put down the very tools you need to discern your environment. And that would be your senses wholly, solely. You're going to need that. So,
Yeah, but that's
you made a mistake.
Guys,
we got to let him talk, man. Like, okay, like if one person says something, another person, like, we got to eventually let him say something.
Yeah, but guys, this is exactly where we border with the
It's just
science.
sophistry.
Science is fundamentally relying on the fact that multiple perceptions agree upon something, so there's something observable out there, and many people are able to perceive it and observe it, and therefore come to the same conclusion, which is
All right,
called
Pedro, listen, when I
truth.
said that we need to let him talk, I didn't mean we needed to start droning on and monologue. Okay, like, just try to keep it specific. Okay, so what's so funny is what you said was that observations have a bias. No, you make the observation. The observation is what it is. Interpretations have bias, right?
Not exactly true, because if you rely on the perception of a schizophrenic person, for example, you would come to the conclusion that his perception is unique to his own individual mind, so to say. So his perception is altered by some kind of a psychological
No.
effect or maybe anatomical effect.
You're right. You're right. This is the definition of sophistry. Hey, is there anyone that exists that sees the horizon not horizontal?
Well, can you specify that a little bit
hold
more?
him to see. He's going to divert right away.
It seems like I just asked you a question, Pedro. I could have swore I just asked you a question. Is there anyone in the world that sees the horizon as not horizontal?
With his naked eyes, like with his own eyes without digital help? No, definitely not.
Okay, so that means the observation is the same for literally everybody then.
Well, it comes back down to the fact to where are you observing your reality from? Is it a camera that you have deployed and it is far up in the sky? Are you sitting on a mountain? Are you in the sea?
Desperately
or are you
running, desperately for your life.
Are
yeah,
you saying?
you're not okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, he said you with the eye no, but with the digital what? You can see with the digital thing.
Yeah, exactly. With some computing powers.
And when they match, so yeah, they match. So then now, what's the conclusion, Wits? It's digital.
Yeah, the camera shows us the same thing. What's the conclusion?
Flat Earth. Yeah.
Sorry, you were breaking up.
The thing is, I think it is impossible to conclude the curvature of Earth on Earth itself. You need to be far out up in the sky.
You see how you have an inability to answer questions, right? So like that's why they're telling you that you're just using sophistry, because you're talking past, you're not having a conversation, you're just wanting to say your philosophical views over and over. And that's why I pointed it out to you. Observation is the first step. Observation is just what it is. Okay? We have interpretations that would then be subjective. Okay? The horizon is horizontal. That's why it's called a horizon. It's 3 letters away from horizontal. That's why it's called that. Okay? So everyone sees the horizon horizontal, and that's why it's called that. That there's nothing to do with an opinion or subjective sophistry or what you think. It's just a fact. The horizon is horizontal.
Well, but that logic would also be applied then to viruses, for example, and you're not able.
No. Stop, bro. You're losing it. Stop.
Wait, 1 second. Dude, yesterday you were here and you told the ladies that no one in here, including yourself, is qualified to make any determinations about things, and you try to portray that everyone is here is as ignorant as you are in many of these topics, and therefore that's why what people was telling you in here doesn't count, because you just dismiss everything everyone is here is telling you, because no one is here is qualified. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. You're not qualified to make the
There you
measurements.
go, guys. That's why anything anybody says, he just hand wave it.
Exactly. I could have world records. Yep.
Pedro, who is qualified? Who is qualified to measure the Earth?
Well, one name. Give us one name, Pedro.
That's a good question, actually. Who is qualified
to again? Thanks.
Okay, so when you say someone's not qualified, if you don't automatically know the answer to who is qualified, then you're just making stuff up, right?
Okay, man.
What he was actually saying with it is that since he's ignorant, that means you guys are ignorant. Therefore, this whole conversation has no point, because he admitted yesterday that he doesn't know anything about anything. And now, whatever we say, whatever we tell him about things, he doesn't want to hear it.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Got a question for Pedro. It's a short one.
The answer.
Pedro?
Hey, listen, no, there's an answer though.
Yeah, like I'm trying to force him to be honest, because he's lying. So I'm backing him into the corner. So whenever you said your claim about how we weren't qualified, intrinsic, that means built in with your claim, is that there are people that are qualified and we don't meet those qualifications, right? Well, then I asked you, who is qualified? And you said you didn't know. That's a good question. So you're just saying things to dismiss observations and evidence, right?
I don't think I should answer anymore, because you're just going to cut me down.
Yes, the answer is yes. Here's the problem. So
let him answer.
Hold on. Are people on television qualified, Pedro? Are people on TV qualified to tell you?
It's pointless. I'll tell you this directly.
Okay,
it's pointless.
Pedro, can I ask you a question? One question.
Go ahead. Your respect.
It's dealing with the qualified thing. Do I have the right? Do I have the right to study any topic matter that I wish to the highest degree, but not get a certificate for it? Do I have that right?
You have the right, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so to say that, hang on, hold on. To say that people in here don't have the right or are not qualified is a little bit unfair, because we're not looking for qualifications to make money. We are interested in the topic so we know the truth. I mean, do we have the right to do that or not? Yeah?
But you're automatically disqualifying all our scientists as well. So
you can't name any. You just keep going
No,
through
Pedro,
No, do not feed into this. Do not feed into this, Pedro. You're not allowed to do this here. I don't know who you think you are or where you are, okay? But you're gonna have to have an honest conversation. You're now trying to cry like I'm being mean to you. I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying that you need to be honest and stop lying, or we will mute you.
No, what's the answer to the question? Who is qualified?
Right, that's what I'm saying, Pedro. Who is qualified to do it then?
To measure the Earth, the curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, as I said before, measuring the curvature of Earth is not possible on Earth. You need to go far in the sky.
That's
you need
what you
digital.
think, though.
Okay, did you know
Dude.
that your side claims it is possible on Earth?
Pedro,
Okay, well, have you calculated the
one
relation?
moment. Mic check.
What's it? Make them answer the question now.
Have you
I can hear you. I can hear you, Bigot.
Go ahead.
Have you
Are you saying,
calculated?
well, Pedro, we're not going to go in circles. So are you saying that no one is qualified to measure the curvature of the Earth?
With those simplistic tools, I think, yeah, nobody is. Unless you're well equipped.
Well, who's well equipped?
Yeah.
I think.
Can you show us?
No, let him answer. No, let him answer. Please let him answer. Please let him answer.
Here's the thing. I think Earth is just.
He hides from every single question. This is just insanity.
Yeah, Pedro, you're not going to get to keep doing it. I don't know who's been letting you run around, but I'll just mute you. So, and I never mute anybody. So who is qualified, Pedro? It's simple, right? Like, we're not going to just run around and have conversations past each other. It's useless, okay? Like, we're trying to help you out. All right, he left. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, the worst thing to do is to encourage the person to get to run around lying. You're not helping him. He's not going to learn the truth of where he lives if he's allowed to just lie. You have to just force him to tell the truth.
Yeah, but Whisper, every time you cornered him, put him in the corner, and you asked him, hang on a second, I'm talking. When you asked him the straightforward question, he obfuscates and he doesn't answer your question, does he? He runs from the truth every single time. Oxo boxed him in. Someone else boxed him in. I asked him a straight question. You asked him a straight question. He wasn't forthcoming, was he? Was he now?
Exactly. That's what you do. You ask them a straight question. Some people will come in here and they really want to defend the ball, but they will answer your questions, right? Like, that person has hope. If you don't, you literally, there's 0% chance to have a productive conversation with him.
Yeah. And Pillbox had him on the run. He had him on the ropes. He asked him straight, direct. And he just said, you can't use your senses, was the reply. Which is like crazy. It was like he was saying,
yeah, it's an automated concession, Jen.
Yeah, you got him right. Yeah, you had him right. You had him in the right position.
That means he's conceding to everything.
Yes, yeah.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you bring them down to their senses and they start realizing. But he has to obfuscate, because if he address what we telling him, it's just.
Yeah.
He got me yesterday. What he was telling the ladies that they're not qualified. You ladies are not qualified, and nobody here is.
Oh, that's rude. That's rude. No. And so the point I was trying to make was that we were not letting him run around lying. He was running. We were chasing him up. We gave him every opportunity to answer the questions honestly, and he just kept running. And you came along with speak, and he did the same to you at the end of the day.
Yeah. For sure. It's just like sometimes everyone has their own approach or whatever, right? But in my opinion, take it or leave it, my opinion is what I've learned the best way to do is you force them into undeniable cognitive situations where if he says, he's then saying, right, because if it had kept going, he's saying that no one's qualified, that no one can do it. So then the question that you ask is, so then it's impossible for anyone to prove the curve of the Earth then, right? See, now his cognitive shuts down. He shuts down. He's like a robot. And I think the best thing to do is make him sit there like a robot. Even if it's 10 seconds of silence, the whole room should sit there and make him experience it. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Because he said, not with the small equipment that we have or the useless or inadequate equipment that we have, that And I thought, how did he know what equipment we've got? you know?
What's it? Hey, what's it? And then what you do is you double back and say, so are the people saying they know the shape of the earth liars?
Right, yeah, exactly. Questions like that is perfect. Like Issa gets out and Exo gets it. This is, dude, it's the best way, bro. It's the best way is just to show them the stupidity of their.
Well,
I agree.
I can tell you that
and then he would say, I can't answer these. I need to get out of this conversation. I can't answer these questions. Like he said 5 times. That's what he said.
Yeah. That's cognitive dissonance, classic case. Separation anxiety disorder. That's called SAD. That is actually an illness from the psychiatrist, they tell you. Separation anxiety disorder. SAD.
Right. I have to work on this as well, but the way you deal with cognitus is not to chase them because it's an endless chase. It's like you go to the grocery store, you are ready to check out, and you start to put your money you try to put your money through the glass little barrier, that plastic barrier that keeps us all safe now.
Yeah.
You try to put your money through it and you can't, right? So then you're like, wait, how do I give it to you? And she holds her hand around the barrier. So then you walk over there and like, oh, we come face to face to give you the money. Doesn't this barrier seem useless then? And then you just sit there and let them have to deal with their cognitus. It's the best way, right? It's not.
I agree.
Yeah. If the cashier's like, oh, did you know about the weather? It's like, I thought I just asked you about how this is useless. You still don't.
But Pedro was quick to lie. Pedro was just pushing back. He was just lying all the time, engaging with lies. He wasn't sitting quietly. He didn't have that moment. He was just totally right. No, was what he was displaying.
It's impossible to measure the curvature of the Earth on the Earth. So then you're saying that it's impossible to prove that the Earth's a ball on the Earth.
So then
correct. In other words, if I can't have you, no one can. The classic psychopath that kills his girlfriend because he can't have her. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's silly, yeah. So Pedro, there's still room for him to accept it. I feel he's almost there because he's looking silly, running. He's almost there. He's almost.
That's right. He just off the top of the building, head first, and contact. Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's almost.
That's not the solution, Exo.
Oh, it might be actually. You'd be surprised how many people need to do that.
No, that's not the solution. People who hit in their heads, they're not normal anymore.
Actually, yes, it could help him if he.
No, it doesn't. Lobotomy does not help.
No, he does. No, I disagree. He needs some life experience. Yes, being trapped in a cube all day on the internet, jacking off to his own reflection, is not the solution. It's getting out and hurting himself is the solution. Thanks.
Yeah, he needs to accept that, and for 100%, he has to use his senses because he's using them every second that he's alive. You're using your senses, so you cannot say you cannot use that. That's ridiculous. How are you going to know anything?
Well, I wasn't allowed to talk, but I wanted to tell him that if we cannot rely on our senses, then we can create senses for robots and machines.
Yeah, good point.
We have lasers, we have laser sensors, readers. We also have linear encoders, circular encoders, which can detect motions of even 1 picometer.
Yeah, that's the one.
Which is such a small size that.
Can you see it? Can you see it with the naked eye?
No, I mean, if that motion took place, was happening at the surface of your skin, you will not feel it.
There you go.
That's how small the slight it is,
Yeah.
It doesn't create an impulse for your body nerves,
So Pillbox was right because the guy is not living in reality, because what you said was reality there. We can detect motion at 1 picometer. That's a real thing. We can do that, right? That's reality. So that's the problem with Pedro, is that he's not living in reality at all. He's not. He's not. He's arrested his senses, and he's appealing to authority all the way. If the authorities are not telling me this, then I cannot move forward. That's what he's saying.
For example,
I just have to say that, listen, my argument opens up with, the fact is I can trust my senses, and this outer space cartoon tells you you can't trust your senses, and the first thing the guy says is, oh yeah, you can't trust your senses. That's a concession. That's the point. Yes, you have lost your mind and you are brain dead now. You are a victim of this perverted religion that I have to be polite about. Yes, that's a concession.
If you can't trust your senses, then he has to provide us those qualified people with their senses and instruments which have measured the Earth's rotation and curvature. And what do they have?
Able to do that, was he? He
What do
wasn't
they
able
have?
to do that.
What do they have? 2,000-year-old
If I
magic
can't have it,
sticks.
no one can. They have, if I can't have it, no one can, a serial killer. That's what happened. He's now a serial killer. He can't have a girlfriend, therefore no one can. So he kills the girl. That's literally what he's saying. Because I can't have the curvature, then you're not allowed to have flat. No, I'm sorry. That means you're a psychotic criminal.
it doesn't. Thanks. It's not like that.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I'm telling you what they do, and you don't see
lying criminal. Yes, it does. There isn't no. Yes, he is. There's something wrong with him. He's criminally insane now, saying because he can't have something, neither can I. That's criminally insane. Yes, he is. That's a fact, not an opinion.
The criminal bit is a bit steep there, the criminal, but he's definitely
it is criminal. Yes, it is criminal.
Going in a direction which I wasn't.
Okay, I get what you mean now. I understand where you're
Dear
coming
Lord,
from.
yes, of course it's criminal, bro. What do you think? All criminals are protected by liars. That's what the level of crime we're dealing with here.
It's a crime against.
It's a crime against all children. Right, all children are being forced to learn this. This is This is the biggest. Show me a bigger crime. Thanks.
Can I say something? Pedro was like that was ignorance appeal to authority. You know, when you have appeal to authority, maybe you're catching something some point and saying, "You look at these people, prove the gravity, Einstein, and that is appeal to authority." It was ignorance appeal to authority. You are appealing to authority without knowing what that authority has against that argument.
Yeah, you got to ask the questions, man. You got to ask the questions. And check that the authorities are telling you the correct things. You've got to check and confirm. That's the mistake that we made. And in our case, we were innocent at the time. But when we became adults and we didn't look back on our education to check, then in my case, I would say I was being lazy. In my case.
Verify. That's the problem here, because nobody addressed him that what he was given was actually a mathematical calculus with the assumption that is actually an empirical measurement or reality fact.
Yeah, that's a good point when breaking it down, definitely. But imagine you would have tell him that, he would be like, oh, but seasons.
Yeah. He brings up one obstacle after another to block what you're saying, and he's not digesting the reality you've just given him. That's not being digested. He's just slap that out the way, another block. Slap that one out the way, another block. That's all he's doing. He's not registering. It's not sinking in at all. It's bouncing off.
But the point is, because he will speak about seasons and he will say, okay, you have in your mind that seasons are working only on globe Earth model. But now listen this sentence. You repeat again, you have in your mind that seasons is working on a globe Earth model. But there is no globe in reality to be like that, you know?
Yeah. There you go. But he doesn't realize that yet.
He's not a believer by choice. He was deceived into this.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's why I asked this. What I asked him,
Right,
why doesn't
it is.
he?
Of course we know. It's Stockholm Syndrome. He's kicking and screaming. You're the rescuers.
Yeah.
Here comes the SWAT team. Oh, no, I need to stay.
There you go. That's why I asked him directly, why can't he go out there himself and check? Because like someone was saying that you got to use your senses, and I don't know which one of you it was, but you were saying to him that you got to go out there and check it. Now, why can't he do that himself to confirm everything? I think it was Jemsy who was saying that, but that was important that he has to
and
go out.
I think he was kind of like possibly, I don't know the age, but he sounded pretty young to me. So he's from he probably doesn't even listen to his teacher, but he's in this kind of dreamland of trying to defend the globe. But what I was trying to say that to break him down possibly is an approach like Jeans, like a teacher sitting down. If he actually want to break it down, he probably will go through it. If someone is actually like you're a teacher and he's listening
Yes, I
to a
wanted
teacher, he
to.
probably will get it. I'm pretty sure he
Yeah,
will get it and he
yeah.
will understand it. But
That's right. That's exactly
what he
piece
was
by
doing
piece.
here, what he was doing here is that he was just obfuscate, like
Running.
waving away everything that it was being told to him, and I'm sorry. I want to. EXO is right on what he's saying. It's
Yeah.
just that these young people. It's a tough cookie when it's with the young ones
Yeah,
because
I definitely can reach the young ones. I mean, I've got lots of patience for them, and I just break it down into small, elementary bites. Is what they need to hear, just like their mum and their dad's talking to them, their teacher. Simple, and that's why I asked him, "Don't I have the right to? Do I not have the right to study any subject that I like? I don't need to be getting a qualification, but I can still be an expert." Okay, I'm
that
not a
was great, G.
qualified certificate, but I can still be an expert. Now that's my right as a human being. Okay, so pay attention then. Pay attention and then go out and check that what I said, what your teachers are saying, which one is correct, because you can do that, because you're acting like you cannot know only if somebody else tells you, the expert tells you. But we're telling you, no, you can know for yourself. You can be an expert. You can know. So it doesn't become a belief, it becomes knowledge. Then when you step on the road, you walk with a surety because you know now. That's what it's all about.
The thing is that on this topic, he's believing the expert on TV, the qualified people that he see on the movie, on the cartoon, the people that talk about this flat Earth, globe Earth, and since they said it, they're scientists that have been presented in TV as scientists because they have the codes, and when you read the headlines, it says these scientists, whatever. So when they say it's a spinning globe, that's what he's believing. But
unfortunately,
going to the practical, actual thing that we are trying to point out, he hasn't looked into that too much. I think he hasn't spent the time possibly into looking into the laser test, thinking about things like level or horizon, even the many different in the spectrum of things of testing and the air and the experience that we have, even validating your own senses on the observations, because sometimes you can see something at 30 miles, right? You can see something at sea level at 30 miles or something, and that's observation, and you could validate that with testing and equipment, right?
Yeah.
So that's the extension of the things that we can do, and it's been done, and that's why we know it's not a spinning globe, and he hasn't done that.
Yeah. So when you look at this individual, Pedro, with open-mindedly and being honest, remembering how you were yourself, at his age, we're saying he's a young man in his teens, early 20s at most, he's looking at his teachers as all-knowing, all-can-do. And then we come along, he doesn't know what we look like or anything, and we're contradicting what's clashing with what he's learning. And he's at the moment in the upload stage. He's uploading. So we are kind of like disturbing that flow of the upload, the flow of the information going in. We're breaking that, and that hurts. You have to remember that. That does hurt. It's like taking a fish out of water, putting him on land, and you see the fish is flipping and flapping and flopping, because it wants to carry on.
Absolutely right, yes.
Yeah, so you've got to put it back in, yeah. Right.
It's being grounded.
Yeah, so we've got to be careful. That's why the softly approach is most necessary here, in that trying to remind him that we were once like you. I made the mistake of looking at my teachers as all-knowing, and they knew the most and they didn't make any mistakes. And now that I've checked, they have made several mistakes. And we're trying to tell you to, whilst you're uploading, if you've got the time, look at the material that you're being given. It will help you decide yes or no, we're right or they're right. Because you still have to use your brain to do that and your senses. So the opportunity is there. We are actually trying to help you sooner than I got my knowledge of this flat earth properly to understand. 53. That's rather late. 53.
Well, he started saying something with our fundamental belief system.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't know the meaning of these words.
Such damning words to his position, that fundamental beliefs. I mean,
well, he first started out trying to tell you that you're going to have to replace a model with a model, and that is a sign of brain damage. Now, here's the reason why.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get them to define. Right, of course it is. Yeah. All you have to do is get them to define any word. Okay, it doesn't matter how they define a word. Watch how simple this is. If I say, great, what is your definition of science? And he says something really stupid like Matthew learns, right? Like, oh, just observational science. Great, you just admitted you're using your senses. It's over. It doesn't matter what the answer is. If they give you an answer, they are using their senses. And that is where the concession is. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why the expression separation, anxiety disorder is what was being displayed there. You know, running around the room, and we're trying to catch him and say, hold on, sit down, pay attention, and and that's what was going on. Cat and mouse. That was clearly obvious. And that wasn't because we allowed him to. We didn't allow him to do that. That was his position. We gave him the choice to listen and then reply, but he replied with a lie or dismissal. That's it. And then slandering or devaluing or putting down the people who are speaking to them, saying we're not capable or we're not intelligent enough to be talking about this subject matter is rather rude, really. Yeah. So.
Right, and there's 1,000 other questions that lined up. Like, all you have to do is what Witsit did. You can ask them, what scientist are you talking about? Oh, what expert are you talking about? Oh, who in that field does that? Just give me a name. Because what they're going to constantly do, they're going to continue to hide from anything they say. They are just regurgitating their knee-jerk reactions. It's in order to band-aid. It's one band-aid holding another band-aid on, and eventually they're going to run out of band-aids, but that's the long road. You might as well ask them to just give an example right off the bat, which they won't be able to.
Yeah, it's true.
Well,
then they might get angry with themselves or angry at you for asking the question. Yeah. You see, and then they spiral into this cog-dis mode and display this separation anxiety disorder.
Yeah. Another question he asked was, how does the sun and moon work? And I had this question asked in reality at work by a person, which I told him that the earth is flat, the world, and he asked me, okay, but how does the sun and the moon rotate? And I told him quantum locking. And then I had silence coming from him. And then he said, oh, we have to go back to work. And when I finished work that day, I went back to him and I asked him, would you be interested to talk a bit more about this stuff? Like quantum locking, what it is, what it does, how does it work, And he said, well, I don't know much about that. And it was a concession straight away. He knew it's empirical. It's real.
Yeah. And that's what's good
it's
about it.
something that it's possible. Yeah. And
we've just got to give them every opportunity to actually get it out of their system. So when they're spilling out their stuff, we just got to let them get it out, expel their whatever they got to say, and then question them on exactly what they've just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in that way they'll get to understand what they're saying.
And we are not qualified, but we had a physicist also coming in here, which is, he said he's not a flat earther, but he is leaning very much onto our side because he said we stick to facts and he understands them, these reality facts, you know.
Can I add something
said, sure, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Get.
No
but
problem.
just on the telling someone like that about that information, with the quantum locking, there was a precise answer, and the guy knew that if he continues down this thought path, he actually has to confront the information. I've heard people also say they don't say definitive things; they keep it open-ended, like there could be multiple reasons. What do you think? To try and engage more discussion with the person. But I've also had it that when I can answer the person's questions, like with one answer or one word, they often look at me, get that blank look in their eyes, and then they tune out because they realize, wait, I've got answers for them, but maybe they don't want to hear those answers. So then they just stop listening.
Yeah, that's the sign that that's the sign, clear sign that now their beliefs are being challenged now. The information they have, and you have more information than they know about, this is when they start to display this separation anxiety disorder.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to separate from what they have learnt so readily. But it's so easy to do if you go out into the real world, as Bill Box was saying, get out there. That's the reality. You go out there, you will come to that understanding very quickly. And then you can be an expert yourself. Because it's child's play anyway. It is not required of a PhD, master's, professorship. It's not necessary. Really isn't.
Yeah.
That's the stupid thing about it. It's that, it's not that difficult to get. It's that easy.
And then the guy went to an older person in the company. This guy is like Schichtleiter, shift boss,
Yeah. I understand.
or a meister, yeah. And he told him, hey, look what this guy is saying, that the earth is flat. And that old man starts explaining him, the Erde ist wie eine Scheibe, like a bushing, The earth is like a bushing, it's flat,
There you go.
a disc. And
he showed him a bushing, and then he just really?
And he was like mind blown. Oh my God, these people in this company, they are all crazy. But I also found indirectly, I found another flat earther in my company. Yeah.
Yeah, well done. And anyone wondering what a bushing is, it's thin circular discs that we use in engineering for spacing, as spacers, for example. Okay, to space things in, a bush, Yeah, in an engine, we might call them a shim, which is the same as a bush, to reduce the gap between the tappet and the rocker the cam on the rocker shaft. Okay, on the camshaft. Sorry, on the camshaft. Yeah, a bushing, because it's quite. I haven't heard that word in a long while, actually, bushing. But there you go. As soon as you said it, I knew what you meant. But it's been a long time since I heard that word.
Well, we are CNC machinists, so we deal with mechanics. So we use these terms.
Yeah. I mean, I ride motorcycles and I drive a car, of course. So if I'm into the inside of the engine, we're going to be seeing lots of bushes.
When
and,
you are passionate about
places.
motorcycles, then you are passionate about mechanics.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mic check.
Yep, can hear
You're
you
good.
loud and clear.
Cool. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning to you. Just think, it's morning here in Japan as well, but it's coming up at 2 a.m. in the morning. And it's Sunday morning. So where are you? You that is morning. Where are you?
Oh, Master Chief?
Where? Massachusetts.
Yeah, Master Chief is speaking. I'm in Cali, bro.
Okay, yeah. So you're on the other side of the pond. So you're just enjoying the morning right now. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's 8. It's 8 in the morning right now. I just woke up.
8 in the morning, Saturday morning.
Yeah, it's about to be 9.
Right. So it's Sunday morning here.
Yeah, right. You're a couple hours ahead of us.
Yeah, a number of hours. Yeah, a number of hours.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means, Jin?
Go on.
You're talking back in time.
I'm
You're
talking back in time,
yesterday.
man. Yeah, that's right. I really am. Yeah.
It's like
You're in
looking
the
at the
future.
stars and seeing 14 billion years ago. You know?
Yeah. Interesting. I'm talking back in time right now.
Exactly. And here it's almost 7 p.m. It's almost 7 p.m. on Saturday night.
Yeah. So we had the Saturday night thing, that was all done. Now it's early morning. And I'm hanging on. I'm not tired.
I'm still tired too.
But that's why I say that, we flat earthers really are very good counselors, because that's what you're doing. You are counseling these people.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Not all of us are that way. Some of us are really bad at it. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Some of us are really bad maybe at articulating it. But
sometimes
yes,
you need
I see
good
what
cop
you mean.
and bad cop.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What I'm trying to say is that we do offer that level of explanation and help in a way. Those who are good at articulating it well are offering the best, obviously. Yeah. In the way of counseling and helping them to realize that they've been brainwashed. So it's great that when they come to this server, or servers similar to this, they've landed on their feet. They don't need to go to a psychiatrist. We are the flat earth psychiatrists. That's who we are, in a way.
It's interesting, when they talk about an exceptional artist, they talk about him having a good eye for detail. So even though his hand is the thing that can draw, they say the skill is in his eye. And the same thing that when you talk about people who are good at mimicking accents or making, being able to impersonate people, generally described as a good ear. That they can hear really nuanced differences in the words that when they use those words with that nuance, it sounds like the person that they're trying to impersonate. So it's
Yeah, because of my Tourette syndrome, like when I listen to other people's voices, it actually catches on. So if I listen to Jin a lot, I'll start talking like him, or if I start speaking, if I start listening to you, I start sounding like you a little bit.
Yeah, so the point I wanted to make was, to be a flat earther, you have to have a listening skill. And that's what Jin was just saying about being counselors, is that we actually listen to what someone says.
Right.
And then respond to what was actually said, whereas Globers tend to have pre-packaged responses to the closest, like rounding up. So you ask them this question, they round up to this answer that they use for maybe 5 other questions.
Yeah. I was having recently in Gen Panda server, they're realizing that my technique of talking to them, then through them to their listeners, is pissing them off now, because I'm always engaging their listeners. I said, yeah, you can hear Gene CBR1, you pay attention. How do you know? How have you confirmed for yourself that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? What information, or have you gathered the information? How have you checked the information? And I'm getting accused of preaching. I said, I'm not preaching. It's in the interest of the truth. The listeners need to know that they're believing in things that they haven't checked. After all, this is the year 2022, the year we flat earthers ask the heliocentrists, using a magnifying glass, putting you under the magnifying glass, the psychological magnifying glass, why is it you want to believe in things you cannot prove? Why is that? That is the question this year, the year 2022, and they get really annoyed.
They can't answer any questions at all for the past 7 years, and they're not going to start answering questions now. They have no answers for anything. They don't even have any information, and they don't even have a claim, because every single person you'll meet, as I'm crossing the highway right now, every single person you'll meet that justifies this outer space religion says, why would you expect to see curvature? Why would you expect to feel motion? So they're already conceding. It's over. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you cannot be preaching here, they're saying. I said, no one's preaching.
Wait a minute. You're not actually expecting me to tell you why you should actually experience this outer space ball Earth cosmology. You're not really asking me to tell you that, are you?
Exactly.
Yeah. Why would you expect to experience the thing that we claim? There'd be no reason to experience the thing which we claim.
The audacity of that idea.
Wait a minute. How much motion do you expect to feel?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How are you looking for curvature exactly? Actually, wait, what do you mean by curvature, actually?
How dare you even look for curvature? The insolence of the man.
Jen, I've had globe earthers ask me what I mean by curvature. What do I mean by curvature? This is a question globe earth atheists ask. That's not my question. So again, they've already lost their marbles. They're gone.
Well,
they're literally possessed, bro. It's not about evidence.
That person clearly displayed the fact that all he had seen was a leveled horizon and hadn't realized it yet. That's why I was asking you, because he'd never seen curvature. Everything he'd seen had been a leveled horizon, leveled plane throughout his life, and then curvature? Yeah, you hit him hard. That was a man that was,
It's the same. It's the same with the axial rotation thing. It's claimed to rotate every day at least 360 degrees. That's why we have day and night. Then you say, show us, and they go, no, negligible. So is day and night negligible? Like, is it so much the same thing?
It's very small. It's very small, yeah.
Negligible. We don't need to calculate.
Very slow. It's so slow. Yeah. You can't believe you are a heretic.
Yeah. So now
you can measure with belief. Yeah.
You say to them again, remember, this is your claim that it's moving, but the moving part is negligible. So your claim is negligible.
Yeah. At one point, Pedro said, well, to measure the surface of the Earth, you have to go up. So that's something like if Pedro wants to measure his table in his kitchen, he has to come all the way down to me in Germany and look at his table in his house in Mexico or wherever he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it took
me. And measure it by looking at it, not by using a ruler or. Yeah. That's heresy to believe.
It's true.
Let me put. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, let me put several hours into putting together a presentation with more evidence than they've ever seen. I'll use my own photography. I'll take stills. I'll take my wife. I'll take my cat across the world, and I'll show you more evidence. But guess what? You don't trust your senses. What was I thinking? I'm so sorry I was going to waste 5 hours of my life talking to someone that already says I can't trust my senses, except when it comes to getting your change back at the store or when you're talking to a girl over the phone. Now all of a sudden it changes. But when it comes to this conversation, forget your senses, throw them right out the window. They don't matter anymore. Thanks for not wasting my time.
Oh, EXO, I can debunk very easily what you say. So, how many
Do you trust
senses
your
do you
senses?
think? How many
Do you
senses
trust
do
your
you?
senses?
No,
Do you trust your
just
senses? Do you trust your
listen
senses?
my
You're already
question.
telling me you're going
Come
to
on,
debunk my
answer
claim
me
that
one
senses exist, and now
question.
you're asking me if I trust my senses. Really?
How many senses does a man have?
I have over 21. I have over 21, and that is given to me by the word of God. It's in the Bible, but if you're listening to men, they tell you you have 5. The Bible says I have over 21. What's next?
Yeah, okay. So their official senses are 5. Well, there is a
Wrong.
6th
That's
sense.
0.
There
That
is a
means
6th
no.
sense.
Stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
there is.
No.
Belief.
Stop.
Belief
Listen.
is the
Shut
6th
up.
sense.
Listen. Stop. Listen. No, I have
Yeah.
the new account for the atheist paradigm of senses. It is 0. Thank you
Oh my
very
God.
much. It is
0
over.
senses.
They have
Yeah, yeah.
0. That is
I
the answer.
concede
Thank
now.
you.
I concede now.
Thank you so much. It is 0.
Yeah.
The new atheist paradigm claims you have
Wow.
0 sense. That is
Yeah.
what they
Yeah.
claim. Thank you.
And
So
it
I
makes
spent.
0 sense. Makes
It
no
makes 0
sense.
sense exactly.
Yeah.
I spent 3 days trying to articulate to not Gem Panda server because obviously they're not listening, but I'm using them to get through to their listeners, okay? And I was trying to get them to understand that when you see things, because they were asking, the question was, what's your flat earth proof? What's your flat earth proof? Burden of proof and that. We did all that. I said, okay. We've got long distance observations, and I mentioned the Guinness Book of Records, 273 miles across the mountain range there, okay? And the 9.5 miles of curvature, that should be there, that's not there. But then they were talking about, did it include refraction? I said, well, look, the photograph shot was a shot taken by somebody as a record. They were not looking for refraction at the time. So the picture and the record stands, but inadvertently, they proved the flat earth, listeners. Inadvertently. It was an accident. For us, it's a bonus that they're proving flat earth, okay? And now they're talking about the refraction thing. And I said, look, folks, when you're on the ocean, those of you who live near the coast, go out to the ocean, have a look at the things you can see, and you'll be surprised what you can see and how far away it is. Now, they want to claim refraction all the time. It's not refraction, folks. What you see is what you see. Yes, the medium you're looking through changes by the second. By the second. So if you're going to be wanting to calculate refraction, you're going to be doing maths forever. And that's not how it works as such. And then they brought up the black swan. So I explained to the listeners there about the black swan and how a man in Santa Barbara, I think it is, or Sacramento, one of those, West Coast, there's 2 oil rigs that can be seen from the beach. Okay, and one is at 6 miles, one is at 10 miles, and the observer is at 12 inches, and the geometric horizon for an Earth that is 24,901 miles, which is 3,500. Was it 559 miles, isn't it? 3,559 miles. 959 miles, yeah. Radius, sorry, okay. The geometric horizon for that size Earth that we live on should be no more than 1.22 miles. But we're seeing well beyond that, and that cannot be refraction. It cannot be refraction that the oil rigs that are fixed, immobile, GPS, you can find them. So it doesn't matter what the atmosphere is doing, folks, you will always see those oil rigs. They're always there. Even in the thickest of fogs, you can detect that they're there. That's what I said to them, and they tried to use the word refraction. I said, it's not refracting at all. You're talking silly. Yeah, 3 days it took me to try and get that out. That what you see on the ocean first, indeed what you see. And there are rare events, right? And they're trying to say that looming and mirage and Ferragamo, I think it's called, are regular events. They're not regular events. They're not. They're very, very rare events. And the most common one of the rare event is the looming, where an object can be loomed above the horizon at times. So it's like it's floating, flying above the horizon, or even below the horizon. And these are rare
The
events.
sky is being projected below the horizon. So it looks like the ground is shorter.
Yeah. I said they're that rare. None of you have even seen it. When have you seen a ship looming above the horizon in your life? Those of you who live on the coast, especially. Right. So you know for sure that these are rare events. So when you do see a
experience
distant
looming,
object, you're seeing it.
it's a very funny thing when you experience looming. You see actually the horizon is not at your eye level anymore.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a very, very weird.
Lower.
It's a very weird experience. I agree.
Yeah,
when you see it, and if you see it, capture it with the camera, because they are very rare events indeed. Right.
But that's a good point that gets actually saying there is that in the looming experience, it's actually the horizon that's been pushed downward. The object is generally where the object is, but yet it creates that little heat wave layer that we see on the road, where we often see a car sort of driving above any road surface. It's the suppressing of the horizontal line, not necessarily the lifting up of an object. And that's the thing that these ballers will, they say looming as in it's loomed from behind an object all the way back up and placed on the horizon neatly for us to see it. And that's retarded.
Yeah, it's retarded.
I don't mean to interrupt, but XO, like I was actually in a lot of interested into the more than 21 senses that you were saying earlier. I know like it was all sounded
I'm curious about that too. Very curious.
I didn't know that we had over 221 senses. I didn't know.
Yeah, some of it would be like cognitive, I would imagine, if I'm thinking deeply there. Cognitive senses, the way we can discern things.
That's one. You also have proprioceptive senses. You have hot senses, cold senses. Anxiety senses. Sexual sense, which I don't even want to bring up. Obviously, they forgot to mention that you obviously have lust. That's what the sex is. That's so weird. It's so
hormonal.
I'm not gonna continue to put the list up, but I've sat down myself and I've written over 21. If somebody has any other answer, that's fine. But there's a bigger problem going on here. Hold on. There's a bigger problem going on here because when people are telling us that they can't trust their senses, what do you think that person's going to say when you go, you actually have more than 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 or 12. You actually have more than that. They're going to say, no, I don't even have any as it is. I have 0. I believe in a ball earth. I have 0 senses now. That's their claim. So it's not going to help their argument at all, right? They're already so brain dead. It's so pathetic. They're already literally, it's worse than cognitive dissonance. They've literally accumulated a mental suicide. It's destroyed their minds. They're done.
Well, they're saying this as a reflex action. They're not acting coherently. They're not, because if they thought about what they were going to say, they wouldn't say it. So you can see that it's just a reaction. Hence the expression, separation anxiety syndrome. And that's what it's all about. It's rough.
Oh, I've got to do a special shout out real quick. Cheyenne Cat is in the chat. You know that, guys? You guys know who Cheyenne Cat is? You guys should check him up. He's in the YouTube chat right now. So special shout out to Cheyenne Cat, Into the Break, and of course Level Up. I see he was speaking to Level Up there. God bless her. But here we are. And the Bible talks about these senses, by the way. And again, that's where I get my information from. So, it's going to be a problem because that topic isn't necessarily going to be the forefront of this server. So I can't really discuss that.
So just to round off that situation with being in Gem Pandas, for 3 days trying to articulate this looming thing, I finally said to people at the end of the day, look, when you see things on the distant horizon and you can see that object, it is not refraction. You are indeed seeing that object at whatever distance it might be. It might be 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles. You are actually seeing that object. That's the end. And then I left the server.
That's right, but they are saying actually we can't see that and we can't trust our senses. Even though, yes, I do see that, we see it, and also the camera picked it up and everybody sees it, we're all wrong. Nobody is actually seeing what's really there, and I know that because I've seen other things on TV. So I'm too smart to know that I would use my senses, except when I say, oh, let me, trust the other cartoons, then now all of a sudden I can trust my senses because I see cartoon balls on TV. So now all of a sudden I've changed my mind. And now I can trust my senses when I'm watching TV.
But don't get me wrong, there are Globers that saw it on the radio. Some Globers said they saw it on the radio. There you go.
That's when you can trust your senses, correct. I can trust my senses when I saw it on the radio, correct.
Yeah, but you don't understand. There is a battle cruiser on the oceans, which is laser targeting and firing a bomb projectile to that ship that you saw and destroys it, but it's not actually destroyed because you can't really target, from that far away. It's impossible.
Correct. Well, no wonder.
So
well,
the
listen, let me say, no wonder.
the exploding ship is not reality
Battle of
what
the
you
Denmark
see.
Strait. So, Battle of the Denmark Strait, it makes, now we know how the Bismarck sunk the hood. The hood was at the edge of the earth and there was a giant waterfall, and the Bismarck is like, we got him at the edge of the earth, there he is 12 miles away, boom, right there. And the hood went down into Davy Jones' locker because the hood was at the edge of the earth, which is only 12 miles away, guys. That's 12 miles away is the edge of the earth and the ball earth religion. Thanks.
Yeah, I wanted to just say, when you were talking about their senses, it's not that they ignore all of them. It's just they choose when to toggle them on or off, because you can't trust your eyes unless looking at monitor screen. Then once looking at monitor screen, you can now trust your eyes. The same way that once you write the number down on a piece of paper and then do some mathematical equation, you can trust all those senses. You can trust your mental senses there to make sure that you're doing all the maths right. And you can tell that black hole is 6 quadrillion light years away. And everything checks out, so your senses are perfect. But don't use that same brain to ask a question like, why is water flat? Because then you're not using your brain the right way. So it's a pick and choose whether they want the sense to be engaged or not engaged. It's even more ludicrous than if they at least acknowledge that they were turning. If you say you can't trust your eyes, then you can't trust your eyes whether it's on a monitor screen or on a piece of paper. But no, you can trust your eyes when it's on a monitor screen. You just can't trust your eyes when you're in reality.
Yeah. And then it's yesterday, because you were talking about radars and that. Yesterday we were talking about radars in Gem Pandas there, and it was asked, how far can a surface search radar see? And when you look at the numbers, anything from about 500 to 2,000 nautical miles. Now, where's the curvature in all that? Because it's seeing it. Right? That's 900.
Well, we can't trust radar. No, we can't trust radar either. So you can't trust that.
Right. That's 900 to 3,700 kilometers. This radar can see. Right? And there's another one in Australia known as the
They argue the bendy refraction. So that radar is just bending around the curve at the radius. So nothing to see here, folks. 500 miles of flat line of sight radar. Yes, we can also curve that round circles.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous,
The same with any microwave communication. They're all line of sight. That's the first thing that it says is line of sight.
Right.
And when you go look at the ball model, the line of sight is usually a dotted line pointed downward. So you must be looking down to get a line of sight, which is never the case. And then our line of sight just happens to be sometimes 200 miles, 300 miles, or like in this case, radar, 500 miles. Oh, no problem. It's just on the backside of the ball, but it's no problem.
Yeah.
It's never been an evidence-based argument. Anytime it doesn't work in their favor, they'll claim abracadabra. That's how it works. And for the record, there still is no white swan. No one's ever taken a camera out with a zoom and said, oh, there's the farthest I can see. There's the edge of the earth on the ball. Never happened.
Yeah, there's a radar known as the Jindale. That's Jindale. Jindale radar in Australia, right? And that can see up to thousands of miles, apparently. Amazing.
And radars all acquire elevation angles, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, radar has a limit. That's the thing. It just doesn't work on anything but the flat plane of existence. That's why it's all based on something called line of sight.
Line of sight technology, yeah. So, I backed that up yesterday at Gem Pandas, and then I left them in disarray, spitting, screaming, shouting, slagging me off, muting, and then I left. So, yeah. That was 3 days in the making, though, step by step, because I just kept getting muted. You say 2-3 words, and then they mute you, and then he calls you a liar, and he spends like 3 to 4 minutes calling you a liar. I had to make notes so I wouldn't forget what I wanted to say.
Yeah, they usually attack your character and try to piss you off so they can make you look like an asshole.
Yeah. So I just stood my ground, and I said, clearly you're working in my favor because the listeners want to hear what I got to say, but every time you don't allow me means they're hanging on to everything I want to say. So you're doing a grand job in putting my case ahead, even though your delay tactics are just terrible. This is
some of them don't realize that that's going to lead people to the truth, right?
Yes. He goes, you will not come here and preach. So then when they muted me, it went dead quiet. And I mean, you could hear a pin drop. No one was talking for a while. So then he had to unmute me in the end. And then I just carried on where I left off. Yeah, so 3 days. And I managed to get it all out. Yeah.
Applaud you for that, Gene.
Oh, yeah, you better believe it, mate. Once I've locked in, yeah, I'm definitely going to be coming back. Because they're slagging me up and everything else. Yeah, that's all very well. But what about the question being raised here? Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Because I'm driving. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, Mary Mom. Yes.
Yep, roger that.
Good. Okay, good afternoon. Yeah, I was just going to say that we need to follow the same principle here, even though, because I think there is sometimes a tendency to shut the Globers down, and sometimes, they're actually causing problems, and that needs to happen. But the more we can just let them, preach their religion here, then the more we can, when they take a pause, we can't let them just go from point to point. But when they're preaching one particular dogma of their globe religion, then we can let them preach, for a reasonable amount of time, a minute or 2 or 3 minutes, and then address why there's no evidence whatsoever for that particular religious dogma. So, yeah, I think then I've noticed we've had more globe believers come in lately. So I think if we work as a team and make sure we all remember that we don't have to shut them down on word one, right? That we need to let them kind of get their side out so we can then analyze what they said. Do you guys agree?
I agree. I do agree.
I
and
agree.
I think that you ladies did phenomenal last night. I would try to I want to put a petition in for Helio Skeptic to actually get back the remaining 8 hours that was cut off last night's hangout, but that can be discussed, I'm sure, in another meeting.
Why was it cut off, by the way? Why?
Oh, see, the thing is, yeah, I'm glad you guys brought this up because And I appreciate your feedback. We got a lot of good feedback last night, which I will, I think, I hope the ladies all saw that, but I'll make sure in our, group conversations that everybody knows that it was that they were appreciated last night. Yeah, because I often I often go to bed and just listen to it on YouTube. Like I've heard the ending, many times, so that's why I know that that's how it usually ends. And then last night I just happened to be able to stay for the end, but it's kind of a fine line. You know that like these guys want to talk, and we had to. And now we have these like official events where at some point we have to actually end the event, press the end button. But I thought it was nice because it just naturally went on, right? It was not a problem. We had many ladies participating. I was thrilled. I had to drive my son to an event, which took me like 2 hours to drive, and I was just listening the whole time. I didn't have to say anything. Like, this is like a dream come true for me. You guys have no idea. They haven't been around here. But, a lot of times.
Nailed it.
Yeah, in the old days, it was like, me and Bambi just kind of like wrestled up some clovers, and, maybe, other people here and there. I mean, Jen's always been here since the beginning, but, sometimes ladies' nights is like a struggle to get the ladies in here. And so the more encouraging we can be, which I think last night was great. We didn't have any flat earth guys working against us, which was perfect. Thank you guys for helping to make it successful. Because I'll tell you a secret. Yeah, when you, and you guys who have wives, girlfriends know this, like women are not real receptive to criticism, even if you consider it to be constructive, especially in public. So if people are in the voice text there saying, "You're not doing it right. If I were there, I'd be able to shut him down in a second. What is still missing? What is still missing?" Which fine if you give us hints and information. We like that. We don't like being pinged to say, 10, 20 times, "Why aren't you doing it this way? Why aren't you doing it that way? You guys are letting him get away with too much." Like, that's perfectly fine. Actually, put that
Send me a
stuff
list of who did that, 'cause I'd like to avoid them in the future.
Yeah, well, this is from the past. This is not last night. So, let's focus on what worked last night when the ladies were just allowed to do their own thing, talk to the Glovers that came in, and we had several Glove leavers, and also then some ladies, and what the thing of it was that I learned because I was driving and couldn't really intervene. I mean, now I am because I've opened my mic for you guys, but my kids were in the car and it was loud and stuff. But anyway, my children were in the car. And so anyway, so I was just listening, and it started to get kind of testy between some of the ladies, which I bet some of you guys like that. I know you were like, "All right, get off the mud." But anyway, even then, I'm like, I'm not going to interfere. I'm just going to listen, let this play out. And it played out, and things got better. And then we were working together as a team, by the end of the night. So I thought it was cool.
It was. You can't do it. You can't say it enough. It would be an understatement because that kind of hangout had not happened in several months. And yes, when the ladies actually argued, they still handled it very cordially and didn't go bonkers and bananas like the men do. And it's embarrassing that you men need to learn from the women and how they know how to do things, including Dandelion, Damsel Medic, Shines, Truth Prevails.
Yeah, I
Who's
brought
not
that
a
up to
supporter
quite a
of
few
me.
people yesterday.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and Flat Earth, and then we have a new person, Flat Earth Flat Earth Goddess, and she did a phenomenal job. And God bless her, even though she's got a giant ego, she was still able to maintain a good behavior. So the ladies killed it. Couldn't have done better myself.
Yeah. I like everything about Flat Earth Goddess, but last night a question she asked, it was involving like health discussion and stuff like that, and that will be taken as medical advices, and we should keep away
I know, but
from
let's
that.
not critique in a negative, though. Right,
Yeah.
I know,
No,
because let's not critique in a negative.
negatively critiquing. Yeah, I know. This is the times we live. Yeah, that's why I was. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, I mean, in terms of like the, battle of the sexes and battle within the, different sexes, I was thinking about this last night. It's sometimes, I don't know how to explain it. It's like the other sex can, and I'm going into Amish paradise here, so I might lose my signal. Let me know if I start roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad.
But sometimes,
The 5G.
if you can kind of work it out among yourselves.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
I'll tell you later.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. I couldn't hear anything. It was really cutting out really bad.
Yeah. I hate internet because of this.
I think it
Yeah, but
sounded
I
like
know
she
what
was
it's like to be
driving.
talking and then someone can't hear you, and then you're like, you have to repeat it. It's like, damn it, why didn't you guys listen?
Yeah.
But women have a way of disarming a man in an argument that a man brings tools of aggression and a woman brings tools of cunning. Because they don't have the physical capabilities to dominate their opponent, they have to learn the skills to dominate verbally. And a woman can often emasculate you or completely break you down with a smile, and you'll walk away from the engagement thinking, how did that occur? Whereas if it was with another man, he would have got aggressive, you would have got aggressive, and you probably would have punched it out. So we don't
Well,
often have
it
to.
depends. It depends also if you are a man, a lot.
But I've seen it done in business. You have a really intelligent, attractive woman, and she can negotiate really firmly. Often in times, she can get men to accept the minority share just because of this way that she is with manipulating the male through sexual mastery and making him feel smaller than he is.
Well, there's
and if it
there
was
is
a
a
man
side to
doing
this,
that,
so that's a different level.
Well, yeah,
yeah,
but
but that's
is that
business,
really the right way to
like
go
Men
what's
can
about it?
be
fatal.
manipulative just like women can be manipulative, bro. It goes both ways.
Yeah, but I've never seen it be done on such a scale where if a man manipulates another man, the man who's being manipulated knows about it and will feel resentment towards it. Whereas when a woman manipulates a man, he'll often go along with it, kind of like your buddy in a bad relationship. He doesn't see the obvious negative side effects of the manipulation.
Yeah, doesn't that make you think though that you should avoid that situation of trying to
Right, but
break
I
the
have
man
to
down? Then
point
he goes
something
into
else out here
defense mode.
though. Wait a minute. Though, but besides that though, there is a different level of behavior that the ladies possess. They have the ability to have a cordial conversation without getting upset, and also robotically treating people into a cardboard cutout system and then flipping out when people can't agree with words. The point is they had an argument and handled it great, and people were crushed, hearts were broken because the Globers wanted them to hurt each other. Globers want flat earthers to yell and act ridiculous, and the ladies absolutely annihilated that want and that grab that these people want. They did amazing, and the problem is that doesn't happen often enough. The egos in flat earth are so big because everybody wants to possess or take control of somebody else because they have special knowledge now, and the ladies just don't do that.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in a
I think the
negative way.
ladies presented themselves pretty well yet last night. I was really proud of what they did last night.
They did so well that I actually at some point opened my mind and wanted to speak, to address things that were in debate.
I'm glad that Battle Mod
It's
showed up
so
though
hard
to
to withhold,
mute the
yeah.
males that was in there.
Yeah.
I honestly want to help, but
No, you guys got a lot to learn. They should have ladies' night every 3 days because at that rate there would be a lot more success happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the. Can you guys hear me better now or not?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you're good to go now. Yep.
Yeah, I was in a dead area, but now I'm getting close to civilization. So, but if it gets bad again, interrupt me. That's what I want. Then I was just waiting till I drove further. But Oh gosh, what was I going to say? Something about what? Oh, I know what it was. Yeah, because it's like, and I think what Flat Earth Solar said has validity, and as well, two things I wanted to make, which was about what he said, and then also what you just said, Exo and Master Chief. I think it is. I'm not looking at the screen. The ladies draw these people in and like start them in a conversation and get them talking. And then the guys, this is how it's been since the beginning of Ladies Night. It used to be they only let us get out like an hour or two before they'd like just be dying and salivating to pounce, because it's like, oh yeah, this is how you have a conversation. So like we actually have Globers in here. And I'm not saying all men are like that. Like you guys can have conversations too. I'm not saying you don't. A lot of people in here are very good at it. But it's frustrating when like we're having a good conversation with them and then people are like sitting there like wanting to get a piece of them. It's like, yeah, you can get people in here if you don't ban them or start calling them a retard on second one, and then you could actually have a conversation with them, and then you see, oh, wow, this person's actually talking about the globe. Imagine that. So yeah, you guys, and at some point, yes, these people will want to come back to the server if they feel like people are going to treat them like human beings and not just like, a punching bag, and so, and both men and women can do that. So we're speaking generalities, their tendencies, but, it happens on both sides, because I've done it. And that's what I was going to say about Flat Earth Solar. I have to catch myself not to do what you're saying, because I can do that and have and do and did it just a week ago with some poor little teenager that came in here. And maybe you guys would say they deserve it sometimes, but I feel bad afterwards because I'm not here about the win, you know what I mean? And I'm not here about like destroying him, what Flat Earth Solar just said, where you like make them feel small. Like I could do that with these teenage boys any day of the week easily. I usually don't do it unless they are so cocky and acting like they come in here like I was on the honor roll in school, so and I read the science lesson and have it memorized, so I'm the king of the world and you're dumb flat earthers. I did that to a little boy a week ago, and then I felt guilty because, I don't want to emasculate, adolescent boys. That is not what I'm about. So I said to myself, I'm not going to do that anymore. But, we can do it. Yep, definitely. So I appreciate what Flat Earth Solar is.
Yeah, I was saying that it's a skill, and women like yourself who must be attractive and intelligent have the ability to use that in a way that can create great good, great evil. You can manipulate, psychologically influence. There's a lot of skill to that. But what I was meaning by it is that having these women in this woman's night or ladies' night that are all like getting better and better as you hear their knowledge improves and their techniques are improving. And sometimes I actually prefer to listen to a woman talk to a guy because it doesn't just automatically explode into a, oh, F you, bro. No, F you, bro. Oh, what do you say? Oh, F you. It just goes backwards and forwards. It's like it would end up in a punch up. And that's typically how two trying to be dominant males encounter one another, and they want to show that they're dominant, so therefore they ascend toward aggression. Whereas the women keep it calm. And I think it's even just the tone of their voices. It goes into a man's ear like music. It's not like another man who's got another deep voice who's calling you a moron between every second word. If a man tries to make a little boy feel silly, the boy will often dig his heels in and be like, oh, what do you know, old man? But if a woman does it, he'll bow his head and take the shame because it's kind of like being scolded.
I apologized to this teenager, and he was like, oh, no big deal. Yeah, we spar back and forth, but it's fun. Like, he was not upset about it. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe he did need that, you know what I mean? To kind of be woken up and realize, oh, yeah, I was the big man on campus in my high school, maybe, where, let's face it, at least in the United States of America, yeah, doing well in school is not a huge accomplishment. Like, and the sooner a young person realizes that, the more they can actually try to then educate themselves, right, and learn what's really going on, But if you run around thinking, I got all A's in high school, I know it all, I'm going to come in here with these adults just because somebody told me flat earthers were stupid and not even listen to the conversation, not engage, not actually be able to think on my feet, not be able to use logic, and, embarrassed himself. That's what he was doing, this poor boy, And so, but, we got along. It was fine. But I think that you're right, that somehow it's better to do that in a different way than just to start calling them names. Absolutely. Yeah. And Tristan just came back last night to Ladies Night. I don't know if you guys know this. He's now called Rolling the Ball.
No, but you need to set that up again and have it just like that. I mean, again, the way that you were able to control, the way that all ladies were able to control the room and not go crazy and not just, piss people off and make it look ridiculous was what we need. Thanks.
But I also think that we don't necessarily need specific lady nights. I think we just need lady presence. I enjoy during the day, sometimes ladies will come in here and chat, and it brings a new perspective. It brings new dynamics. I think it should be inclusion all the time. Kind of like saying Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. So at the same time, we must just integrate. The woman must feel more accepting. And when women are in here, we as men should step back and also give them the space, because we often just overtalk them because we can make a louder noise.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely,
But I was going to say, I agree with you on some of that, but I think the ladies' night does attract a lot of Globers because, some of them know about it. And I've noticed that when we have ladies' night and there's women in there in the chat, there's always a lot of Globers in there. There's always a lot of people that flow in. But when we just have a woman talking necessarily, that doesn't necessarily attract a huge crowd. You see what I'm saying? So I like having that ladies' night. I think we ought to have a men's night or something too, but, to make it even. But I honestly think it's fun.
Who is that? Who's that that's talking? Because I'm driving, so I can't see.
Rookie. I'm Rookie.
Oh, hi, Rookie. Yes, I've interacted with you a lot. I just don't recognize your voice yet. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, if you guys want to start a men's night, by all means. Yeah, go ahead. We can use more men's.
I don't think we need a men's night. I mean, the whole point on having the women's night is so that, it was for the women. Other than that, every other day is always like men's night. So I don't think we should have a men's night.
Oh, my request is, can you just write this down, please? Can we have a no ego night just once? Thanks.
But I was going to say,
I agree with XL.
The clubs figured this out already long ago. You don't need men's nights. You only need ladies' nights because they pull the men in anyway. So I think
you're... don't have men's nights.
And you know what? When there's a woman in the conversation, men have a tendency not to be so damn aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say when you were talking about women, being around and participating more, don't hesitate. I think sometimes the guys feel like, oh, if I even talk to this woman, she'll think I'm hitting on her, or the other guys will. But don't feel, like you can't. If the woman's in there, just say hello and how are you today or something. Because I think a lot of times women feel if they're there, because that was my tendency probably when I first came to the server. If the guys are having their conversation, you don't feel like just jumping in there because you are kind of, when you're, especially if you're the only one there or one or two people there, you kind of feel like a third wheel, like a spectator. So it's not like it would actually be like a cordial thing and a polite and chivalrous thing to do. Just at least maybe she doesn't want to talk, but at least say hello. How are you today? What's going on or whatever. And then that's just my suggestion.
Yeah, I relate to that.
It's really interesting. I think Jin CBR can attest to this as well. If you go over to Jim Panda's server, there's a couple of females in there that are as thick as I don't even know what. It's like one of the ex-girlfriends that I dated once upon a time. Just as dense as anything. The one is called Queen of the Trolls. And she literally spews the rhetoric, says, flat earthers are dumb. She's an Australian. She's in there almost, I would say, 17 hours a day. If you go into Gem Panda, you'll find Queen of the Trolls.
We should get her
And
in here, huh?
she's a super troll. I would actually like to hear her against Dandelion.
Invite her to come to Ladies Night. We had that other Glober.
Well, no, both her and Tracy would be great.
I haven't heard of her before because I haven't been in Gem Panda in a long time. That one came in here to Ladies Night one time that hangs out there. Her name starts with a T. I think I can't remember her name, but she came a couple times, but she didn't want to talk about the globe or debate or anything. So yeah, invite them to come over. Invite them to come to the next Ladies Night, and because it's not just for Flat Earth ladies. I mean, we're running the show, but we would love to talk to Globe ladies. We used to try to recruit them, but they just wouldn't come. So yeah, if anybody can get whoever this troll person is in, I'd love to talk to her. That'd be great.
Can we have a non-binary night?
I don't
What
know.
does that mean?
I think that's a troll. I think that was a troll thing to say.
Can you explain what that means for me? I'm a dumbass.
I actually don't really know.
All right.
I think
this actually
non-binary is actually an
started at
oxymoron, because you're saying you're non-binary,
That's
meaning
why
that
I
you
was
don't want to be
asking what it
placed. You don't want to be placed in a category of male or female. You want to be placed in your own category. So you're saying that you're against being in a category, but you want to be in your own category. It's a bit of an oxymoron to be non-binary.
Right, I got you.
Yeah, when we first started the Ladies Night role, like at first it was kind of like, oh, ladies, women get the Ladies Night role, but then like CJ put it on himself, I think just so he could be notified for the Ladies Night events, you know what I mean? And then we just kind of said, if people ask for it, they can have it. Like, it doesn't mean that you're a female, right? That you have that role. But then because then when it was getting weird, because like people were asking for it who weren't, biological females, and then it was like, oh, who's going to be the arbiter of whether you're a woman or not? Like, we can't figure that out on the internet. So then it's pretty much, if you want it, you can have it. So because I tried to solve that by making an XX chromosome role, so you could actually say like, I am a biological woman. But then I got people in my DMs asking me for the XX chromosome role. I'm like, yeah, I can't, ask for a DNA test. So I just got rid of the role. And now it's just kind of like, if people want to say they're a thing, we can call them, that thing if they want. I'm not doing any kind of investigations about that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think some people should just not say anything sometimes. It's like their opinion seems to be like just cutting people down rather than, like dealing with the exact topic or, having evidence for it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why, we try to focus on the evidence and facts around here. That's what we were trying to explain that to some people last night, both Globe and Flat Earth, because people think, oh, we should do that thing. The server should be more about unity. We should do this thing. We should, be nicer to people or whatever. It's kind of like, oh, we shouldn't debate, because there is no debate, all that stuff. It's like, well, yeah, go start your own server. Nobody's stopping you. I mean, we decided that the mission of our server is to focus on objective reality of Flat Earth, what could be tested, measured, repeated, and so on. And if people don't like that, nobody's forcing them to stay here. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I love when they come up with an excuse or they try to give you a hard time about, why are you pushing this and all that? I'm like, well, why are you here? That's one that gets me. I'll be like, well, you came here to make fun or just because out of curiosity, but you have this attitude as you come in. So I say, I think you're the jerk off. I'm here to spread the truth. All I'm trying to do is give you the information that I was shown, and then hopefully you figure it out and you come to the same conclusion. I can't shove it down your throat. It ain't going to work. But then they still give that excuse of,
Yeah, my favorite part, is when people come in and start yelling at us about how we're too mean, right? You guys are horrible. You're so mean. It's like, oh, wow, look at who's creating the conflict here. The person who's coming in here and yelling at us because we aren't acting the way they want us to act. You know what I mean, or whatever. and we
Yeah,
don't
that's kind
ever.
of the problem, right? Because people will come in and deliberately try to put that into the conversation, and then of course all these dumb cronies will start. Oh, look, they're just dumbass. You know, it's really. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off like that. My bad.
I don't know. I didn't think you cut me off. I don't know. We might have a delay, but yeah. Are there any globe believers here right now? Does anybody want to come in and defend their fantasy globe? Tell us why you live on a spinning ball. Oh, and precious metals is starting
Get
soon.
flat smacked by a nice lady.
Yeah, so precious metals are starting in like 15 minutes. So everybody get ready for that.
Yes, it is. I'm excited.
Plus, I should take this time to announce tomorrow we're having a special. You can see it up there in the event. I found out if you put down that you're interested for the event, then it alerts you when the event's happening, which is cool. But anyway, that we're having an we're having an Apollo moon landing hoax event tomorrow. So that should be good.
Wow, that sounds more exciting than even precious metals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I would kind of like to do. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was just saying, I think it's a good way to bring people in, even if they aren't ready to understand the full globe hoax. Once you see what a disreputable organization these space agencies are, then, you could start small. They clearly didn't go to the moon. I mean, that's just obvious.
What I was going to say is, I would love to do like a game show where we bring in Globers and we ask them questions and we drill them and try to, like just to basically, for information. It's just to educate them, not necessarily insult them. But I think it would be interesting if we had something like that. I think it would draw people in to see what was going on. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. CI, who used to be really involved with the precious metals, was one time going to had the idea of developing something like that, like a globe Jeopardy game or something. Yeah, is that what you were thinking about? Like, is the game show about like knowledge of the heliocentric model, or what's the game show about?
Yeah, the game show would be basically set up where we're gonna compare the globe, the actual heliocentric model, to the people who think they know what it is, and they're arguing with us, right? It would be kind of like basically not really like trying to be a jerk to them, but breaking them down and making them kind of see where the fault is in their thinking. It might be helpful. It might just cause trouble, but I mean, it'd be interesting to try it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Indio has always said, people have ideas and initiative about something they want to do, go ahead and design it and propose it. Like Brad is the one who came up with this idea of doing this Sunday show, because I think, the events are a good thing. It draws people in. It's something easy to kind of advertise and share. And, yeah, so just, not everybody has time to actually go and develop an event like that, but if someone wants to take the initiative and do it, then by all means.
What do you think about an idea like to put a spotlight on a certain flat earther and like, have like a chat thing where everybody comes in and asks the person questions and kind of get to know them, and then they share with above themselves, and then everybody people share together, maybe get to know each other better. I thought that might be interesting.
Have you ever played the game? Have you ever played the game Cards Against Humanity?
Yes, I have.
I have not played. I've heard of it, but I don't actually even know what it is.
I own
so you
the
get
game.
You get question cards and answer cards, and it's about who can create the funniest answer. Now, I've often thought about like doing cards against the globe, or maybe cards against the system. And then you have questions like gravity couldn't possibly be what you think it is if it was superseded in 1906. What is it now? And then there's other cards with some fallacious answer, and everyone gets 10 or 20 answer cards. And you or else you make it against the system, whereby like the money's inflating by this much, and then you pepper in a couple of flat earth
cards in that system one, that maybe you could actually get it on a larger scale that people would actually enjoy playing it.
Sort of like
Right.
that game, two truths or two lies and the truth or whatever, where you have the three answers and they all kind of sound equally ludicrous, but one of them's actually the
Ooh,
truth.
I like the sound of that. What's that called again? Did anybody hear what he said?
I don't know if I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's something along the lines of like two lies and a truth or something like that.
Two truths and a lie, I think is
If you
that one.
come
Yeah, we
across it,
use that a lot.
you
Yeah, that's
DM it to me. Oh, what? Say it again. I missed what you said. Dandelion, I missed what you said.
Oh,
Repeat that.
I said, yeah, it's called Two Truths and a Lie, and somebody else asked to be DM'd to them. I don't know who that was. And the other thing they were talking about was Cards Against Humanity. So, yeah, I don't know how those two things relate, 'cause I don't really know what this Cards Against Humanity thing is.
It's basically, well, it's kind of hard to explain. I'll have to get the game out and read some of the cards, maybe bring it in and talk, I'll show you, read some of them to you so that we get the idea of it.
I think that's a good idea. Some sort of along those lines between those two games. There's something there.
Yeah,
I agree.
fun,
It'll draw an interesting conversation.
Yeah,
So, for example,
so go ahead.
no, you go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, mine is just real quick. I was thinking, I don't know, if we were doing something where we were sharing personal stuff, like to try to get to know each other better, like we might not want to do it on the live stream, like the two truths and a lie thing, but maybe we
I
could do
agree. I
that
agree.
separately. Yeah, but I think it might be nice to do, just like a separate thing, maybe just like not broadcast, do it another channel or something. But yeah, but tell me more about this other thing. Whoever was starting to talk about that.
I was just going to say, in that Cards Against Humanity,
I forgot what we were talking.
They'll say things like, just after the Vietnam War, the US told the people what? And then they leave it blank. And then you go and look at your cards, and it's like, to eat your vegetables, drop atom bombs on every person in Japan, and then there's like, every person's got a whole bunch of different funny answers that could apply to various questions at various times. And you've got to try and figure out the person who read the question to you, what's their humor, and then make them laugh. Then out of all the answers that they read, they have to choose the best card, and whoever's answer they choose, they get to keep the question card.
I remember it now. Now I remember. Yeah, that brings back all the memories of playing it. Yeah, it's basically like you have two sets of cards, like he said, and one of them will have like a question or a situation, and then you'll have a hand. You'll have like 6 or 7 cards in your hand with all these to it. Funny things, and like he picked his nose or some stupid thing, and then you pick the funniest answer that you think, and then at the end everybody reads it, and then the whole table judges whether or not which one was funny and which one was more funny. It's kind of fun.
Okay, that I understand it now the way you guys explained it. Okay, yeah. So so none of the answers are really true, because I thought if you're applying it to the globe that you'd be like you could do a lot of absurd things, and sometimes
we have
the
to
one
make
that's
our own deck of cards for sure.
Yeah, because for example, the whole thing about the just anything involving Don Pettit, you could say NASA astronaut Don Pettit did this thing, and a normal person wouldn't choose the right answer, right? Because they wouldn't realize that we have absurd clowns, manning these space stations.
Yeah, it would almost have to be like a rigged deck where the truth cards were placed sort of strategically,
Yeah, exactly. If anybody's interested and serious about helping me come up with some cards and stuff, DM me. I'm really serious about that. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
I think it could be fun. But with the Cards Against Humanity, if it's true, it's not funny. So it's like, if you say,
so it's got to be ridiculous.
So that it has to be catchy, but then when it comes to like Don Pettit, pretty much everything that's come out of that clown's mouth is funny. So it would just be funny just because of the ones that we've chosen. But at the same time, it's very much about, if you play with the truth people, You know, it'll say what did the United States give to the African people, and then it'll be like HIV or something like that. That everyone at the table will laugh because they'll think of certain programs that were run
Yeah,
in
we'd have one
certain
card that says
parts.
diarrhea, and right?
You could call it Cards Against Blue Planety.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's Fauci?
That's cute. Yeah, so
Like,
is that Rookie said to DM him if you're interested in getting
Yes, that was me.
involved? Was that you? Yeah.
I think it would be fun to at least sit down and make some cards just for the fun of it. I mean, maybe not necessarily bring it on the live stream, but yeah, have something on the side. Maybe it'll get people interested in coming over and looking at the different channels.
yeah, definitely
Yeah,
get
'cause
out your pack
now
and
you
use
guys,
that
I
as a
can't even
starting
believe I
point.
didn't even think about this before, because Crypto used to run a trivia, and this was back in 2019. Crypto used to run a trivia game, and it was very fun. And that was not even like globe related. That was just general trivia, because that's what he used to do, is run trivia in the pub. And we had a great time. That was really fun. I think we just stopped doing it because Crypto ran out of time, and didn't have as much time, and he was the host. But I think doing that kind of thing would be very popular. Yeah, I think we should totally try to do that.
I think it also works because
globe related.
You could call it geo trivia. It's trivia about the Earth.
I think it's effective because it's kind of disarming. It's a little bit more lighthearted. And people aren't necessarily looking for a fight. They're just kind of looking,
globe pursuit.
Did we do trivia nights at all?
We haven't done it like in years.
Did you say Trivial Globe Pursuit?
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, I thought that was.
Or Fictitious Globe Pursuit.
It's a perfect name, right?
When Crypto was doing it, first we started out where everyone was just all for themselves, like, individual. But then myself and this one other guy, it was pretty much like we were just, when actually that guy won almost every time. I think I might have won one time. His name's Festus. He's not here anymore. But it was like it was like boring because that guy kept winning every time. And so then we started doing it in teams where you had, and that worked out better, where it was like you were in a group of 3 or 4, and then you had a DM group with those people. Then he'd read the question, have a short, time limit, but you had to kind of have a captain, and people would feed you information in the DM group and agree on an answer, and then the captain would give the answer and so on. So yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I wish I would have been around for that. It would have been interesting.
Yeah, it's still down there, like at the bottom of the server. It says trivia, and then we have the trivia trash talking channel. It's still down there. Can be revived.
That's what made me get the idea. It was like, oh, somebody did. Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, because I think at first we weren't even having it on the live stream. We were just doing it just for fun with no recording or anything. But then it was so popular that I think we used to either sometimes have the main live stream or just the second live stream came down there. Yeah.
I agree. We should definitely test it outside of the live stream to make sure that it doesn't, cause problems or cause issues with rules and all. Like a test run or something.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and then because then if you have it at a regular time, then people. I think that's what happened before. We had it on Tuesday nights, and then it became really popular. So that's when I think Helio started bringing the live stream down there. But yeah, we got to get questions. If we can get, I wrote some questions. I made a Kahoot game with trivia questions, but there's only 10 questions. So we need more questions to make it, if we want to make it flat Earth related, which we totally should. Yeah. It was just general knowledge because that's what, Crypto already had the questions written out from his pub stuff, But if somebody could write out, flat Earth questions, that'd be better.
Did you know that there's a flat Earth program on your on your Alexa.
I didn't know that, but I'm going to mute myself so that whenever they want to start this thing, they can start it because I'm still driving.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. My bad. Yeah, let's
Okay.
let whoever is in charge come on in. Or if you want me to announce it, I can do that.
Just wanted to say with your Trivial Globe Pursuit, like one of the third last questions should be like our main three. Where, what time, and how did someone measure the curvature of the Earth? And then they've got 15 seconds to answer, or 30 seconds to answer. If they can't answer, they can't progress.
And it would be fun to put flat earthers in there too, because a lot of us don't know all of that stuff. So it would be interesting to get us to learn and understand things a little better. It might actually help, the flow of the live stream, just because people will learn more details and more information and less argument. You know what I'm saying?
So I go to trivia every week at my local brewery, and anytime there's a question about space or anything like that, my team just immediately looks at me for the answer. And I'm like, why are you looking at me? It's your model. But the answer is Jupiter.
That's hilarious, bro. That's so hilarious.
But it's
Who
true.
said that? That
Because
was so funny. Who said that? Who was that?
Napalm.
Said that? Oh, Napalm. That's hilarious. I love that. Thank you for sharing that.
Is there someone in charge of the precious metals, or do we just kind of like just all come in here and start talking?
Yeah, no, they usually start. I actually have to go in and get my sons. Let me see. I think Tundra Bear, Redford Bear, and Nathan will probably come in here. They're not here
Okay.
yet.
All right. I'll be patient then.
They usually like officially start at. But I'll hang around.
Yeah, I think they're down in Silver VC right now, so they're probably just getting ready.
Oh yeah, because I see this thing that says start event. I'll just go ahead and press start event because I have to go inside, and then whenever they come in, you guys can talk, of course, and then they'll probably do some kind of official start. But I'll just press the start event thing.
Good idea. Cool.
Hey everybody, I don't think anyone's speaking right now, so I just want to announce Precious Metals Takeover is starting. Redford and I is going to be a host, of course, and Silver and Golds are ready to take it away. If there's any moderators or admins here...
Redford!
Oh!
That's right. You damn moderator, shut the hell up.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, just...
no disrespect.
You shut your mouth, boy.
Nah, be quiet, Craig Villain. Come on, bro. Yeah, everyone feel free to speak up, all the Silver and Golds, but the admins and moderators, yeah, you guys have to mute until 2 hours from now, I think, when the event ends. And yeah, thank you all for joining. There's 27 people in here for Precious Metals. That's awesome. And yeah, you got anything you want to say, Redford?
Oh, I'm just looking to see if Roger or Dandelion are around to do the announcement.
She was. I saw her earlier.
I just wanted to say, yeah, get on, Redford. Have a nice event, and yeah, Precious Metals hadn't started yet, so shut up. I'll speak.
Okay, thanks, Crackwillen.
There she says that.
Is there like a format for it? Like, do we do questions, or do we just talk normally and it's just Silver and Gold?
You're here every week. Why you know how it goes?
No, I'm trying to like make it obvious for everyone else, because yeah, I kind of know what it's about, but I'm saying, like maybe people don't understand.
Okay, so with our Precious Metals Takeover, it's basically just giving the floor to the Silver and Golds, those that don't typically speak too much, right? The moderators and admins have to mute, so it's just that ability to have those that don't speak as much. They've got the opportunity to actually take the center stage. Basically, that's what it's all about.
By the way,
like
also, good job, Nathan. By the way, good job.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. I see we got Quick Ben here. He's VC verified. Are you there, Quick Ben? I don't think I've seen you before.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, man. How long you been in the server? Are you new here? Because I don't recognize your name.
Maybe a few months. I mostly just kind of lurk, to be honest.
Okay, cool. You've been here a few months. What's your stance on the Earth? What do you think? You're standing on a ball, or is it a flat topographical plane of existence?
It's a plane of some sort. I mean, I'm definitely disavowed of any former belief in any spinning balls. So
Nice, man. That's cool. That's really nice to see, because there are people that hang around here for months on end, and they're still globe earthers. It goes beyond my understanding why people cling to the fantasy model. But yeah, it's great to have you here, Ben. I hope we can see you around in the future. And yeah, if anybody else wants to answer today's question, actually, I need to pull that up. Or do you want to ask the question if you have it ready, Redford? I'm not sure.
Let me see. Oh, yes. Okay. So the question today is, what's the most valuable thing you've learned in life so far? So if anybody wants to jump up and answer that, otherwise we can start calling on people. Not all at once.
And I'll just pick someone, and I want to pick, well, I hope she's here anyway, because I spoke to her last week. Ildiko, are you there? I know she's got the away status, so maybe she's not. Oh, she is. I saw her.
I'm here.
Hi, nice to hear you again, Ildiko.
All right. What's the most valuable? Valuable in what regard? Valuable.
Basically a lesson that you learn, or something that you've discovered that's changed your life for the better.
Good Lord. There's such a myriad of things.
Meeting me.
Changed my life for the better. Lord, just to actually not listen to anybody else about, not pay attention to the hype in life. All the authorities and their trying to convince you of the reality of whatever it is they're trying to convince you of. I think the thing I've learned most is to do my own investigation and not to pay attention to the crowd. That's helped me out tremendously. And I think I learned that when I was quite young, actually. So it's made me more lonely, but resilient, very resilient. So that's it.
Great. I think I could summarize that in just 2 words: question everything. I feel like a lot of people go about life just blindly believing in whatever they've been taught. And, that's what it just takes. It just takes you to take a step back and go, hold on, I'm going to question this that I've been taught, to see whether I can verify it to be true or not. And then you go from there. And, when you start questioning everything, you realize how little you really know. There's another quote that comes to mind, and it's something like, the more you grow, the less you know. So, like, as time goes on, you start to realize that what you thought you knew isn't actually true. I think that's very apropos for what you said.
Exactly, you've got it. That's exactly right. So that's I think a great summary of it.
Jeppy, we're getting lots of feedback from your mic right now.
What is that?
Yeah, I was about to call it out as well. He's just disconnected.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody had a hot mic, and yeah, I didn't catch what you said too much.
So we'll leave it at that and let somebody else contribute.
Yeah, it was a great answer. Thank you again, Ildiko. Great speaking with you.
What's your name?
I'm Nathan.
Nathan. All right. Thank you, Nathan.
Likewise. Take care.
Nathan, did everyone hear what Ildiko had to say, though? Or maybe to repeat?
No, she did. Yeah, it came through clear. It was just towards the end that we get hot mic'd. But yeah, if anybody else wants to answer today's question, go straight ahead, or I'll just call on another person who's hanging around.
I like that response. This is Charles Monroe. The best thing for me is to sort of clean your room. God helps those that help themselves. Sort of mentality. Sort of you're spending, and this goes towards the silver. You're spending your savings. You can't keep a savings. Have some silver. Have another avenue to put your savings into that hopefully builds in this system that we have. You have to sort of help yourself. You have to find what is it that will guide you, and you have to act accordingly. You have to have the providence of something otherworldly or godly speaking to you, telling you. So I don't make investment based on somebody's like hyped up beliefs of, oh, Dogecoin's doing this, I buy it at the top and it's gonna go down. No, I see it's gonna happen. I have the feeling, and I take, and then I just forget about it. You don't need to encompass your life with a bunch of hype, but rather your intuition that's given to you from maybe a higher power or whatever. People don't listen to the whispers that are being told to them. Their intuition, and so I think God helps those that help themselves.
Okay, that's interesting. It's similar to what people say about if you do positive things, you bring around positive. Like if you do a positive activity, it brings around a positive influence in your life, and if you do negative, it's likewise for that. So I kind of see where you're coming from as well.
Absolutely, that my parents raised me on Unlimited Power by Tony Robbins. And you can say there's a lot of shill things to that, but there's a lot to positive thinking, and it's definitely in line with that unlimited power of thought.
Yeah, I think it's also a lot to do with your health as well. Like it's healthy to stay positive, right? I mean, everybody struggles. Everyone has ups and downs. Some people have a lot more downs than ups. But at the end of the day, you're still here, and that's always a positive. So always use that as your root. That's what I always say to myself. Oh, we got a new person, Ash, as well. Ash, if you're there, you can head up into VC check-in. Hopefully someone will follow you up, and then you should be able to speak with us down in the live stream.
And same with JD, if you want to go up to the VC check-in as well.
Rookie, do you want to answer today's question?
I can repeat it again. I'm sorry, I was texting someone.
Okay, so today's question is, what's the most valuable thing you've learned in life so far?
That's a good question. Valuable thing. I think I honestly, the thing that comes to my mind right away would probably be putting myself in other people's shoes, like thinking about what they're whether they're mad at you or not. I mean, everybody usually has a reason for being angry, or a reason for not liking you or something, right? And I've always thought that was very important to it. Trying to read. I'm trying to think of more things to say about it to give you an idea of what I mean, but I'm gonna short a little.
No, I get where you're coming from. See their perspective, and it helps you see your flaws as a result, right? Or whatever issues that they have with you, and highlights it. So it's good. I can understand.
Yeah, it teaches me a lot about myself and about other people's perspective. Because if I don't know what they're going through, then I'm never going to be able to make it right with them, or be able to conversate, or even keep a good conversation with somebody. They're just going to think that I'm dumb, or that I'm not being sensitive enough, or whatever. And not that you need to be sensitive, but it helps.
Yeah, a lot of people are nervous, and they don't want to, tell you your problems are, what they don't like about you, so they'd rather lie, right? And that's another question entirely. Would you rather be told the truth and be hurt by it, or would you rather be lied to and be comfortable, right? Obviously, me, I'd choose truth. I mean, nothing really hurts me anymore, but I know other people would rather live in ignorance because it's comfortable.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Definitely.
All right, cool. Awesome answer, Rookie.
All right, thank you. Thanks for including.
Yeah, man, it was really good talking with you a couple of days ago, right? I mean, we went for 2 hours, so I knew you'd
Yeah,
be...
I think it was 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, I knew you'd have a good answer for me, but we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Maybe if you send me the question previously that you're planning on doing, then I'll have time to think about it better.
Sure, I may be sure if we were allowed to do that. Are we Redford?
We could post it, like, if people wanted, we
Well, you
could
could just
post it
DM
in
me.
the
I'm not saying you
silver.
need to post it. I'm just saying, personally.
Yeah, but if people would like, we can just post it in the silver text like an hour or something, half an hour before. Usually I go sit in this
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea too.
space. Somebody wants to talk before we always do Precious Metal Takeover. So yeah, we can get into the habit of posting it in there so people can take a look if they'd like.
Personally, I like the
Did you want me
spontaneity
to
of
continue to reiterate what I was saying, or are you just going to go to the next person?
Yeah, there was 2 people speaking at once. Who else was trying to speak? Because I know you were a Rookie.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just wondering if you were done talking.
Yeah, no, I wasn't speaking. Somebody else started speaking, but I didn't catch who it was, and I don't know if they had a point they wanted to bring up, but if you did, feel free to speak again.
Okay, thanks.
I was just saying that the spontaneity of the question is there's something to be said for spontaneity.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm aiming for as well. I feel like if you drop it too early, then people's gonna. It kind of like the whole point of the question is it gets like you said, it's important to be spontaneous about it. So I feel like that. I don't know. I'll discuss it with Redford, and then maybe we'll post it before we join for PMT, or maybe we'll just keep doing it how we do in the live stream. But cool feedback anyway.
Yeah, I do agree that springing the question on somebody does kind of usually brings out some honest answers. Sometimes it shows a lot about a person, whether good or bad. So I agree. I think that both sides of it are equally interesting.
Well, yeah, and I mean we go for 2 hours too. So if you do have stuff that somebody wants to add later, I mean that's all right as well. But we can, we can always try different things. We have somebody, co-maids, I think. I'm not sure. I butcher names. If you want to jump up to the VC check-in, somebody can VC verify you and get you a role so you can join the conversation.
I'll go up there if they want to get VC verified, but I can't actually verify them, but I can unmute them and talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody wants to come up with me or something, I'll go.
Deb, are you there? I'm curious if you are. I've seen that guy around a few times, and he's like been here a few months, and he's still got the globe skeptic. So I'm curious of what kind of stance he's took after this long. But I don't know if he's there.
I think I've tried to get them to unmute before, but maybe today will be the day.
Yeah, I've seen him in the lobby a few times. I don't think I've ever heard him speak, so I'm not too certain. But I'm just curious why he has globe skeptic after so many months. That's all. Most people generally make a decision after a couple of weeks. But yeah, this guy's been here a while, so.
Mm-hmm.
Flat Earth Solar, you always have a cool answer. Are you there, Flat Earth Solar, to answer today's question?
It's a slow day today. What about Napalm? Are you there, Napalm?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Oh, good. It's snowing again. Are you enjoying your nice weather?
Well, you don't want to know about my weather here because I'm going to tell you it's cold, but
Oh, no. Do you have 3 sweaters on today or just still 2?
t-shirt, long sleeve, and then a fleece-lined hoodie.
Oh, wow. Okay, tell me what the temperature is. I'm going to have to convert it, but that's
Well, in Fahrenheit, it's 50 degrees
okay. Let's see.
and dropping.
And dropping. Is it plummeting? Okay, 50. Let's see.
We're supposed to get down to almost near freezing. Might actually be below freezing tonight and tomorrow. Yeah.
Does it usually get that cold?
Once or twice a year.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's
Hey,
still a nice day. But who was talking? Sorry to interrupt them.
good evening, everyone. It's Solar.
Hey, Solar. Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, good. I was listening along, but I was just busy with kids and stuff. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, take your time if you want to answer. That's fine. But if you need some more time, no rush.
Great question. Trying to narrow it down to a single one is probably challenging. So if I can give more than one, but I would say one of the greatest lessons that I've sort of learned personally is about that hardship or pressure times in your life is kind of like forcing graphene into a diamond, and that those hard times make you hard enough to deal with whatever's going to come next. And that a lot of people spend their life running away from hardship, trying to find the easiest way, and to their detriment. And when you embrace or walk toward the hardship, embracing the hardship head on, generally it's not such a hardship. And that has set right from my teen days throughout all my 20s and 30s. It's been a foundational point of when something difficult's coming, I'm like excited. Here comes this challenge. What are we going to do to get over this? How are we going to solve this? How do we, then on a more later in life one, it was that you've got to really choose who you decide to have children with. That is a lesson that was probably not stressed sufficiently. I'm sure my parents did, but when you do get divorced and you see the nasty side of someone, then you should have been a bit more selective with who you chose to entwine your life with forever.
That was really interesting. A lot of people would rather run from their troubles than face them. That's definitely true. Me, for instance, I can relate a lot in the sense that it's really, really good to do what you fear most, overcome all the challenges that you're faced with, right? But I guess in the end, you just get tired. I mean, you can go. I've gone years now, and it's just tiring. So I'm kind of in the runaway mode. But I don't know. Maybe other people's got different ways of dealing with it, but not for me. I feel like, they're both good options, right, to deal with problems. But one of them's temporary, one of them's permanent. I guess it's just one's harder to do than the other.
I've found that throughout my life, as I've confronted one challenge and beat it, I built the courage to take on the next larger challenge and built my business through that same sort of structure. When I had kids, then you suddenly need to provide. So it was through this challenge that suddenly you step up to the next level. And that if you face the challenge hits you, and then suddenly you're past it. But if you turn and try to outrun your challenge, it's always behind you. It's always catching up to you. You can believe that you've escaped it, but it's still in the subconscious somewhere. Whereas if you confront it, you move through it, and you past it. I went skydiving last year, and I've done bungee jumping, 216-meter bungee jump. We did a 15,000 feet skydive, and 2 more after that. And for me, looking when they open up the side of an aeroplane, and you look out of an aeroplane and you realize no one's ever, you've never done this before. Like you've looked out of a car that's moving, or you've looked out of maybe an airplane that's all sealed and you see the floor moving. But when the side of an airplane's open and you're standing there on the side of it, it's one of the most terrifying things. And when you overcome that fear, everything else is diminished. And my third thing that I've learned as well was when you lose someone close to you, like a family member, and you suddenly realize how short life is, or how no man is promised tomorrow, how suddenly your problems that you thought were big become diminished to almost nothing, and that you must appreciate every day, tell people what you really mean. Don't play in a smoke screen. So if you've lost, again, it's a hardship, and you were condensed into the little diamond that you're becoming.
Oh, dude, feels like you were giving me a lot of advice. I could relate to almost all of that. Thanks a lot. I'll think on it for sure.
Yeah. What's it? Precious metals night, we're talking about precious stones as well.
Napalm still there.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I thought maybe the cold got you.
Oh, no. Working.
Keeled over the. Did you want to answer the question today?
Sure. Yeah. I feel like this question is just ripe for cliche, but I'll go ahead and give mine. Yeah, since question everything was already kind of utilized, I would say biggest life lesson I've learned is that you get what you give, right? In the sense of things that you do selflessly for others do come back to you. It's not always in a timely manner, but it's generally when you need it the most, and it's not always in the same form that you were able to provide to somebody else. But I've found that being open and willing to help those around you in a selfless manner seems to come back to you almost tenfold.
Like God helps those who help themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I see eye to eye with you.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that as well. And you notice it. Like, these are things that you can actually do, and you see the benefit of it, which that's kind of what we're all about, right? Things that we can actually go and do, test, even though it
Right.
can't be explained by science necessarily. But
Especially helping people around you or that you see that need help and you have the ability to help them. And the more you do that, the more you start to notice when the opportunity presents itself to you that somebody may need help. And it might not even be in a monetary way or helping with some sort of labor or something like that. It might just be, helping a friend through a time in which they need to talk to somebody they feel comfortable talking to, and using, your knowledge or wisdom to just kind of help guide somebody through something can also be something that monetary value can't be placed on, really.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan Peterson, he's in his 12 rules for life. He's got this one rule that says, get your bedroom in order. And it basically means like everyone leaves their house every day and points fingers at everyone else and all the things that should change in the world. And then they come home to a bed that's unmade, dishes in the sink that are unwashed, clothes in the pantry that are in the laundry that are unwashed. And yet they want to go into the world and point fingers, or they often want to go out to help people, often as a desperate need to be helped or that they need assistance. And his whole thing was about if you start to get the small things right in your life, it'll very quickly start to spill over into other people's lives. And that you should, once you, like you were saying, these are things you can actually do. You can go and help the first person, you can get your little life in order as well. And you get all these you start to help other people get their lives in order too. Because you've done it in your own, so you know what to do.
Yeah, getting yourself in order puts yourself in a position to help others, right? Like if you don't start with yourself or your surroundings first, you're not really in a good position to help those around you. And I can definitely agree with that. Even with mental states of mind or mental states of being, getting that proper or in order in your own mind and your own clear thinking opens up the ability to help guide others. Because there's nothing worse than throwing stones when you live in a glass house.
Me glass house, you glass house.
Yeah, it's funny that you guys mentioned glass houses, because a few days ago, in chemistry, no, it wasn't chemistry. No, sorry, I was in physics. We were talking about global warming and how it's affecting all of us, right? And we're talking about the greenhouse effect and greenhouse gases and everything like that, and it just sparked a memory. They were talking about how the rays of radiation come from the sun and travel through space, and it bounces off back into space, and some of it comes in and heats up, and greenhouse gases trap it in. So much, man. They've got so much of a story for this shit.
Well, maybe if everybody was forced to grow 25 marijuana plants, then maybe some of that CO2 would go back into the ground, right? And maybe we shouldn't be fucking with the ecosystem, Mr. Harry Anslinger.
Exactly, photosynthesis, bro. That's what's up. I agree.
So what's the question of the day for the precious metals?
Hey, Master Chief. So the question
Hey.
for today is, what is the most valuable thing that you've learned in your life so far?
Most valuable thing that I've learned in my life so far?
Yeah, what kind of lessons had the biggest impact on you going forward?
Don't mess with witchcraft. Um, that's all I gotta say. Cause when like the unseen show themselves, and then you're like, you don't know what to do. I got a phone call. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Feel free to continue when you come back.
I apologize.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
Yeah, can I try to answer that?
Yeah, of course, Hank. Go ahead.
So the answer is to be in the now always remain in the present and listen to people when they talk to you and pay attention to them, and don't be wandering off, because it's real easy to wander off. It's real difficult to train your mind to pay attention to people, especially when they're talking to you, and repeat their words back to them in some sort of straw man attempt so that they know that you're listening, and they will appreciate that in return.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I agree. Too many people worry. What was that, Ricky?
I said that's a very good point, Hank.
Yeah, Hank's got a good point for sure. A lot of people worry too much about the future. They linger in the past, right? I'm guilty of both. And, the past and future, they don't exist really. Only the now exists. So you're absolutely right. We should just focus on the now and the present. That's all there is. Oh, I think we got some new people. Mint Smiley, you might want to head into VC check-in if you want to speak in the live stream. Someone should follow you up. And I saw somebody else, but I think maybe they dipped.
I can do check-ins if need be.
I appreciate it, Craig. There was another guy here on top of the Mint Smiley, but I'm certain he's just
I'll
disconnected.
go up there too with you if you want help.
Hey, J.E. Barrington, are you there? Don't recognize you. Hello? I see you're unmuted, but I'm not getting any audio if you were trying to speak, Barrington.
I thought I heard him say hello.
No, that was me. Yeah, he's just unmuting, but I'm not getting any audio from his end. Yeah, Barrington, we can't hear anything if you're trying to speak, so try disconnecting and coming back or checking your settings or something. I would like to speak with you because you're a new person, and we're always interested in seeing where the new people are coming from.
I'm back now. Sorry, I had a phone call.
No, that's cool. We did get some new guys, but none of them has joined the VC check-in. And I was trying to get Barrington to speak, but no audio's coming through.
Is this any better now?
Oh, cool. Yeah, you're coming through fine, man. How you doing?
Sweet. Hey, I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Are you new here? I don't think I've seen you before.
Yeah, I got on this morning. Yeah, I go by Wilson Tarbuckles on Fascist Book. There's quite a few people there who probably know me. I'm the administrator of the Florida Flat Earth. Well, one of the administrators of the Florida Flat Earth Facebook group. We've been organizing a bunch of meetups here. I just set up a Flat Earth Fascist Book group for Kentucky and Indiana called Flat Earth Kentuckiana, and a couple other things there.
Nice, that's cool. How long have you been looking into Flat Earth for?
I've been into it since 2008, but I've really only been coming online for not quite a year, but about a year. But probably like March or February of last year, somewhere in there is when I started talking to people online. But I was told by a guy who had traveled on all 6 continents collecting snakes that the Earth was flat, and I just kind of took it at that. And somewhere about a year ago, I saw a Dave Weiss video. I was like, well, yeah, huh. I didn't know there was a lot of other people that talked about it like that.
That's cool. Like 2008, that's a long time. For me, it was 2016. So yeah, you've got a lot of years on me. That's cool.
So what
You
made
know,
you
by the
start
same
looking
token,
into it?
I just kind of took it as it was, and because I mean, you know, my friend Dean, he had a lot of printouts and such in Portuguese. His wife was from Brazil, and he was telling me that a lot of people in Brazil believe the Earth is, or well, they accept the Earth is flat. And he showed me a bunch of different printouts and some books, and I was like, well, I guess that it is. It has to be. And I just kind of left it at that. I told my wife when we met in 2009, and then I've talked about it to a few people here and there, but I never really put a lot more to it. It just kind of was what it was.
Right. Did you want to say something, Redford? Because I noticed you cut out.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know how he came to the realization that the Earth was flat in 2008, but he kind of said part of it, I guess, there. That somebody showed him stuff. So it's all good.
Yeah, hold on. I'll be back here. Be a work call. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Yeah, for me, Flat Earth was just 2016. It was mostly the whole biblical stuff with Rob Skiber, and then obviously it was looking into the actual evidence behind it. You know, the demonstrations that Rob put up. I think it was a Chicago skyline mirage video, and then that got me into the other people like you know, your David Weiss and all those. But yeah, that's generally how it starts for most people. It's just getting the idea and then moving forward with the research and investigation into the evidence behind that idea, which obviously doesn't become an idea at that point. Carla, I remember seeing you somewhere. Are you there, Carla? With a Q. I don't know if that's how you say your name. Logras, are you there, and do you want to answer today's question? Yeah, I guess they're both not here.
Around. I'd like to hear Hank's answer if he's there.
He did when you were away.
Dang it. Of course. All right. I'll have to rewind it and listen.
It was a good answer. I liked it.
I'm sure it was.
I can do it again real fast. It's only a few sentences. I said, you have to make sure that you pay attention to the now, right? And don't focus on the past or the present. And always be in the now. And when you're interacting with people, pay them your full attention, because we're really good at wandering off after this and that and the laundry and the dishes, and you know, we're really good at thinking about what we need to do tomorrow, but it's really difficult sometimes to train your brain to just focus on the people in front of you, talk with them and listen to them and repeat back to them what they say, and try to still man their arguments, because when you repeat the words back to people, like, it makes them feel really good, like he just repeated my words back to me, like I know he's listening and now I can fully engage. And I think we're kind of losing that intimacy with one another because of, you know, modern technology, and you're always getting a text message and a phone call and social media. And I think it's really important to really train your focus, because your mental focus is a lot like your visual focus, right? If you're looking at something, like what you're looking at is really like, I don't know, 16K. I don't know exactly, but everything else kind of goes to like, you know, 480, like in your peripheral. Like you're not really focused on everything all at once. And that's the problem that we have. We're not very good multitaskers. We have to really pay attention and focus on what we want to focus on. And obviously that would be your family.
Yeah, I agree actually with that a lot. And I think I've thought about this actually quite a bit because we do tend to never be in the now, but I think it's because it's even from children, right? We're always taught, "Oh, what do you want to be when you grow up?" We're never really taught to just be in the now and like you say to listen to people and actually hear what they're saying because we are in a society now where it's just like rush rush rush, and the more that you're rushing, the illusion is the more that you think you're accomplishing something, but you're really not. And that's where I agree with you, where we definitely do have to like slow down, be in the now, and just enjoy it basically.
Good evening, family.
Oh, hey, Gabby Get.
Hey,
How are you?
Chandra.
How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you. And yourself?
I am doing well. Did you answer the question yet, Gabby
Great.
Get?
No, no.
Would you like to
So,
answer next?
yeah, but what is the question? I heard it, but I forgot. I was on the way shopping. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no problem. We can definitely ask it again. What's the most valuable thing you've learned in life so far?
God exists.
I agree. I agree.
It was easy for
You
me. Yeah.
can elaborate if you like. That's like Matt. Gabby gets that's the shortest answer I've ever heard you give. Can you elaborate? You can elaborate if you
It
like.
was a fast one as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it gives meaning to life. Um, it explains a lot. A lot of the spiritual side plane, which is not tangible. You know, it's just like freedom, virtual mathematics, is calculations. Yeah, we perceive them, we understand them, we see them on paper, we do them, but this it doesn't mean they are actually representing reality. Physicality. Uh, so yeah, and that's how I see all people. They are uh, physical and spiritual beings. So
Yes, I
if
agree.
we separate one from the other, then um, we get serious issues, like even at the level of health, sanity. Yeah,
Well, I would agree. I think that we're seeing that now. A
yeah,
lot of people are so
yeah,
disconnected from that.
yeah.
Hmm.
So it means that we have to be feeding ourselves also physically, like food, ingesting organic matter, but we also have to be feeding ourselves spiritually with knowledge, research, investigation, fact checking, you know, so that we know uh, the empiricism of our medium that we live in. I mean, it's very important. Like the shape of the world, it doesn't have a shape, but yeah, it's a surface description. It's flat Earth. You know, we have topography. We have all this. Uh, we have measurements. We have mechatronics. We have so many kinds of sensors out there that we are using today for precise measuring tools, i- making use of all the governing forces of nature, like light, vision, uh, even lasers, light propagation, sensors, video cameras. Oh, yeah, we do have even, for example, the US has Argus IS. It's a camera which is being installed on military UAV drones, and this camera, like when it was released to the public, a little bit of information about it, but there still was a lot of secrecy in the construct of this kind of camera technology. They said they are using an array of cameras, like phone cameras, 5 megapixel cameras, but they all have installed a um, automated mechanically adjusting lens, like a telescopic, and when this camera is looking at you, it has the capability of multifocusing. Like it can focus on a million things on in that picture. It doesn't. It's not looking focused only at one spot. So it can be focusing even behind your position location. So it has a crystal clear image behind you. It doesn't get blurred, but also in front.
And I'm back, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's one of those images is like 1.8 uh, gigabytes, you know, but there's also very fascinating, like the data transmitting, like the communication. This drone, um, it has to send all this data. So if it's recording 1 day, that means about 6,000 petabytes of information, which is mind-blowing kind of quantity of information to transmit it through LAN wirelessly, you know.
Right. So how does this get
Yeah.
back to the question?
Yeah, let's get back.
Let's bring it back
So
around.
yeah, we are forbidden to use any of these knowledges and stuff to perceive, experience our home or even our own selves. Yeah.
Thanks, Guppy Gut.
And
Oh yeah, can
you're
what
welcome.
wrap it up? All right. What else are you
Mhm.
gonna add?
Mm, that was the wrapping up. Like they forbid us to use any of these tools that we have at hand today to prove anything, not even our senses. It's sad what these people, how the minds of these people function. It's just default denial of everything.
Oh, sorry, I'm typing in chat. Awesome. Thanks, Guppy Gut. I
Mm.
appreciate that. Thanks for joining us, as always.
I have
Thank you
another
also
answer.
for the time.
I have another answer. Is it wrong to give a second answer?
No, of course not. Go for it, Hank.
No.
Yeah, our belief is precious and should not be given away freely. And belief
Yeah.
is something that requires a little more than just blind faith, right?
Yeah.
And I think obviously knowledge has a high standard, but a lot of people these days, and not so much in this community, don't realize that belief should have a very high standard too, but not as high as knowledge, obviously, because it's not knowledge, but our belief should have a very high standard. Thanks.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, Barrington, if you're still there, you can unmute and say hello again because you did have to run away.
Hey, yeah, I probably got about 5 more minutes before I got to go, but I'm not catching. What's your name? Or your handle?
My handle here, it's just my real name. It's Nathan.
Nathan? Oh, nice to meet you, Nathan. My real name here is Leonard. Online on Fascist Book, I go by Wilson Tarbuckles, but here I was going to switch all that over to J. Barrington last year, but I've been known online off and on as Wilson Tarbuckles, so I've got some people who kind of know that that's me, so I've kind of left it at that. But my real name's Leonard. But yeah, somebody was asking if I recall correctly about how I knew about it back in 2008.
Yeah, Redford was asking, like, what was it that
was
made you realize?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. A good friend of mine, actually, if you look him up, his name's Dean Repa. He was unfortunately met his demise in 2017, but very, very, very well studied man who one of the world's most renowned experts on snakes. He traveled all 6 continents, collecting snakes, and that kind of he was the one who told me that the earth was flat, and he had a bunch of documentation, and I pretty much just took it at that. I mean, how do you dispute a man that's traveled on all 6 continents, that's looked out airplane windows, and uh, one that's not too easily fooled on anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called the basic axiom, right? It's just the whole everybody experiences a flat and stationary Earth, and the globe isn't even your own worldview. And once you realize that, and you start with what you experience the Earth to be, you can go from there and discover more about it, rather than coming in from the assumption that it's a sphere, right? Because you don't experience a spinning ball in a vacuum. You wouldn't conceive that because it's not present in your daily experience.
Yeah, and one of the things he was doing at the time was he knew somebody who had a telescope, and they would go to the beach at Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, and they would then start looking down towards Carolina Beach, and you could see it all. Though I was never there with him when he was there doing that, but he was telling me, he's like, you can see it all. He's like, you can see the boardwalk. He's like, like the water tower there, it's at Carolina Beach. You should be able to see the top of it, but he said you could see everything. He said, and there should be, I forget how much curvature of the Earth from that point, 20 miles away. But you could see all of. He said anytime you went there, he said, as long as you had a nice sunny day, he said you could see it clearly, and said you could see it just very clearly.
Yeah, those are really good observations. There's one that's been going around recently with a lighthouse. I forget the specifics, but basically the top of the lighthouse should be visible. You can see everything, even the island that it's on. So there's no physical obstruction based on that radius value.
Yeah, but I've had a lot of fun this year. I've been trying to be some kindling to get a lot of meetups going around Florida. And here's the funniest thing of it all was back in early December, I was planning on, my wife wanted to go to Melbourne, so we just made a impromptu meetup. We announced it on a Monday, and then on Wednesday, nobody had responded to us. And then all of a sudden, the next Sunday, somebody set up a nearby meetup, and I got to talking to him. He's like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "There was a meetup there in Melbourne, and we couldn't find them." And then I had somebody else, and ended up there was like 3 different groups of people who all met at the Melbourne Mall that did not find each other, but there was at least 3 groups of people there that just from in the middle of a week about noon. And so it's amazing how many people there are out there that they want to go to meetups. They want to talk to people who share the same worldview. It's fascinating.
Yeah, and it just keeps growing with each passing year. Obviously, you've got the censorship now, but I think you can look at the charts somewhere on Google, and it'll show you Flat Earth was such a popular term, and it was growing and growing until, I'm not certain of the date, maybe late 2017, and then it starts, with the censorship, and it goes down. But of course, there's very, very, very many people waking up to it, and yeah, we're a strong bunch.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But Dr. Law, I was talking to Dr. Law last night, and he told me that I should come in here, and I'm like, well, I am on Discord. Think I'm in Nathan Oakley's group. And he's like, well, go to 24/7, and so he sent me an invite, and so we. So then I got in this morning finally. I didn't get in last night really, but I got in this morning and have enjoyed listening to all the banner all day.
Nice, it's cool. Glad to have you here, and hopefully you can come around for future precious metals and just the live stream in general, because you will learn a lot in a very short amount of time. At least I did when I joined here.
Yeah, for sure. And they, and the most interesting thing about all this is, to me, is just how angry normal, solid, thinking, intelligent people get when you tell them something like, the Earth is not round like you think it is. And it's really interesting to see just how angry people get.
Yeah, they get really upset, and it's strange as well because, again, it's not even their own worldview, right? Again, if you have left to your own devices and experience, you would never conceive your spinning ball in a vacuum. So it's not even your own worldview. Why are you getting so offended and upset about it when it's questioned, right? You should be questioning it yourself. That's the whole point of this server, right? It's getting you to question your beliefs, because we're not about beliefs here. And again, it's just that cognitive dissonance, right? The belief's been threatened, and then they go into cognitive and they refuse to look at any evidence, etc. We all know how it goes. But you do get a few occasional people that will wake up and actually have solid discussions, and that's always nice.
And that's why I keep pushing for in-person meetups, because what I do notice is like when you speak to people in person, and especially when you can show off the far horizon and say, why does that horizon meet you at eye level? Shouldn't it be going down? And you can plant that little seed of faith, and no matter how high you are, where you go, the horizon always meets you at eye level. Why is that? And and they go, wow, I never thought of it, but you're right. And it's harder to do that online, and so of course we get these trolls and all this other crap. But it is more fun in person, obviously, to talk to somebody, because you get them going, wow, I never thought of that. Nobody's ever said that to me before.
And that's basically what it's about, because they're all under a state of psychosis, which is a distorted, altered perception of reality, right? Because reality is objective, it's not subjective. The horizon's flat, that's a statement, it's not a claim, When you make these statements to people and you just waken them up to the reality that they've been blinded by, I'm going to post some in the live stream voice text, I'm not sure if you're there, but I made this, and it's basically showing that, it's all the goggles. If you've got the VR goggles on, you're going to be seeing curving water and all this crazy nonsense. But if you take them off and you just look at reality for the way it is, you see a completely different view of the Earth, right? And the objective view. Because again, the globe only exists in your mind. It's a fantasy model. It's a cartoon. It's not actually reality. And none of it can be demonstrated either. Everybody knows the free claims or the free points. All of them are at odds with demonstrable physics, right? No one can demonstrate any of them. So you just got a wild belief in this fantasy ball model, and you're so under a state of psychosis that it's all about just getting them woke back up to reality. That's basically what I always try to do with these people.
It's fascinating. It truly is. I tell you what, it's a great, great study of the human mind. And I will tell you what, that if somebody was studying psychology or whatever else, I'm telling you what, it would be a really fascinating study to see what is it that goes on in somebody's mind that makes them totally, get angry at these assertions. And like you say, none of this can be verified as far as the globe or the squishy water covered iron ball, and none of that can be verified. And but yet they go, oh yeah, well the core of the Earth is made of molten metal. I'm like, okay, keep talking. I'm listening. I'm really listening. I'd love to hear more about this. And and then they start going, oh yeah, you know what? How would we know? Where nobody's ever drilled down that far.
Right, that was the thing that it took me 24 hours in 2016 to realize the Earth was flat, and that was just because you realize that you have reality on your side, you have demonstrable physics on your side, and the globe has nothing but cartoons. It's literally hilarious how people get such a connection to these cartoons. You know, Star Wars, it has emotions and feelings, or Star Trek has emotions and feelings. And so they come to this irrational conclusion that what these feelings are about must be real too, and you know, because I have feelings about Star Trek, the globe exists in reality because I have real feelings about that thing that doesn't exist except it's in my mind, right? And that's basically all it is. For me, it was really, really simple. I just went, I've never observed curvature, I've never felt the Earth move, and I have never seen a vacuum in nature. Because obviously gas always fills the available volume, so you got free claims that are at odds with demonstrable physics, and that's it. That's all you need. You've got reality on your side. They have nothing except cartoons. It's such an easy win, and yeah, why people would want to stay under that state of psychosis is beyond me.
Hey, well, I'm next up for another call here at work, so I'll back out of here till I get the call and clear it off, and I'll jabber with you all after a bit. I'll listen in for a while, but I appreciate the chat, Nathan and Redford. Thank you for asking away as well, and I'll be back here and after this next call.
Awesome. See you, and let's hopefully see you around again. It was great talking, Barrington. Take care.
Take care.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
joining us. And yeah, well, you're welcome to join us at any time. It's always 24/7. There's somebody here.
Yeah, we just got a new person, Ostrich Breeder. I don't know if he's there either, but if you are,
Is he actually an ostrich breeder? Because now I have some questions.
right. I mean, he's got the VC verified, so let's see.
Hello. How's it going?
Going well. Welcome.
So, I'm not sure what exactly are we talking about right now.
Oh, well, I was just going to ask you how you found the server and what do you think of Flat Earth? Like, what have you